everyone, and welcome to the ASMR History Channel. My name is Sophie, and tonight we're embarking on a soothing journey through time to explore the captivating history of the Franks. Imagine yourself in a serene, ancient landscape where the whispers of the past come to life. We'll delve into the origins of the Franks, their rise to power, and the influential reigns of legendary leaders like Clovis and Charlemagne. So, find a comfortable spot, let go of your daily worries, and allow the gentle murmur of history to guide you through the remarkable saga of the Franks. When discussing the Germanic tribes that played a significant role in the decline of the Western Roman Empire, it is common to think of the Goths and Vandals as the primary groups. These tribes not only ravaged Rome, but also established successor states in the Mediterranean region. However, the impact and enduring legacy of the Frankish kingdom were arguably more profound. From the 6th to the 9th century, the Franks, led by the renowned Charlemagne, achieved the remarkable feat of uniting a large part of Latin Christendom, a feat unmatched during their era, except by the final Roman emperors, whom the Franks greatly admired and sought to emulate. The rise of the Franks to prominence occurred amidst the chaos of the 3rd century, characterized by political instability, internal conflicts, and invasions by barbarian groups following the collapse of the Pax Romana. This tumultuous period provided fertile ground for tribal societies like the Franks to emerge as significant players. While it is challenging to label them strictly as either French or German, the Franks are generally recognized as a Germanic tribe, sharing ancestral connections with the Goths and Vandals. Various accounts exist regarding their origins, with some suggesting their migration from Pannonia to western Germania and northern Gaul after crossing the Rhine, while others propose a more mythical lineage tracing back to the Trojans as portrayed in Homer's Iliad. From the 3rd to the 4th centuries, the Franks frequently conducted naval and river raids against Roman territories in Gaul, encompassing modern-day France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and parts of western Germany. Gaul had been under Roman rule since Julius Caesar's time, but by the 3rd century, the Roman Empire faced significant challenges. With manpower shortages hindering their defence, the Romans struggled to repel neighbouring tribes like the Franks, who seized the chance to exploit Roman vulnerabilities for their own benefit. In the 4th century, the Roman Empire encountered significant challenges with the arrival of the Huns, prompting them to devise new strategies to deal with the barbarian tribes encroaching on their borders. One such approach involved the Romans accommodating these tribes by employing tactics like bribery, granting land, and even integrating tribal warriors into the legions. Among these tribes were the Franks, who adeptly capitalized on this strategy by forming alliances with the Romans. Some Franks even managed to rise to esteemed positions within Roman society, including holding titles such as Consul of Rome. It is plausible that the long-standing ties between the Franks and the Trojans, often portrayed as allies in Roman narratives, may have originated during this era of diplomatic exchanges and interactions. Despite the Franks being portrayed as a unified force, they were in reality a diverse coalition of tribes motivated by their own distinct interests. Their relationship with Rome fluctuated over the course of 2 centuries, culminating in their eventual conquest of northern Gaul in 420 AD, following the dominance of the Visigoths in southern Gaul and Spain. The 5th century marked a period of sustained plundering for Rome, with the Germanic chieftain Odoacer ultimately deposing the young emperor Romulus Augustulus in 476 AD. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, a remnant Roman entity persisted until succumbing to Frankish conquest in 486 AD at the decisive Battle of Soissons. This triumph was not only significant for the Franks, but also for the Merovingian clan. Clovis, a young and valiant warrior, who is the earliest well-documented figure of the Merovingian lineage, led the Franks to victory. Believed to be the son of Childeric, the ruler of the Belgian Franks in Gallia-Bella in northeastern Gaul, Clovis's rise solidified the historical legacy of the Merovingians. His ascent marked a pivotal moment in Frankish history and set the course for the future of the Merovingian dynasty. Childeric's enthralling narrative skillfully guides us through a tapestry of historical events and personalities, shedding light on how his ancestry intersected with pivotal moments in history, from his service as a Roman soldier to the discovery of Childeric's final resting place and the symbolic significance of the golden bees, as well as his subsequent expulsion due to his controversial relationships with the daughters of his subjects. Childeric's life was marked by turmoil and struggles for power. The indispensable role played by Waymod, a loyal confidant who orchestrated Childeric's return after his banishment, adds a layer of loyalty and strategic planning to Childeric's story. The unfolding events, which include the manipulation of the Frankish people against their ruler, and Childeric's triumphant return, alongside his new spouse, paint a vivid picture of political intrigue and calculated moves. Childeric's enigmatic origins, tracing his lineage back to his warrior father Merovec and his mother's previous marriage to the legendary Frankish king Claudio, add depth to his character. The mythical connections, such as the belief that Merovec was fathered by the mysterious figure Kinor, and the role of Marek in shaping the heritage of the Merovingians, shroud Childeric's ancestry in an aura of mystique and wonder. The debates and speculations among historians and chroniclers about his beginnings and the implications for the future of his dynasty only serve to further enrich the enigmatic narrative of Childeric. Despite its somewhat abrupt ending, the historical document of The Barbarian's Herod by Gregory of Tours remains a crucial and insightful piece, shedding light on the early Merovingian era. Gregory's introduction to his monumental work, The History of the Franks, vividly captures the tumultuous times of that era, emphasizing the frequent conflicts among nations, religious tensions, and the varying degrees of faith among individuals. He laments the lack of skilled chroniclers to systematically record these events and notes a decline in literary interest in the town of Gaul, reflecting a sentiment often associated with the Dark Ages that followed the decline of the Roman Empire. In his writings, Gregory of Tours presents a nuanced portrayal of Clovis, the celebrated Frankish king, revealing a darker and more complex side to his character. Clovis is depicted as a ruler tainted by betrayal, deceit, and cruelty, as seen in his manipulative schemes that led to the patricide of his trusted ally's son. Gregory's account highlights Clovis's cunning and ruthlessness in navigating the aftermath of this treacherous act with calculated diplomacy, shedding light on the intricate and often brutal power dynamics of that era. These narratives serve to illuminate the grim and violent aspects of the period, echoing the prevailing perception of the Dark Ages, marked by brutality, religious upheaval, and a decline in intellectual pursuits. Clovis's reputation for ruthlessness was well earned, as he swiftly and without hesitation eliminated anyone he perceived as a threat or betrayer during his rule. His governance style was characterized by a cold and calculated approach aimed at maintaining his dominion at any cost. Through the use of harsh tactics, he made it clear that he would not tolerate any form of opposition, no matter the individual's prior loyalties or connections. One harrowing example that illustrates Clovis's unrelenting cruelty is the tragic story of Keric and his descendants, who not only faced capture but also endured the humiliating punishment of having their long hair sheared off before meeting their demise. The accounts chronicling Clovis's reign are filled with tales of brutal vengeance and aggression, showcasing his willingness to personally carry out gruesome acts in pursuit of his dark objectives. His mastery of patience and strategic timing added an ominous layer to his already fearsome reputation, setting the stage for the inevitable clashes with enemies, be they Frankish invaders or even members of his own family. Each confrontation only served to further emphasize Clovis's readiness to resort to extreme measures in order to solidify his power and maintain control over his realm. Despite attempts by historians like Gregory of Tours to offer explanations or justifications for Clovis's actions by pointing to alleged misconduct or immoral behaviour on the part of his targets, the undeniable truth remains that Clovis's rule was defined by an era of fear and the brutal enforcement of his authority. His legacy as a formidable and merciless ruler is deeply ingrained in historical records, painting a vivid picture of a leader who spared no effort in asserting his dominance, even if it meant resorting to the most barbaric methods available to him. Clovis's meticulous preparation for his military operations was a facade to conceal his true intention of expanding his territory by seizing land from others, resorting to bribery to prevent potential desertion among his men. He faced backlash when they discovered that the promised gold was actually just gilded bronze. In response, Clovis adamantly defended his actions by threatening those who questioned him with execution, swiftly quelling any dissent. As his reign progressed, he systematically eliminated rival relatives and kings, demonstrating his unyielding pursuit of power. Despite his ruthless tactics, Clovis earned the admiration of Gregory of Tours, a Gallo-Roman Catholic bishop known for writing in rustic Latin, who viewed him as a significant historical figure despite acknowledging his brutal deeds. Gregory's strong religious beliefs were evident in his practices, such as creating potions from dust collected from saints' tombs and relics, showcasing his deep reverence for the divine. This behaviour raises questions about whether Gregory believed in a form of greatness that transcended traditional moral boundaries, similar to his tendency to venerate kings alongside saints. However, Gregory's assessments of Clovis's successors suggest a more nuanced perspective, hinting that his admiration for Clovis might have been influenced by the political context of the Merovingian era and Clovis's unexpected conversion to Christianity, especially his embrace of the Nicene Creed. Clovis's wife, Clotilde, persistently attempted to convert him to Christianity and ensured their children were baptized in the faith. Despite her unwavering efforts, tragedy struck when their firstborn son, who had been baptized, passed away shortly after. The second son, also baptized, fell ill, adding to the family's challenges. Gregory's fascination with Clovis likely stemmed from a mixture of political considerations and the unexpected turn towards Christianity, which was deeply rooted in Catholicism and marked a significant shift in the history of the Merovingian dynasty. Despite Clotilda's persistent and heartfelt pleas to Clovis to renounce his pagan beliefs and embrace Christianity, His conversion did not stem from a genuine spiritual transformation. Instead, it was a calculated decision motivated by pragmatic considerations, much like the Roman Emperor Constantine before him. Clovis recognized the strategic advantage of aligning himself with the Christian faith to bolster his military endeavours. However, what sets Clovis apart is his intentional selection of 9 Christianity over the prevalent Arianism practiced by neighbouring rulers. The fundamental difference between Arianism and 9 Christianity lies in their divergent views on the nature of Jesus Christ's divinity. While the Arians stressed the singular divinity of God and rejected the concept of the Holy Trinity as potentially leading to idol worship, the Knights believed in the triune nature of God, comprising the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as equal and eternal beings united in one. By embracing 9 Christianity, Clovis positioned himself as a forward thinker, aligning with the theological stance that would eventually shape the foundations of modern Catholicism. Clovis's reign heralded a pivotal era in Frankish history, marked by the establishment of a unified realm for his progeny to inherit. Nevertheless, his decision to divide the kingdom among his offspring instead of designating a single heir sowed the seeds of future discord and instability within the Frankish Empire. This practice of dividing territories among heirs would plague European monarchies for generations to come, highlighting the enduring impact of Clovis's choices on the political dynamics of the region. Emulating the military prowess and cunning strategies of their father Clovis, his descendants swiftly found themselves entangled in a fierce and complex struggle for dominance over the Frankish throne. Rather than opting for direct confrontations, they resorted to intricate plots, conspiracies, and territorial expansions to outmaneuver each other and unify Francia under a single ruler. Theuderic held sway over the northern reaches of the kingdom from Metz. Clodomir governed the southwest in Orion. Childebert presided over Paris, and Clotaire ruled the northeast from Soissons. Despite their shared lineage, the sons of Clovis were torn apart by their individual ambitions and disputes over territorial control. The emergence of Theudebert, a skilled and militarily astute descendant of Theodoric, added another layer of complexity to the already strained relationships among the siblings. The conflicts among Clovis's heirs were not only internal, but also faced external challenges from neighbouring tribes such as the Thuringians, Burgundians, and Visigoths. These clashes, rooted in long-standing animosities and territorial ambitions, contributed to an environment of turmoil and instability within the fragmented Frankish kingdom. The rivalry with the Burgundians, despite their common Catholic faith, was particularly bitter due to historical grudges and familial vendettas. The tragic fate of Clovis's son Clodomir at the hands of the Burgundians intensified the cycle of violence and revenge. The ruthless tactics employed by the Burgundians, including the treacherous ambush that claimed Clodomir's life, shocked the Franks and fueled their thirst for retribution. Despite facing setbacks and losses in their military campaigns, the surviving sons of Clovis, Clotaire, Childebert, and Theuderic, persisted in navigating the treacherous political landscape, driven by a mix of familial loyalty, personal ambitions, and the desire to avenge past wrongs. The intricate web of alliances, betrayals, and conflicts within the Frankish kingdom mirrored the turbulent times they lived in, where power often hung in the balance of bloodshed and cunning diplomacy. During this particular epoch, the rationale behind entering into conflicts was not solely founded on noble ideals, but primarily focused on the practical advantages of expanding territories and plundering resources. The prowess of a Merovingian monarch was measured by their ability to secure these essential components, as a failure to do so could undermine their credibility among the populace, who were treated more as followers rather than loyal subjects at that point in history. Loyalty was not automatic, but had to be earned or bought through various means and favours. Following the demise of Clodomir, his children were placed under the care of their grandmother, Clotilda, who happened to be the wife of Clovis. Despite inadvertently sparking tensions with the Burgundians, Clotilda eventually achieved sainthood due to her pivotal role in converting Clovis and the Frankish community to Catholicism. However, her own offspring, Clotaire and Sherbet, chose to ignore the rights of their nephews and instead decided to seize the estates left behind by their deceased sibling. Their nefarious intentions became clear when they presented their mother with a pair of scissors and a sword, hinting at potential harm or even death for their young nephews. In a tragic turn of events, Clotilde shocked many by abandoning her two young grandsons, aged 10 and 7, to the mercy of their ruthless sons. Clotaire carried out the heinous act himself, while Sherbet could only weep helplessly. This barbaric act led to the tragic demise of both nephews, except for one who managed to escape with the help of loyal allies, and eventually sought sanctuary in a monastery after a daring getaway. Through these cruel actions, Clotaire and Sherbet achieved their goals, but at a great cost that tainted their legacy forever. Vicious and cruel beyond comprehension, the heartbreaking division of their deceased siblings' territories continued to unfold as life carried on its relentless march. Theuderic, the valiant eldest offspring of Clovis, found himself entangled in a fierce conflict against the Burgundians, steadfastly refusing to partake in the treacherous act of slaying his own nephews. However, any assumptions of ethical concerns guiding his actions were proved to be misguided, as Theuderic's true nature revealed itself through his opportunistic alliances. In a cunning move, Theuderic joined forces with his sibling Clotaire to confront a new adversary, the Thuringians from the northeast, who had violated a treaty by mercilessly executing Frankish captives. As chronicled by Gregory of Tours, Theuderic, the formidable firstborn of Clovis, roused his loyal followers to denounce the heinous acts of the Thuringians. As the impending clash with the Thuringians drew near, they resorted to setting clever traps by concealing pitfalls beneath the seemingly innocuous grassy terrain. However, their elaborate stratagems proved futile against the unstoppable charge of the Frankish cavalry, showcasing how even the most intricate plans can crumble in the face of sheer force. The conquest of Thuringia not only expanded their territories and brought newfound wealth, but also gifted Clovis's younger son, Clotaire, with a prestigious spouse from the Thorian royalty named Rund. Despite vehement disputes between Theuderic and Clotaire regarding the princess, Clotaire ultimately asserted his claim over her based on her capture by his men. Despite Theuderic's initial ascendancy, he could not shake off his deep-rooted ambition to reunify Francia under his rule. While both brothers resided in the newly acquired Thuringian territories, Theuderic secretly plotted to eliminate Clotaire and consolidate his power. Despite 2 decades passing since Theuderic's assumption of leadership, his unrelenting drive and ambition persisted, propelling him relentlessly towards the ultimate goal of reuniting Francia under his sole command. Enraged by the betrayal and deceit he had faced, Clotaire's fury simmered within him for an extended period. When summoned to his brother's presence, he navigated the courtyard with caution, sensing an air of suspicion that hung heavy in the atmosphere. With a sharp eye, Clotaire detected the concealed feet of potential assassins lurking behind a canvas. This discovery only served to heighten his vigilance, prompting him to stick close to his bodyguards and opt for an alternate route to reach his brother safely. The incident served as a poignant reminder of the critical importance of being mindful of one's surroundings, particularly for a Merovingian king, where threats could lurk in unexpected corners. However, the narrative did not culminate there. It continued to unfold with further intrigue. Meanwhile, the conniving Theuderic found himself scrambling for an excuse for summoning Clotaire. Thinking on his feet, Thor presented Clotaire with a silver tray from his vicinity, a decision he would later come to regret as the prized possession slipped from his grasp. Filled with remorse, Theuderic enlisted his son, Theudebert, to request the return of the tray. Whether Clotaire was oblivious to the scheme or playing along remained unclear, but he promptly returned the tray as requested. In the midst of this drama, Clot's brother Childebert found himself entangled in his own family turmoil, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding saga. Childebert's aspirations turned towards Spain, where his sister Clotilde, named after their mother, was married to the Visigothic king Amalaric. Despite the potential strategic benefits of an alliance between the Franks and Visigoths, the marriage between Amalaric and Clotilde faced escalating tensions stemming from religious differences. Amalric's adherence to the Arian creed clashed with Clotilde's commitment to the orthodox nine Christian faith of the Merovingian lineage, centered on the belief in the Holy Trinity. The religious discord between the royal couple reached a boiling point, with Amalric subjecting Clotilde to degrading acts during her church attendance. The situation deteriorated until Amalric's violent actions caused Clotilde to bleed, prompting her to appeal to her brother Childebert for intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Childebert swiftly capitalized on the turmoil, leading to the conquest of land as Amalric chose to flee rather than face the consequences. As Amalric made preparations to depart with his fleet, a crucial oversight dawned on him. The precious stones he had intended to take were locked away in his treasury, a realization that halted his departure. This oversight, akin to forgetting to extinguish a flame before leaving, held the potential to alter the course of history. Returning to retrieve the jewels, Amalric found his path obstructed, setting the stage for further twists and turns in the unfolding narrative. After the heart-wrenching conclusion of Amalric's epic tale, the focus now shifts to Childebert, who is faced with a tragic turn of events as his sister meets an untimely demise during their journey back home. This unexpected loss adds a layer of profound sorrow to the story, as she is laid to rest beside their father Clovis in Paris. It serves as a poignant reminder of the uncertain and perilous nature of life in the Middle Ages, where death could strike swiftly through various means, like battles, diseases, complications during childbirth, and other lurking threats. As the narrative progresses, we witness Childebert and his brother Clotaire regrouping to launch a new campaign against Burgundy in the absence of their elder sibling Theuderic. Theuderic's decision to lead his men towards Clermont-Ferrand for plundering marks one of his final acts before his eventual passing, leaving his lands to his son Theudebert, who emerges as a formidable warrior in his own right. Now, with only Childebert and Clotaire, the surviving sons of Clovis, at the forefront, the story delves into the intense power struggle involving Theudebert, the son of Theuderic. Theudebert's prowess as a warrior, demonstrated by his legendary victory over the Danish ruler Herk of Beol solidifies his position and enables him to outwit his uncles in a complex tapestry of alliances and rivalries. Despite the underlying tensions and shifting power dynamics among the Merovingian rulers, Theudebert earns accolades from historians such as Gregory of Tours for his exceptional leadership and military skills. Despite being revered for his exceptional leadership qualities, Theudebert was not without his flaws, occasionally displaying arrogance and a penchant for vanity. In a departure from tradition, he became the first Merovingian ruler to feature his own likeness on gold coins, a move that contrasted with his predecessors who had depicted Roman emperors on currency. Like many of his contemporaries, Theudebert had multiple wives and concubines, with one of them, Tuia, going to extreme lengths to win his favour, even rumoured to have plotted against her own daughter, whom she saw as a rival for Theudebert's affections. Tragically, Theudebert's rule came to an abrupt end when he was fatally wounded by a rampaging bison during a hunting expedition, leaving his fragile son to take over the throne, a reign that would be short-lived. Eventually, his territories were amalgamated under the reign of Clotaire, the last surviving son of Clovis, who, through perseverance and the passage of time, managed to reunite Francia after a prolonged period of internal turmoil. Following Theudebert's reign, his successor Clotaire rose to power and sired numerous offspring with various partners. By the year 561 AD, only 4 of Clotaire's children remained, prompting the division of Francia into distinct quadrants. Childebert, Clotaire's eldest son, briefly ruled from Paris and gained infamy for becoming the first Merovingian monarch to face excommunication from the Pope due to his marriages, including 2 sisters among his 4 spouses. After Childebert's reign, his realm was further divided among his 3 younger brothers, Guntram governing the southeastern kingdom of Burgundy, Sigebert ruling Austrasia in the northeast, and Jeric presiding over Nuria in the northwest. Guntram, also known as Good King Guntram in historical records, was lauded for his moderation, forgiveness, kindness, and religious devotion, setting him apart from his siblings with his noble characteristics. King Guntram, despite his unassuming appearance, displayed exceptional skill in navigating the complex responsibilities of his royal position. He not only managed to persuade a Parisian congregation to spare his life for 3 years, ensuring the continuity of the Merovingian legacy by overseeing the upbringing of his successors, but also successfully maintained his benevolent rule amidst a tumultuous 40-year feud among his brothers' families that threatened to weaken the Merovingians. Through his astute leadership, Guntram proved himself to be a resilient and capable monarch who upheld the values of his lineage despite the challenges he faced. On the other hand, Chouac, the youngest son of Claire, wasted no time in asserting his claim to the Frankian kingdom following his father's passing. This bold move immediately ignited tensions with his brother Sigebert, especially after Sigbert's marriage to the prestigious Visigothic princess Brunhild. In an attempt to rival his brother, Joan hastily wed Brunhild's sister, Guswin, despite initial hesitations on her part due to their differing religious beliefs. The marriage between Goswin, an Arian Christian, and Chouac, who adhered to polygamous practices, was fraught with challenges from the start, setting the stage for a tumultuous and ultimately tragic series of events. Initially agreeing to monogamy, Joy soon resumed an affair with his former lover, Fredon, a cunning servant who held significant sway over him. The sudden and suspicious death of Gussin, discovered strangled in her bed, appeared to be the result of political scheming orchestrated by Fredon. In a shocking turn of events, Joan swiftly married Fredon following Goswin's demise, further complicating the intricate network of relationships within the royal family, particularly since Sigbert was married to Goswin's sibling, Brunhild. These twisted and interconnected marriages and alliances added another layer of complexity to an already tumultuous period in Merovingian history, marking a dark chapter in the saga of the Frankian kingdom. In the intricate and tumultuous world of the Merovingians, where ancient blood feuds held more weight than social gatherings, a web of vengeance and deception unfolded with every turn of events. Brunhild's unyielding quest for retribution over her sister's tragic demise sparked bitter conflicts with Sigurd and his sibling Chilperic, leading to a series of calculated moves and counter-moves in the power struggle. Sigurd's bold advances in encroaching on Chilperic's territory met a sudden and violent end when he fell victim to a carefully orchestrated assassination scheme, masterminded by none other than his own cunning widow, Fredon. Seeking refuge and protection for her son, Childebert II, Brunhild orchestrated a covert operation to ensure his safety by orchestrating his discreet relocation to the sanctuary of Metz under the protective mantle of King Guntram, in a bid to safeguard his kingdom from the machinations of Chilperic and Fredun. Guntram astutely designated Childebert II as his heir, a strategic move that would prove crucial in the ensuing power struggles and deadly intrigues that plagued the Merovingians' realm. The downfall of Chilperic at the hands of a shadowy figure named Salant sent shockwaves through the already volatile political landscape, raising suspicions of foul play and hidden agendas. The potential involvement of Chilperic's wife, Frund, in his demise added another layer of intrigue, fueled by her murky past connections to lethal conspiracies. Fredun, known for her envy-fueled ruthlessness, was implicated in a string of deaths, including that of Sigbert, and was suspected of orchestrating multiple failed attempts on the lives of her adversaries, further deepening the web of suspicion and mistrust that permeated the Merovingians' realm. Despite the uncertainties surrounding the accuracy of these dramatic accounts, the tales of assassination, betrayal, and ambition that defined the Merovingians' world continue to captivate, shrouded in a veil of mystery and intrigue. The enigmatic universe of the Merovingians persists as a rich tapestry of power, struggles, and dark intentions, where the line between reality and fiction blurs amidst the backdrop of regal ambitions and sinister machinations, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of their tumultuous history. In the narrative, Gregory firmly accuses Fredegund of attempting to harm her daughter, exhibiting a strong sense of protectiveness. Despite this, Gregory refrains from making any accusations regarding the death of her husband, Chilperic, showing a commitment to accuracy and fairness even in the midst of personal biases. Gregory's harsh judgment of the deceased Chilperic, whom he labels as the Nero and Herod of his time, may seem unjust. Chilperic's emulation of Roman emperors through the construction of amphitheatres for public entertainment in Soissons and Paris was a notable aspect of his reign. However, it is likely that being likened to Nero would have been a shocking comparison for Chilperic. Additionally, Chilperic's pseudo-intellectualism set him apart from other Merovingian warrior kings, as evidenced by his poetry compositions and the introduction of 4 new characters to reform the alphabet, an artwork depicting Chilperic listening attentively to one of his poems showcases his multifaceted personality. Yet, his daring theological discussions, particularly his radical views on the Trinity, only served to deepen Gregory's disapproval. Gregory's cautioning of Chilperic regarding his controversial beliefs on the Trinity reflects the former's role as a moral authority figure. Chilperic's response, indicating his intention to seek validation from like-minded individuals, highlights his confidence in his unorthodox beliefs. However, his dismissive attitude towards dissenters, including prominent theologians, exacerbated tensions with Gregory, showcasing the clash of ideologies and authority. This incident underscores the significant influence and power wielded by bishops during that historical period, with Gregory serving as a prime example of their authority. The bishops, like Gregory of Tours, often trace their lineage back to ancient Romans, which added to their prestige and influence in both secular and religious matters. This intertwining of Roman ancestry and Christianity contributed to the formidable position that bishops held in society during that era. Amidst a tumultuous backdrop of intricate political intrigues and power dynamics entwined within the senatorial families, the unexpected passing of Chilperic Gregory stirred a complex mix of relief and apprehension among the populace. Freyton's swift rise to the throne of Neustria in France as regent, backed by the influential Guntram, faced staunch opposition from the formidable Brunhild, the reigning matriarch of Austrasia. The escalating tensions between Freyton and her own son, Childebert II, eventually escalated into a full-blown conflict that saw Freyton leading her forces to quash her rebellious son, leading to his tragic poisoning the following year. As Brunhild harboured deep resentment towards Freyton for her series of misfortunes, she continued to wield her authority over Austrasia and Burgundy as regent for her young grandsons, setting the stage for an inevitable showdown between the two formidable queens. However, the sudden demise of Freyton abruptly shifted the focus onto her son, Clodomir II, who inherited the mantle of continuing the family feud with unwavering determination. With a formidable coalition of supporters by his side, Clodomir II decisively ousted Brunhild from power, subsequently ordering her brutal execution to solidify his dominance. The ruthless actions of Clodomir II, bearing a striking resemblance to the Machiavellian tactics employed by his mother, marked a tragic and cataclysmic end to both illustrious bloodlines. Despite the heart-wrenching betrayals and the harrowing episodes of violence that unfolded, the enduring power struggles left an indelible mark on the political landscape of the region, shaping its future trajectory in profound and unforeseen ways. Gregory's vivid depiction of the decline within Frankish society provided a stark contrast between the reverence and conversion displayed by earlier generations and the plundering and destruction carried out by the current one. The diminishing respect for the Lord's bishops and the desecration of sacred sites painted a bleak picture of societal degradation and moral decay that troubled Gregory deeply. In his literary works, Gregory skillfully wove parallels between the deteriorating state of affairs in Frankish society and the prophetic visions of Childeric, foreseeing a shift in their royal lineage from mythical figures to savage beasts. The diverging fates of Queens Freyton and Brunhild stood as poignant symbols of the tumultuous times, with Freyton meeting a peaceful end, while Brunhild faced a tragic demise, torn apart by loss and strife. Despite her controversial reputation, Brunhild's legacy was marked by her ambitious projects in infrastructure, military campaigns, and financial management, highlighting her prowess as a diplomat and leader. In contrast, Fran excelled in warfare and political strategy, earning differing reputations for the two queens. Gregory's personal connections to Brunhild and Sigurd offered insight into his perspective on the Queen's roles in shaping the turbulent political landscape of the time. Gregory emphasised the vital role played by the ecclesiastical hierarchy, including bishops, saints, and the Pope in Rome, in sustaining Frankish society. The intrusion of figures like Cheric and Fran into this established order only heightened Gregory's concerns about societal decline. He acknowledged the delicate balance maintained by the Merovingian rulers through a blend of administrative tactics and military might, underscoring the importance of these elements in maintaining order amidst the political upheaval of the era. The Merovingian rulers had continuously strived to maintain their control over their subjects, who at times exhibited the freedoms characteristic of a tribal community. The ruler would promise rewards, and the subjects would reciprocate with tax payments, establishing a form of exchange that sustained the regime. Despite the ongoing conflicts within the dynasty, there was never a viable alternative to Merovingian rule. In situations where a Merovingian monarch proved to be weak, their followers would often find themselves serving a stronger relative who took on the leadership role. Following the clash between Fredun and Brunel, it became evident that Merovingian governance had been weakened by a rising Frankish nobility, who had been enriched and ennobled through previous conquests. These nobles emerged on the battlefield as proxies of the ancient Marav kings, rather than representing the Merovingians themselves. After the resolution of the Merovingian dispute in 613 AD, Clodumar II, also referred to as Clotaire the Young, confronted the assertive Frankish nobles. Initially making small requests, the nobles gradually coerced Clodumar into ratifying the Edict of Paris, granting them increased rights and privileges, including more influence over court appointments and tax relief. Over time, the position of the mayor of the palace, a crucial court role, transformed into a lifelong appointment, leading to the concentration of power by these mayors as the true wielders of authority behind the Frankish throne. One such mayor, Pepin, played a pivotal role in shaping events, pressuring Clotaire to cede a third of his kingdom to his successor, Dagobert, resulting in a fragmented realm. Clotaire yielded to Pepin's considerable wealth and influence. Pepin, with the support of Bishop Arnold of Metz, solidified his position as mayor of the palace in Austrasia in 623 AD, overseeing the upbringing of the young Merovingian Prince Dagor alongside Bishop Arulf, as per a widely accepted legend. The descendants of Pepin and Arnold, through a series of generational transitions, eventually paved the way for the rise of the Carolingians, a significant dynasty that served under a monarch. Dagobert, who ascended to the throne following the passing of his father, was renowned for his relentless determination and strategic acumen. As the last formidable Merovingian ruler, he held sway over vast territories, including Austrasia, Neustria, Burgundy, and Aquitaine. Notably, Dagobert made history by becoming the first monarch to be interred in the prestigious Basilica of Saint Denis. His demise heralded a new era characterized by weak kings who merely acted as ceremonial figureheads, easily manipulated by the powerful palace mayors. Monarchs such as Cherts and Cloa presided over a fragmented Francia, their authority significantly curtailed by the pervasive influence of the mayors within the political landscape. One notable mayor, Grimoald, orchestrated a cunning scheme to install his son as the successor to a Merovingian ruler who had no male heir, despite the existence of a legitimate male successor. Following the ruler's death, Grimoald's son, Childebert, assumed the throne while the rightful heir was exiled to Ireland, setting the stage for a tumultuous downfall orchestrated by the vindictive claimant seeking retribution. During the late 7th century, the mayors adopted a sophisticated approach, deftly manipulating the selection of Merovingian heirs, engaging in strategic conflicts, and skillfully brokering peace agreements to maintain their grip on power. By the year 668 AD, the locus of authority had decisively shifted to the mayors, a fact astutely observed by the English monk and historian Bede. Pepin II, known as Pepin of Herstal, rose to prominence in Austrasia as its palace mayor. By 680, he had successfully expanded his sphere of influence to include the mayoralties of Neustria and Burgundy, consolidating his position as a dominant and influential figure in the region. Pepin's astute political manoeuvring and strategic alliances solidified his standing as a formidable force within the evolving political landscape of the time. During Pepin II's tumultuous reign as Duke and Prince of the Franks in the turbulent historical landscape of Francia, he skillfully navigated intense power struggles and territorial disputes. His decisive triumph in the battle for supremacy over Francia against a rival palace mayor, whose actions had the potential to alter the course of history, solidified his authority. After successfully reuniting Francia, Pepin turned his focus towards fortifying his realm against neighbouring adversaries such as the Alemanni, the Fans, and the Franconians. However, this period of unity was short-lived, as Pepin II's passing at the age of 79 set off a chain of events that would ultimately shape the future of Francia. A crucial juncture in Pepin II's legacy was marked by his decision to designate his young grandson, Theodoric, as his heir, bypassing his other son, Charles Martel. Charles Martel, a renowned military strategist known as the Hammer, had a complex dynamic with his family, especially with Pepin's widow, Plectrude. Despite being imprisoned and deprived of his rightful inheritance by Plectrude, Charles Martel managed to escape and assemble his own forces to confront the separatist faction challenging Francia. Following a setback in the Battle of Cologne, Charles Martel regrouped in the Eifel Hills and orchestrated a daring ambush that shifted the course of the conflict in his favour. His subsequent victories at the Battle of Vinci showcased his tactical brilliance and unwavering determination. Prior to advancing towards Paris to quell the rebellion, Charles Martel had to confront Plectrude and her supporters in Cole, a feat he achieved through a combination of military finesse and astute political manoeuvring. Charles Martel's conquest over Plectrude and his subsequent reunification of Francia under his rule highlighted his resilience and outstanding leadership qualities. Despite facing internal discord and external adversities, Charles Martel emerged as a pivotal figure in Frankish history, laying the foundation for his enduring legacy as a legendary military strategist and ruler. Charles Martel's treatment of defeated enemies was a striking display of his unique blend of compassion and strategic brilliance. His decision to show mercy to individuals like Plood and Dudal not only set him apart from his contemporaries, but also showcased a rare combination of strength and kindness. By sparing their lives, Charles not only demonstrated his power and confidence, but also made a calculated move reminiscent of Julius Caesar's tactical leniency. This act of mercy was not simply an expression of empathy, but a deliberate strategy to consolidate his authority and reinforce his position. Despite his numerous triumphs and growing influence, Charles understood the importance of maintaining a Merovingian ruler as a symbolic figure to legitimize his rule. His skillful handling of alliances in the region highlighted a delicate equilibrium of power that underscored his political acumen and military expertise. Charles's adept navigation of complex political landscapes while maintaining military superiority illustrated his shrewdness and long-term vision. His decisive actions against uprisings and adversaries further cemented his reputation as a formidable and astute leader. The decisive Battle of Tours in 732 AD marked a pivotal moment in Charles Martel's enduring legacy, solidifying his title as the saviour of Christendom. His resounding victory over the Umayyad Caliphate not only secured his dominance in the region, but also effectively halted any further encroachments by his foes. The enduring significance of this battle continues to spark debates among historians, with divergent perspectives on the magnitude and repercussions of the conflicting forces. Nevertheless, Charles's triumph at Tours remains a pivotal event in European history, underscoring his strategic acumen and military prowess in the annals of warfare. In an era marked by the formidable presence of 400,000 Umayyads, a significant clash unfolded as they faced off against their adversaries, the Franks. The Umayyads, perhaps in their hubris, had underestimated the strategic prowess and military might of the Franks. Prior to the pivotal Battle of Tours, the Umayyads had mainly encountered opposition from Otto the Great, the ruler of Aquitaine. It was during this critical juncture that Charles Martel made a pivotal decision to ally with Otto against the Umayyads, under the condition that Otto would yield his realm to Frankish authority. This bold and calculated move not only showcased Charles Martel's astuteness in diplomacy and warfare, but also solidified his enduring legacy, surpassing even that of Clovis, particularly due to his esteemed lineage and connection to his grandson, Charlemagne. Despite his widespread acclaim among the populace, Charles Martel did not receive the title of Christendom's saviour from the clergy of the period, who viewed his appropriation of church assets for military campaigns as excessively secular. However, some historians suggest that the clergy may have tacitly recognised the necessity of such measures during a time of existential crisis, especially when faced with the imminent threat posed by the Umayyads. Following his triumph at the Battle of Tours, Charles Martel bequeathed a united Frankish kingdom to his two sons, Charlemagne and Pepin III. Unlike the tumultuous successions that had plagued previous generations, these siblings exemplified a harmonious coexistence, providing each other with unwavering support and maintaining a delicate balance between the military forces and the church. Charlemagne, distinguished by his devout nature and piety, made the decision to embrace a monastic life in 747 AD, setting a precedent for future monarchs who prioritised religious devotion over regal authority. This shift towards saintly rulers who placed a greater emphasis on spiritual matters would endure throughout the following centuries, shaping the course of Frankish and European history. The profound influence of Christian devotion on the Germanic community is vividly portrayed in the legend of a saintly monarch who devoted his life to serving God after resolving unresolved conflicts. Through the strategic organisation of a blood court at Connacht, he ingeniously lured thousands of rebellious aristocrats, leading to their capture and subsequent execution, effectively eradicating the Amani tribe. This decisive action paved the way for his brother Pepin to courageously overthrow the last Merovingian ruler, Childeric III, and ascend to the throne as the Frankish king, receiving the papal endorsement which marked the formal end of the Merovingian dynasty and the dawn of a new era for the kingdom. Although Childeric III, the final ruler of the Merovingian lineage, has now faded into historical obscurity, a poignant painting entitled "The Last of the Merovingians" depicts him in a state of captivity and powerlessness, his shorn hair symbolising the collapse of his dynasty and the beginning of a new chapter in history. Despite the tumultuous reign of the Merovingians, they made significant advancements in administrative structures and monetary policies, upholding Roman traditions and introducing their currency system. The Merovingians implemented a taxation system that funded their military endeavours, reducing the Franks' reliance on plundering for resources. They not only adopted Roman currency, but also began minting their coins, which in turn bolstered tax revenue and facilitated trade. Latin was established as the official language at the Merovingian court, with officials utilising Latin shorthand and papyrus for record keeping. A distinctive aspect of Merovingian governance was the personal presence and military leadership of the king, as his direct involvement in battles often determined the outcome of conflicts and the expansion of their territories. The Merovingians, following in the footsteps of late Roman officials, implemented a method of governance that involved travelling in ox carts throughout their territory to hear and address the grievances of their people. However, in terms of legal advancements, the Merovingians lagged behind neighbouring tribes like the Visigoths and Burgundians, who had already established written codes for civil law. Unlike these tribes, the Merovingians did not develop a structured legal system, but instead relied on oral tradition and precedent when making legal decisions, lacking a unified set of Roman-inspired laws. While the Salic law code, formulated during Clovis's reign, regulated areas such as inheritance and criminal justice for the Franks, other ethnic groups adhered to their own distinct regional legal customs and practices. The emergence of titles like comes and dukes within the noble class during the later Merovingian period bore resemblance to the administrative roles in ancient Rome, foreshadowing the eventual establishment of counts and dukes in the Kingdom of France. The Merovingians held sway over Francia for an impressive 250 years, outlasting any other royal lineage in Western Europe during that time period. Renowned scholar Ian Wood commended the Franks' achievements in the 6th, 7th and 8th centuries, underscoring the substantial impact of the Merovingians on subsequent historical developments. Although the Carolingian Renaissance tends to overshadow the Merovingians, the latter played a pivotal role in setting the stage for the Carolingian era. Charlemagne Pepin's ascension to the Frankish throne in Soissons continued the legacy of Clovis, the first Frankish ruler who had triumphed over the vestiges of Roman Gaul. The notion of Pepin seeking and obtaining papal approval may have been a narrative crafted later to legitimise the Carolingian succession. Notably, Pepin's interactions with Pope Zachary during his tenure as palace mayor under Merovingian rule shed light on the intricate political landscape of that period. Pope Zachary's adept management of Pepin's inquiries underscores his crucial role in the transition from the Merovingians to the Carolingians, marking a significant shift in the power structure of the time. In the intricate political landscape of the time, Pope Zachary's adept diplomatic skills emerged as a crucial factor. Faced with the imminent threat of the Lombards advancing towards Rome and strained ties with the Byzantine Empire, the pressing need to establish a new alliance led to a strategic agreement with the Franks. As the era transitioned into Pope Stephen II's tenure, his management of the growing tensions with the Lombards showcased a less refined approach, In a carefully calculated move, he embarked on a diplomatic mission to Pepin in the year 753 AD to secure his support and protection. This diplomatic endeavour resulted in Pepin's coronation as king by the Pope, thereby solidifying his position. Furthermore, Pope Stephen bestowed upon Pepin's heirs, Charlemagne and Carloman, the future kings, the prestigious title of Parisians of Rome. This symbolic gesture underscored their commitment to defending the city and the papacy from Lombard threats, marking a significant moment in history as it represented the first instance of such actions undertaken by a pope. Navigating the intricate political web of the period, Pope Zachary's adeptness in diplomacy proved to be a pivotal asset. Confronted with the looming danger of the Lombards inching closer to Rome and strained relationships with the Byzantine Empire, the imperative to forge a new alliance prompted a strategic pact with the Franks. As the leadership baton passed to Pope Stephen II, his management of the escalating tensions with the Lombards demonstrated a less refined touch. In a strategic move, he embarked on a diplomatic journey to Pepin in 753 AD to secure his patronage and protection. This diplomatic mission culminated in Pepin's elevation as king by the Pope, further consolidating his authority. Additionally, Pope Stephen bestowed upon Pepin's descendants, Charlemagne and Carloman, the future rulers, the esteemed title of Patricians of Rome. This act underscored their commitment to shielding the city and the papacy from Lombard invasions, serving as a pivotal moment in history as it represented the initial occurrence of such actions taken by a pope. The crossing of the Alps marked a pivotal moment in history as it marked the first occasion where a pope crowned a king, setting a precedent that would shape the actions of future Carolingian rulers. Embarking on their expedition in the spring, Pepin and his army followed the path once taken by Hannibal during his march towards Rome. The Lombards, a significant force during the Dark Ages, initially offered little resistance, opting to renew their treaty with the papacy in the face of Frankish threats. However, their defiance triggered a second Frankish retaliation, ultimately resulting in a temporary resolution of the conflict. In the aftermath, the Lombards agreed to various concessions, including tribute payments, providing hostages, and committing to maintain a distance from Rome. Subsequently, Pepin ceded control of the newly acquired lands to the papacy, laying the foundations for the establishment of the Papal States. The evolution of the Pope's role following these events was profound, transitioning from a purely spiritual leader to a figure with temporal authority. While it took time for the papacy to fully harness this newfound power, Rome gradually emerged as a significant player in the power dynamics of the High Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Concurrently, Pepin shifted his attention towards solidifying his control over southern France, a region that had long posed challenges for the Franks. Through a series of relentless military campaigns, he succeeded in subduing Aquitaine. Although Pepin's military campaigns may not have been defined by legendary battles, they solidified his reputation as a proficient military strategist. Pepin's military endeavours brought about a novel approach to warfare for the Franks, emphasising the importance of deploying large armies, ensuring adequate supplies, and possessing superior equipment to outlast and outmaneuver their adversaries. This strategic adjustment marked the beginning of a protracted and grueling form of conflict that would be further refined by the Franks in the years to come. In the aftermath of Pepin's sudden passing, the burden of co-ruling their inherited territories fell upon Charlemagne and his younger sibling, Carloman. The logistical challenges that arose were significant, with the brothers often finding themselves separated and eager to assert their authority. Charlemagne, then 26 years old, assumed control of the lands in the north, while his brother Charlemagne, who was only 17 at the time, governed the territories in the south. The complexities of managing their realms became apparent as regions like Aquitaine and Gascony resisted submitting to their rule following their father's death. Charlemagne's reluctance to engage in conflicts placed a heavier military burden on Charlemagne's shoulders. Their mother stepped in to mediate between the siblings in an effort to maintain peace, throwing her support behind Charlemagne. To strengthen Charlemagne's position, she orchestrated a strategic marriage alliance with the Lombards. However, this move strained relations not only with the Pope, but also with Charlemagne, who may have felt sidelined and overshadowed by his brother's growing influence on the battlefield. As the power dynamics within the Carolingian dynasty continued to evolve, the brothers grappled with the intricate challenges of sharing governance and navigating their roles within the realm. The unexpected demise of his brother Charlemagne in 771 AD proved to be a fortuitous turn of events for Charlemagne, as it paved the way for his unchallenged rise to sole rulership. Despite the cloud of suspicion hanging over Charlemagne's death, with some speculating it was due to a fatal nosebleed, Charlemagne's reign began, ushering in a new era marked by a blend of military prowess and intellectual advancement. While his rule was characterized by frequent military conflicts, it was also a period of significant progress in governance, architecture, and scholarship, which collectively became known as the Carolingian Renaissance. The expansion of his empire necessitated innovative administrative strategies and provided the resources essential for the support of cultural and educational endeavours. Before achieving these milestones, Charlemagne found himself entangled in a conflict with the Lombards, whom he had offended by divorcing his wife, and who posed a threat to the papacy. Following in the footsteps of his father, Charlemagne forged an alliance with the Pope and swiftly took decisive action against the Lombards. Towering at a height of 5'9", Charlemagne cut an imposing figure, leading his meticulously organised Frankish forces into battle. Despite attempts to downplay his military prowess, Charlemagne's strategic brilliance was evident in campaigns like the Siege of Pavia against the Lombards, showcasing his tactical acumen. The siege presented challenges, with the defenders of Pavia resorting to tactics such as famine and illness to outlast the Franks. Undeterred, year after year, Charlemagne led his troops into battle, further cementing his reputation as a formidable ruler on the battlefield. Leveraging their well-established military structure and unparalleled logistical prowess, the Franks adeptly navigated the intricate challenges posed by siege warfare, relying on meticulous planning and their sheer numerical superiority. Despite the ever-evolving nature of siege tactics, the Franks consistently demonstrated their expertise in besieging cities such as Pavia, employing innovative strategies to effectively starve them into submission without the need for elaborate siege machinery. Charlemagne's bold decision to seize the Lombard throne and claim the Iron Crown marked a significant turning point in the balance of power, signalling a shift from mere tribute collection to direct control over new territories. Following the triumphant conquest of northern Italy, Charlemagne further extended Frankish supremacy deep into the heart of the Italian peninsula, swiftly quelling rebellions and expanding influence as far as Spoleto and Benevento. The intricate dynamics between the Franks, the Papal States, and the Lombards were characterized by blurred lines of authority and enforcement, presenting Charlemagne with a myriad of challenges, ranging from managing vast territorial holdings to confronting elusive foes in the rugged terrain of the Pyrenees, exemplified by the legendary Battle of Roncesvalles, immortalised in the epic verses of the Song of Roland. Amidst his extensive military endeavours, Charlemagne deftly navigated complex diplomatic engagements, notably during his campaigns in Iberia and the subsequent conflict that marred an otherwise illustrious military career. The intricate interplay of power struggles, territorial disputes, and shifting allegiances added layers of intrigue to Charlemagne's rule, offering a glimpse into the multifaceted tapestry of medieval politics and warfare that defined the era. After Charlemagne's failed siege of Saragossa in northeastern Spain, his military campaign faced a significant setback as his forces were forced to retreat. The situation worsened when the Frankish rearguard and baggage train fell victim to an ambush and were ruthlessly massacred in the mountain pass of Ronal. This defeat proved to be one of Charlemagne's most humiliating moments, a memory he desperately wanted to erase from history. Despite his best efforts to bury the incident, the skirmish persisted in historical accounts, being continually retold and reimagined over the centuries. Following this disastrous clash, the borderlands with Iberia turned into a fierce battleground, prompting Charlemagne to assign his son the task of securing control over the contested buffer zone, known as the Spanish March. Despite subsequent victories in this region, they failed to capture the imagination of storytellers in the same way as Charlemagne's earlier conquests. As his empire expanded, Charlemagne increasingly relied on military commanders, particularly his sons, to carry out further conquests and maintain control over the vast territories. Out of Charlemagne's impressive brood of 18 children, 3 sons, Charles, Pepin, and Louis, stood out for their unwavering dedication and effectiveness in advancing their father's ambitious agenda. These 3 sons not only accompanied Charlemagne on his military campaigns, but also led their own expeditions, allowing the Franks to confront multiple enemies simultaneously. This innovative approach of dividing their forces, though unconventional for the time, became a necessity as the Franks extended their rule, especially towards the east. In their confrontations with foes like the Saxons, Avars, and Slavs, the Franks often deployed multiple armies at the same time, targeting various adversaries within a single region. The incorporation of Bavaria into the Frankish realm further facilitated their expansion into the east. By establishing counties and marches, the Carolingians solidified their control over Bavaria, appointing trusted individuals to govern these territories. This in turn led to clashes with the enigmatic Avars, an eastern people who emerged around the time of Lombardy's conquest and the downfall of the Bavarian dynasty. Over the course of the last 2 centuries, the Avars had firmly established their presence in the Danube basin, particularly in what is known today as Hungary. Following their successful raids that garnered them valuable silver and gold, the Avars would retreat to their well-fortified circular strongholds. Descendants of formidable eastern steppe tribes like the Scythians and the Huns, notorious for their intimidating reputation among the Byzantines and their clashes with the Franks, the Avars had solidified themselves as a force to be reckoned with in the region. When they encroached into Bavaria, Charlemagne found it necessary to confront the Avars in Pannonia to safeguard his territories. Upon the clash between Charlemagne's vastly superior forces and the Avars, it was a swift victory for the Franks. The Avars' circular encampments offered little resistance against the military prowess of the Franks, leading to their quick defeat. With the Avar confederation subdued, Charlemagne turned his focus to other pressing matters, delegating the final stages of the campaign to his military cohort to ensure the Avars acknowledged his authority. The Franks confiscated the wealth of the Avars, solidifying their dominance over the defeated tribe. Einhard, a prominent chronicler of the era, meticulously documented the transfer of riches from the Avars to the Franks, drawing parallels between the Avars and the feared Huns as tribes that instilled fear and dread in neighbouring regions. The narrative portrayed the appropriation of the Avars' treasures by the Franks as a rightful reclaiming of resources that the Avars had wrongfully amassed through pillaging neighbouring territories. The act symbolised a shift in power dynamics and reinforced Charlemagne's authority in the region. Plundering was a common practice during the tumultuous era of the early Middle Ages and throughout history, with the Franks often pardoned for their retaliatory expeditions against plunderers. This period of incessant raids, territorial disputes, and power struggles underscored the harsh realities of the time, where might often determined right and the acquisition of wealth and resources was often achieved through force and conquest. Raiding continued to be the primary occupation for steppe hordes and Vikings during the reigns of Marinan and Caroline, despite the increasing significance of taxation and tribute. The conquests brought not only riches, but also the chance to establish new alliances against emerging adversaries. This strategic maneuver was particularly evident in the case of the Slavs, who promptly recognized Charlemagne's authority after he gained control over tribal lands belonging to Croatian, Bohemian, and Moravian groups. The Slavs then became invaluable allies in Charlemagne's prolonged conflict with the Saxons, a formidable opponent for the Frankish military. Inhabiting densely wooded areas in northern Germany, the Saxons' decentralized tribal organization presented a significant challenge to Charlemagne's endeavors. Unlike the swift defeat of the Lombards, Charlemagne endured an arduous 18-campaign struggle to subdue the Saxons, employing a range of tactics, including battles, fortified outposts, winter offensives, raids, massacres, and deportations to suppress their resistance. The enforcement of Charlemagne's decree condemning Saxon pagan rituals to death exacerbated tensions, highlighting the religious element of the Saxon wars that went beyond mere territorial conquest. The writer emphasizes the religious aspect of the Saxon wars as a unique and deeply motivated conflict compared to other conquests. While religious justifications for warfare can sometimes appear as excuses for expansion, the Saxon wars were distinguished by a profound commitment to religious beliefs. The fervour and determination of the Saxon wars went beyond mere military actions, showcasing the intense religious fervour that drove the conflict. Historian Bernard Schultz accentuates the extraordinary nature of the Saxon Wars as an emblematic crusade characterised by religious zeal and a clear sense of purpose. The chroniclers of Frankish triumphs often portrayed these victories as being aided by divine intervention and spoke in terms that suggested they were fulfilling a divine will. Some scholars have gone as far as to propose that the Saxon campaign might have been viewed as a religious crusade aimed at expanding the realm of God. This interpretation could have potentially served to justify or overlook brutal acts like the Verdun massacre, where 4,500 Saxon prisoners were brutally beheaded under Charlemagne's reign. Despite the horrific nature of this event, the Saxons continued to resist for over 2 decades before eventually succumbing. In Interestingly, the Saxons managed to have the final word by placing one of their own on the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, a turn of events that Charlemagne's conquest had not foreseen and inadvertently paved the way for the rise of the Vikings. The Vikings, a group often misunderstood in popular culture, were part of the Norse Germanic community, which included the ancestors of present-day Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians. Initially, the term Viking referred to the act of raiding, rather than denoting a specific ethnicity, with individuals described as going Viking when engaging in such activities. The Norse shared a common heritage with other Germanic tribes, like the Franks, Goths, and Saxons, and worshipped deities such as Odin, who had been revered by southern populations under different names. The conversion of Odin-worshipping territories to Christianity and their subjugation by the Franks may have instilled concerns among the Norse about their own future, especially given their active involvement in the European trade networks that linked Scandinavia, eastern England, and Francia as early as the 8th century. These trade routes facilitated the exchange of valuable commodities like wine, pottery, amber, ivory, and more among the various regions. The Franks were particularly known for their exquisite pottery from the Rhineland, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship that would later gain recognition during the Industrial Revolution. On the other hand, the Scandinavians traded in goods like amber and ivory, possibly sourced from walruses, while the Anglo-Saxons also played a role in this bustling economic environment. The interconnectedness of these regions through trade highlights the economic significance and cultural exchanges that preceded the Viking era. The emporia were vibrant trade centres where a diverse range of crafts thrived, including metalworking, glassworking, basket weaving, boat building, and textile working. Despite their economic prosperity, these hubs were notably lacking in defence mechanisms, leaving them vulnerable to Viking raids that became more frequent in the later part of the 9th century. The Viking invasions were not isolated events. Defensive structures, such as the 30-kilometre-long earth and dike built by a Danish king in 808, became common across Europe after the decline of the Roman Empire. These fortifications not only provided protection, but also served as strategic vantage points for launching counterattacks. The Danish king who oversaw the construction of the defensive rampart had plans for a raid on Freya, and potentially on Aix, the Carolingian capital, before he was assassinated. In response, the ageing Charlemagne took personal command of fortifying naval defences along the North Sea coast to prepare for potential assaults. When analysing Charlemagne's military campaigns, it is crucial to emphasise the key factor that underpinned his successes. The victories of the Franks on the battlefield were not solely due to military tactics or weaponry, but were largely a result of their exceptional management of logistics. Their careful planning and efficient organisation enabled them to fully leverage their population and available resources. Without this logistical prowess, Charlemagne's triumphs would have been unattainable, regardless of any inherent military advantages they possessed. This perspective challenges the conventional belief that the cavalry revolution initiated by Charles Martel was the primary driver of Carolingian dominance in warfare. The Franks' military prowess and success in cavalry strategies are often attributed to the introduction of the stirrup, a significant element that played a role in the establishment of feudalism. This innovation had a profound impact on the organisation of the Carolingian army and the noble class, as those who excelled in these tactics were rewarded with hereditary lands and titles in exchange for their military service. However, Recent scholarly investigations suggest that the adoption of the stirrup was a gradual process rather than a sudden transformation. Although the stirrup provided clear advantages in mounting, combat effectiveness, and the stamina of riders, it did not in isolation trigger the rise of shock cavalry as previously assumed. The direct link between the stirrup, shock cavalry tactics, and the elevation of knights and nobles has been called into question. Shock cavalry actually developed later in the Carolingian era due to improvements in saddle technology and the emergence of a distinct knightly class. The triumphs of Charlemagne's army can be largely credited to his meticulous strategic planning and exceptional leadership skills, with the stirrup playing a role in refining cavalry manoeuvres, but not being the sole factor in the military accomplishments of the Franks. The traditional narrative that connects the stirrup to a revolutionary shift in medieval warfare has been subjected to scrutiny, underscoring the nuanced and gradual evolution of military tactics during that period. In his insightful publication titled Warfare and Society in the Barbarian West, the historian Joan delves deeply into the distinctive strategy employed by Charlemagne in supplying his army after 800. Charlemagne's innovative approach involved utilising the resources of the royal estates to cater to the various needs of his troops, ranging from essential provisions like wine and flour to equipment. However, Joan points out that the implementation of these directives faced significant challenges, highlighting the inherent obstacles faced by ancient empire builders like Charlemagne in enforcing their commands. Despite the issuance of clear instructions, rulers of that era often encountered difficulties in ensuring compliance, especially among those actively engaged in battles on their behalf. The shift from mere followers to loyal subjects under the Carolingians marked a complex and multifaceted process, requiring Charlemagne and his officials to navigate a delicate balance between employing persuasion and coercion to achieve their objectives without alienating their followers. Apart from contending with enforcement challenges, they also grappled with an information dilemma. The lack of modern communication channels made it arduous to effectively disseminate regulations and promptly penalise transgressors, further complicating the governance tasks for Charlemagne and his administration. The effective management of the intricate issues related to enforcement and information dissemination posed significant obstacles for Charlemagne as he endeavoured to govern the empire with competence and authority. Despite the formidable challenges, Charlemagne and his advisors displayed a determined effort to overcome these hurdles and maintain control over their vast domain. Their strategic approach to problem solving and governance reflected a commitment to adaptability and resilience in the face of the complex realities of ruling a vast empire in a turbulent era. The upcoming episode will delve into the civic and administrative aspects of Charlemagne's reign, shedding light on his innovative approach that surpassed the limitations of his era. Despite the prevalent belief in mythical creatures such as dragons in far-off lands, it was tangible forces like diseases, natural disasters, and environmental disruptions that significantly influenced human history during that period. Bernhard Schultz's introduction to Einhard's writings underscores Charlemagne's resolute determination to assert control over both human affairs and natural phenomena. His ambitious projects, ranging from constructing bridges, fortresses, canals, fleets, to restoring lighthouses, showcased his forward-thinking leadership and unwavering resolve. However, it became apparent that Charlemagne's grand visions often outstripped the technological capabilities and knowledge available at the time. In addition to the military successes of the Franks, their efforts to harness and mitigate the unpredictable forces of nature echoed the enduring legacy of the ancient Romans, while Charlemagne's presence on the battlefield served as a source of inspiration. His understated demeanour also drew comparisons to the diligent engineers and logistical experts toiling behind the scenes. Despite encountering obstacles in enforcement and communication, Charlemagne persisted in his pursuits, recognising that progress necessitated proactive initiatives, whether in military campaigns or civil engineering projects. Charlemagne's tireless endeavours bore fruit as his armies demonstrated exceptional preparedness, robust supply lines, and increased numbers, even in the harsh winter conditions. In contrast to the well-developed urban centres of ancient Italy with their sophisticated Roman infrastructure, the territories beyond the Alps lacked adequate roads and secure river crossings. Charlemagne's initiatives to erect bridges and deploy collapsible boats for river transit in regions devoid of traditional thoroughfares underscored his resolute commitment to surmount challenges and optimize logistical operations. Charlemagne's military successes under the Franks were not solely due to his strategic brilliance, but also to his meticulous preparation for extended campaigns. By ensuring an ample supply of provisions such as food, weapons, attire, and equipment, the Franks were able to sustain themselves and gain a tactical advantage over their adversaries. This careful planning enabled them to assert dominance efficiently, resolving conflicts successfully despite the challenges they faced, such as avoiding military conscription during medieval times. The significance of horses in Charlemagne's military endeavours cannot be overstated. The Frankish cavalry, equipped with well-trained soldiers mounted on multiple horses, adorned with precious metals, played a crucial role in battles and logistical operations. These horses not only provided mobility and strategic flexibility, but also carried essential supplies, enhancing the efficiency of Charlemagne's forces. Skilled horsemen, adept at using swords and spears while maintaining control of their mounts with their knees, maximised the cavalry's manoeuvrability and combat effectiveness on the battlefield. While some may underestimate the role of horses in warfare, the Franks recognised their vital importance. During the conflict against the Avars, the loss of a significant number of horses to illness caused a significant delay in resolving the war, highlighting the indispensable role these animals played in military operations. Beyond their function as mounts in combat, horses served as essential assets for transportation, emphasising their critical contribution to the triumphs of Charlemagne's military campaigns. During that fascinating era, the Frankish military forces garnered significant attention for their strength and prowess on the battlefield. Historians have debated the exact size of their armies, with estimates ranging widely from as low as 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers to as high as 12,000 troops, while some extravagant claims suggested armies of up to 20,000 soldiers. These have generally been dismissed as exaggerated due to the practical challenges of maintaining such massive forces. Despite the uncertainty surrounding their exact numbers, the Franks were able to demonstrate their military capabilities by effectively deploying multiple armies simultaneously, showcasing their leadership skills and ability to command a substantial force of warriors akin to the Byzantine Empire. The Frankish armies were known for their agility and strategic movements, covering impressive distances of 5 to 10 kilometers per day, while carefully considering logistical considerations. To enhance their operational efficiency, the Franks implemented strict discipline within their ranks, imposing bans on drunkenness, penalties pillaging friendly territories, and even resorting to capital punishment for deserters. The soldiers were equipped with a diverse array of weaponry, including swords, axes, spears, bows, and seaxes, with swords being particularly prized and commonly wielded by the cavalry units. Axes also enjoyed popularity among the Frankish warriors, experiencing a resurgence in use during the Viking Age. Contrary to popular myths surrounding double-headed axes, historical records indicate that the Franks primarily favoured battle axes and throwing axes in their arsenal. Spears emerged as the most widely used weapon among Frankish fighters, employed by both mounted and infantry units in a variety of designs and sizes. Insights into Frankish societal customs and burial traditions have been gleaned from archaeological excavations dating back to the 6th century, underscoring the significance of weaponry within their culture and emphasising the martial prowess and importance of military equipment within Frankish society. The spear, a weapon known for its versatility in throwing, thrusting, and cutting, underwent various modifications over time. In later versions, decorative wing-like extensions were added near the tip of the spear, initially believed to assist in preventing the spear from getting stuck in enemies or stopping charges from wild animals. These wings are now thought to have been more effective at immobilizing enemy blades, providing a tactical advantage in battle. During that historical period, the round and oval-shaped shield remained a popular choice until the Viking Age. Mail and lamellar body armour, composed of iron lamellae, became more widespread and easier to manufacture compared to mail armour. For those who could not afford iron armour, boiled or padded leather armour served as a viable alternative. The complete set of a warrior's equipment, valued at 40 sel, included a helmet, body armour, sword, spear, round shield, horse, and harness. This investment was equivalent to the worth of 40 cows or 20 oxen and 4 horses, illustrating the substantial cost of being well equipped for battle. In the late 8th century, Charlemagne's rule mandated that affluent Franks provide their followers with a comprehensive set of gear, comprising spears, shields, bows, and arrows. This requirement strained the Frankish economy, leading Charlemagne to ban the export of armour and weapons. Charlemagne's influence on the Frankish military structure was significant, as he built upon the foundations laid by Pepin, Charles Martel, and the Merovingians. Historians like Gibbon emphasise Charlemagne's proactive role throughout his empire, emphasising his commitment to maintaining a strong military force and pursuing territorial expansion as a national priority. Frank's nomadic lifestyle was a tapestry woven with threads of hunting escapades, religious pilgrimages, military conquests, and epic tales reminiscent of Charlemagne's legendary adventures, albeit on a more magnificent scale and with a loftier purpose. His military prowess was not merely a matter of historical record, but a living legacy evaluated by his soldiers, foes, and the valorous exploits that adorned his name. While Alexander the Great had marched forth under the shadow of his father Philip, Charlemagne bore the weight of not just a name, but the collective triumphs and companions of his predecessors. Commanding his battle-hardened legions, he quelled the unruly tribes that lacked the cohesion to defend themselves. Charlemagne seldom encountered a rival who could match his forces in numbers, discipline, or martial skill. Despite the ebb and flow of warfare through periods of peace, his campaigns lacked a singular, monumental clash of overwhelming odds and resounding victory. There lingered a hint of wistfulness in him for the conquests his grandfather had secured over the Saracens. The chronicles of the Franks between 714 AD and 814 AD painted painted a portrait of relentless conflict and expansion, with a mere 7 years punctuated by the tranquility of peace. As the Franks ascended as the paramount power on the continent during this era, the spectre of how long their march of conquests and clashes would endure hung ominously in the air. Sharpening his acumen in the intricate web of logistical and administrative facets of warfare, Charlemagne ushered in an era of novel governance structures and religious customs among the subjugated peoples, heralding the dawn of the Carolingian Renaissance, marked by a resurgence in intellectual pursuits and cultural flourishing. His adeptness in both the theatre of war and the realm of diplomacy positioned him as a fitting heir to the legacies of Caesar and Augustus, culminating in the defining moment of his reign. This pivotal juncture unfolded unexpectedly during the solemn Christmas Day Mass of 800 AD within the hallowed confines of the ancient St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, a city steeped in the annals of antiquity and tradition. The confluence of timing and location seemed almost preordained for Charlemagne's ascent to glory. The tale of his coronation reads like a script from the hands of fate itself, as Charlemagne, immersed in prayer, found himself suddenly anointed as the Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo II, the weighty title bestowed upon him in an unforeseen twist of destiny. The narrative of this historic event, handed down through generations, encapsulates the essence of an unwitting protagonist thrust into the imperial limelight through a divine decree. Transitioning from the lead narrator's perspective, the discussion seamlessly shifts towards Charlemagne's response upon being bestowed with imperial titles during his life and times. Initially, there is a glimpse into Charlemagne's hesitancy towards the titles, as he expressed his reservations by stating that he would have abstained from partaking in the church ceremony if he had been forewarned. However, historical records paint a slightly different picture, hinting that Charlemagne's crown was ceremoniously placed on the altar, suggesting that perhaps he was not entirely caught off guard by the proceedings. This portrayal of Charlemagne as a hesitant leader, drawing parallels to the likes of Jon Snow in Game of Thrones, is intriguingly contrasted with the meticulously planned coronation that seemed to have been orchestrated by both parties involved. The narrative then delves deeper into the intricate dynamics between Charlemagne and Pope Leo, shedding light on the series of events leading up to the coronation. A year prior, the Pope had sought refuge in Charlemagne's court, following serious allegations and threats from an enraged mob in Rome. Despite facing challenges such as hostile crowds, political discord, and the looming threat of invasion, Pope Leo engaged in diplomatic negotiations with Charlemagne to solidify their burgeoning alliance. The strategic interplay between the Carolingians and the pontiffs, which involved a delicate balance of military support being exchanged for legitimacy, culminated in the formalization of their partnership. The narrator portrays Pope Leo as a skilled navigator of the tumultuous political landscape, showcasing his resilience and adept diplomacy. Despite encountering opposition and obstacles, Pope Leo stood his ground and actively collaborated with Charlemagne to establish a firm foundation for their relationship. The symbolic gestures exchanged between them, such as the presentation of the keys to St. Peter's tomb, underscored their mutual commitment to strengthening their bond. The narrative underscores the significance of this alliance in shaping a new order amidst the backdrop of the looming threat of Islam in the Mediterranean region, highlighting the strategic importance of their collaboration. In the medieval era, the concept of the religion of the sword held a profound significance in theological beliefs, portraying Christianity as a faith governed by the symbolic representation of two swords, one emblematic of spiritual authority and the other symbolizing temporal power. This doctrine, deeply rooted in biblical teachings, served as a guiding principle for Christians, aiming to lead them towards spiritual enlightenment through a dual leadership system. The idea was intricately tied to the notion of translatio imperii, which denoted the transfer of imperial control from the Romans to the Franks, highlighting the delicate balance between spiritual and worldly power in the governance of medieval societies. Peter Wilson, a prominent historian, delves into a thorough analysis of the power transitions within the Holy Roman Empire, shedding light on how biblical interpretations and the concept of successive world empires influence these shifts. The belief in a singular empire, considered to be divinely ordained and passed down through generations, played a crucial role in shaping medieval political ideologies. The presence of the Byzantine Empire added a layer of complexity to the narrative of imperial succession, as they claimed Roman lineage and governed extensive territories, challenging the dominance of the Franks in the medieval power structure. The medieval world was characterized by a convoluted geopolitical landscape, marked by conflicting power dynamics and rivalries among various empires and authorities vying for legitimacy and supremacy. The advanced society and historical heritage of the Byzantine Empire, juxtaposed with the Franks' expansion into new territories, heightened the intricacies of power struggles during that era. Despite these challenges, the theological underpinnings of dual leadership and the inheritance of imperial authority continued to shape the medieval understanding of governance and the exercise of power. The series of tumultuous events that unfolded during the rule of Empress Irene of Athens and the subsequent coronation of Charlemagne revealed the intricate power struggles of the time. The rift between Pope Leo and Empress Irene was not merely a personal disagreement, but rather a reflection of the complex geopolitical landscape of that era. This marked a significant turning point in the relationship between the papacy and the Byzantine Empire, particularly in light of the Byzantines' adoption of iconoclasm and their withdrawal from the Italian peninsula. These events, in turn, laid the foundation for the eventual schism between the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church, highlighting the deep-seated tensions between the two entities. The emergence of the Frankish and Byzantine empires as formidable global powers added a new layer of intricacy to the political scene of the time. While the Merovingian Frankish rulers had already asserted their independence from Roman authority, Charlemagne's coronation by the Pope raised important questions about the balance of power between secular and religious leaders. The implications of receiving the imperial crown from the Pope, including the Pope's authority to both appoint and remove an emperor, posed a significant challenge for Charlemagne and his successors as they navigated the complexities of their dual roles as secular and religious leaders. As the influence of the papacy continued to expand throughout medieval Europe, popes increasingly wielded their spiritual authority to excommunicate rulers and rally support for crusades. This shift in power dynamics, exemplified by Charlemagne's coronation and its aftermath, had long-lasting repercussions that reverberated through the centuries. Napoleon's deliberate decision to crown himself echoed Charlemagne's concerns about the implications of papal authority, underscoring the enduring impact of these historical events on the intricate interplay between secular and religious authority in European politics. Napoleon, acting with the blessing of the Pope, demonstrated a keen understanding of the symbolism of power that resonated with the practices of the ancient Romans, despite the Christian beliefs that characterized the later Roman emperors. His recognition as emperor, a title that transcended papal authority, authority, and his choice to wear a laurel wreath instead of a traditional crown were indicative of Napoleon's personal style and preferences. This comparison prompts an in-depth exploration of Charlemagne's efforts in state building, inviting scrutiny as to whether his approach was rooted in Roman traditions or represented a departure towards a new political model. Scholars have engaged in extensive debates to unravel the complexities of Charlemagne's empire, seeking to decipher its true essence and legacy. Diverging from the Roman Empire in significant ways, the Carolingian Empire expanded its territorial reach beyond the boundaries of its predecessor, with its power centre located in Austrasia, a region that had never been fully under Roman control. Some scholars argue that the Carolingian Empire can be viewed as a direct continuation of Roman governance, pointing to the titles and honours adopted by the Carolingian rulers. Charlemagne, known as the Emperor of the Romans, favoured the title Charles the Most Serene Augustus, underscoring his perceived divine right to rule and lead. While both the Romans and the Franks engaged in conflicts at various points, they shared a common appreciation for peace and stability, prioritising expeditions for wealth over defensive battles within their territories. The concept of peace, as a result of fairness, held significant importance in both societies, with the emperor assuming roles such as mediator, judge, and enforcer to maintain order. This principle of ensuring peace through a monopoly on power forms the basis of contemporary statecraft. The Romans and the Franks excelled in upholding this delicate balance, leaving lasting influences on modern governance practices and strategies. In the afterlife, the emperors were revered as divine stewards, chosen by God to lead their people on the path to salvation. The esteemed Carolingian emperors, with the backing of the popes and Frankish nobility, were not only well educated, but could also trace their noble lineage back to the late ancient era. Regarded as optimates, they commanded respect for their elevated status, wealth, and unwavering moral principles. Their solid intellectual foundation played a pivotal role in solidifying their authority, especially considering the Carolingians' earlier service as a noble family under the Merovingian kings. Their profound beliefs concerning governance, the universe, and the divine allowed them to justify their entitlement to rule, marking the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance era. The Carolingian Renaissance, celebrated for its revival of ancient knowledge, emphasized the deep connection between Roman and Frankish civilizations, while the Italian Renaissance of the 15th and 16th centuries holds more popularity. The Carolingian Renaissance was equally vital in the preservation of classical literary treasures. Were it not for the Carolingians, numerous ancient manuscripts would have likely been lost to time. Their diligent efforts led to the safeguarding of countless handwritten copies of original Latin and Greek texts housed in Lombardy. The dedicated Carolingian monks played a pivotal role in protecting the works of esteemed authors like Cicero, Tacitus, Livy, and Plutarch, guaranteeing their enduring impact for future generations of scholars to cherish and study. The transition of writing styles from the Greco-Roman scripts to the Caroline minuscule by the Frankish monks marked a pivotal advancement in the history of writing. The introduction of lowercase letters within the Caroline minuscule script not only improved the legibility and understanding of texts, but also served to clearly distinguish different parts of the written work. Following the Caroline minuscule, the adoption of the Gothic script, also referred to as black letter, showcased a more intricate and ornate style of handwriting, although it posed challenges in terms of close reading due to its intricate nature and complexity. The revival of the Caroline sublime minuscule during the Italian Renaissance in the form of the humanist minuscule brought about a cleaner and more readable script that left a lasting impact on the development of modern typefaces. Despite the limited access to literacy in the Carolingian era, where predominantly monks were engaged in writing and reading, these individuals played vital roles as teachers, messengers, and explorers, contributing significantly to the dissemination of knowledge and ideas across different regions. Monasteries, which were established during the reign of Charlemagne, not only served as places of residence for monks, but also operated as centres of hospitality for travellers and visitors. Monks, renowned for their intellectual pursuits, extensive journeys, and unwavering commitment to their faith, were highly respected for their societal contributions and their pivotal role in upholding and sharing knowledge during this significant period of history. During the Carolingian epoch, the monasteries played a multifaceted role, not only providing practical assistance to travellers, but also emerging as hubs of intellectual pursuits under the patronage of Charlemagne. This significant development led to the establishment and proliferation of monastic scriptoria throughout the Carolingian Empire. These scriptoria, where monks painstakingly copied and illuminated manuscripts, represented a pivotal advancement in the realm of book creation, particularly due to the use of parchment as a more durable alternative to papyrus. The meticulous process of producing parchment involved treating animal skins with lime, stretching them on frames, and allowing them to dry to create durable pages for books. The quality of parchment used varied, often reflecting the wealth and status of the owner, while the bindings of these manuscripts were sometimes embellished with luxurious materials like jewels, ivory, and metals, further underscoring the prestige associated with these works. The manuscripts produced in these scriptoria were characterized by elaborate illustrations and intricate designs, often incorporating rare pigments such as blue, gold, and silver to enhance their visual appeal. These illuminated manuscripts, exemplified by renowned works like the Lindau Gospels, attracted considerable interest from collectors throughout history, including prominent figures like J.P. Morgan. The fusion of textual content with artistic embellishments in these manuscripts continues to captivate audiences with their vibrant colours and exquisite craftsmanship, serving as a testament to the rich cultural and artistic heritage of the Carolingian era. The legacy of these illuminated manuscripts endures as a vivid reminder of the sophistication and creativity of the Carolingian Empire's intellectual and artistic endeavours. During this fascinating era, the emergence of private libraries within royal residences and vast estates led to a notable increase in the number of books owned, with collections ranging from a few dozen to numerous volumes. Charlemagne, in particular, boasted an impressively extensive library. By surrounding himself with a court filled with brilliant minds, he essentially created a sophisticated blend of a book club and a group of elite advisors. Despite not being proficient in writing himself, Charlemagne had a preference for listening to readings rather than reading independently, suggesting a potential affinity for podcasts and audiobooks if he were alive today. His personal collection included treatises on a wide array of subjects such as history, art, law, Latin language, medicine, herbology, astronomy, and mathematics, often presented in practical guidebooks complete with diagrams and illustrations. During a time when many literary works focused on Christian theology, Charlemagne's library stood out for its inclusion of pieces by Greek and Roman polytheists, which caused unease among monks who typically excluded such materials from their collections. The tension between preserving classical works and embracing new ideas was palpable, leading to ongoing debates about the value of these texts. Scholars in the Carolingian period saw pagan writings as tools for interpreting the Bible and as models to emulate in terms of style, despite their controversial pagan origins and differing ethical viewpoints. The perception of classical authors during this period was heavily influenced by their pagan beliefs and the conflicting moral values they presented. The Carolingians viewed classical texts as a means to an end, extracting beneficial elements from secular poets that were deemed intellectually advantageous, while disregarding any references to pagan deities. This ongoing debate reflected a broader struggle between tradition and innovation, preservation and progress, mirroring the continuous discussions within the Frankish Empire about the nature of their governance and the significance of classical literature. During the Carolingian era, a notable divergence existed among scholars concerning classical authors, with some adamantly opposing them, while others, including Charlemagne, actively sought out rare copies of these texts. Within Charlemagne's library, an extensive collection of classical works was housed, showcasing his fascination with the technical aspects of classical education, rather than focusing solely on linguistic and stylistic elements. Among his most treasured volumes was Augustine's City of God, a book he had recited to him daily, underscoring his profound appreciation for classical literature and its enduring value. The influence of Charlemagne's stance in the scholarly sphere was unmistakable within his library, where scholars frequently requested to borrow his copy of Pliny's Natural History. His primary goal was to revitalise knowledge and champion the liberal arts, which encompassed rhetoric, logic, music, geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy. Despite the challenges of his administrative duties, he dedicated himself to the study of the liberal arts and encouraged his descendants to follow suit. His court evolved into a significant centre for intellectual discourse, attracting brilliant minds from various parts of Europe who likened him to illustrious figures like King David. Charlemagne's itinerant rule resulted in a mobile court reminiscent of the scholars who trailed Napoleon, with both leaders holding exploration and knowledge in high regard. These scholars played a crucial role in managing Charlemagne's realm, while composing poetry and prose in his honour. The emperor's court served as a vibrant nucleus for scholarship and cultural exchange, uniting scholars in their devotion to Charlemagne and the liberal arts, fostering a rich intellectual environment that endured beyond his reign. Charlemagne's cautionary words about not marrying intellectuals or placing them in positions of power seemed to conflict with his own actions, given that he frequently selected intellectuals to serve as his ministers. This apparent inconsistency notwithstanding, Aachen emerged as a significant hub of intellectual pursuits during the Carolingian era. The city, originally named Aachenan, boasting a history dating back to the Neolithic period, gained prominence as a Roman spa town renowned for its thermal springs. While some contemporaries compared Aachen to a new Rome, it did not quite rival the grandeur of cities like Constantinople or Baghdad. A distinctive feature of Aachen was the palace complex commissioned by Charlemagne towards the late 8th century. This compound included various structures such as the imperial residence, council hall, treasury, throne room, gymnasium, barracks, and even a menagerie housing exotic animals. Moreover, the palace palace featured a bathing facility supplied by thermal springs, where Charlemagne enjoyed swimming while listening to readings or hosting lavish pool gatherings with his courtiers and guards. The Palatine Chapel, the only remaining edifice from the palace complex, has undergone multiple renovations over the years, blending classical Byzantine and Baroque architectural elements. Inside, the chapel is adorned with vibrant mosaics and marble columns sourced from various regions. Within the chapel sits Charlemagne's elaborate marble throne, steeped in biblical imagery and believed to have been fashioned from materials brought from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. This throne served as the coronation seat for subsequent Holy Roman emperors and was immortalised in a painting by the French artist Paul. In this painting, Napoleon is depicted standing at a respectful distance from Charlemagne's throne, symbolising his reverence for the historical figure. Despite the centuries that have passed and the alterations made to the palace complex, the Palatine Chapel remains a testament to the cultural and architectural accomplishments of the Carolingian Renaissance. The Carolingian palaces, exemplified by the majestic complex at Aachen, were not only constructed as defensive fortifications, but also to inspire a sense of wonder and admiration. With an estimated 150 of these palaces scattered across the empire, along with 700 imperial estates, they served as crucial sources of wealth and power for the Carolingian family. Despite Napoleon's audacious act of appropriating columns from the chapel at Argento, France, the majority of the stolen riches were eventually returned following his defeat. It is imperative to correct the misconception that the Carolingians were solely focused on fortifications and laying the groundwork for feudalism, as their architectural endeavours were multifaceted and served various purposes. Many of the Carolingian palaces were strategically located near waterways like the Rhine and Danube, allowing for easy access by boat and facilitating transportation across the territories north of the Alps. The palace at Ingelheim held a special significance as the summer residence for Charlemagne's successors, with Aachen reserved for winters, and its grand hall adorned with depictions of both ancient and Carolingian heroes. Among these palaces, Aachen stood out as the most prominent during Charlemagne's reign as emperor, functioning as the central hub for administrative matters, issuing decrees and overseeing the governance of his vast empire, which spanned approximately 450,000 square miles. Charlemagne's reign over Western Europe, uniting regions such as France, Germany, Austria, and parts of Eastern Europe under a single imperial rule, marked a level of cohesion not seen for centuries. The traditional belief that the Carolingian Empire directly led to the establishment of feudalism, creating distinct social classes, has faced challenges from modern historical perspectives. These new interpretations suggest that feudalism did not emerge immediately under Carolingian rule, but rather evolved gradually through complex societal transformations and interactions over time. The transition that began with the Carolingians reached its peak in the 11th century, marking the beginning of the High Middle Ages. During this period, powerful ruling families in urban centres and emerging entities such as guilds, universities, and chivalric orders gained significant influence, leading to a decentralisation of power. These groups played a crucial role in shaping the societal norms and structures that are often associated with the medieval era. While there is ongoing debate among scholars about whether the Carolingian Empire leaned more towards ancient or medieval characteristics, there is a wealth of knowledge available about this fascinating period in history. Examining the nobility of this time, It is evident that a large portion held the title of counts, a tradition that originated in the Merovingian era. These counts were primarily responsible for administrative tasks in governing various counties, some of which were situated within the imperial court. The empire comprised around 600 counties, with well-established ones boasting towns, villages, and religious institutions. Initially, counties were not passed down through inheritance, with counts serving until their death before passing on their lands and titles to their heirs. However, this practice became more entrenched in the later part of the 9th and 10th centuries. During Charlemagne's rule, counts were appointed and could have their positions revoked at the emperor's discretion. Alongside the counts were the missi dominici, imperial envoys who oversaw legal matters, took oaths on behalf of the emperor, and inspected the counties. This system served as a check on the power of the counts, but weakened after Charlemagne's reign due to the decline of imperial authority. The rise of frontier lords, who governed the borderlands with their heavily fortified territories, reflected the ongoing expansion that characterized Charlemagne's rule. Towards the end of the Carolingian era, dukes, who often had jurisdiction over border regions, emerged as prominent figures. During Charlemagne's time, authority was more based on personal favour, influence, and wealth, rather than formal titles, indicating the early stages of feudalism, where the concept of vassalage had not fully developed yet. During the reign of Charlemagne, a notable transformation occurred in the social structure and governance of the Carolingian Empire. While the feudal system of vassalage, where land was exchanged for military service, was not widespread at that time, Charlemagne implemented a new system that mandated both the wealthy and the less affluent to pledge loyalty and serve in the military. This reshuffling of social classes, along with the adoption of peasant levies, laid the groundwork for a more structured system of patronage. Despite some remnants of the previous Merovingian leader-follower relationships, Charlemagne's centralized authority and administrative methods, inspired by Roman governance, challenged the traditional power dynamics of the era. Charlemagne's ambitious initiatives were not confined to secular affairs, but also encompassed spiritual and religious matters. Despite the customary division between secular and religious authority, Charlemagne delved into ecclesiastical affairs to tackle what he perceived as a waning religious fervour and discipline. Through the convening of religious councils, the establishment of new liturgical norms, and the imposition of regulations for monastic communities, Charlemagne endeavoured to raise the quality and standardise the religious practices of the empire. By overseeing the delivery and content of sermons, Charlemagne aimed to consolidate the Catholic Church and offer consistent spiritual guidance to his people. His reforms and interventions were driven by a commitment to revitalise religious purity and cohesion within his realm. The conversation then transitioned to delve into the practical challenges faced by commoners within the empire, particularly those engaged in physical labour. These hard-working individuals formed the backbone of the empire's population, devoting their time to working in the fields with basic tools like the plough made of wood. Despite advancements such as the iron plough and watermill, their adoption was slow, and historians of that era often fail to recognise their potential to revolutionise the European economy. Furthermore, the discussion touched upon the difficulties encountered in animal rearing, emphasising the relatively smaller size of livestock compared to those in Roman Gaul. The appeal of participating in military expeditions under Charlemagne was highlighted, showcasing the benefits that could be reaped from successful invasions and sieges. However, the looming ongoing risks of facing raiders, diseases, and natural disasters remained a constant concern, underscoring the uncertainties and dangers that individuals faced during that epoch. The complex power dynamics at the higher levels of society were juxtaposed with the simple yet arduous rural life, where the ability to provide sustenance held significant importance. The staple diet, primarily consisting of bread made from various grains, sustained these diligent workers as they laboured tirelessly to make a living in a world filled with opportunities as well as dangers. In an era when vast expanses of Europe were cloaked in dense forests, the Carolingians were distinguished by their possession of sprawling estates that cultivated a variety of crops and yielded sought-after products like wine, honey, and spices. Abundant resources like honey, fruits, charcoal, lumber, meats, and pelts were not confined solely to those living on these estates. They could also be sourced from the nearby woodlands. The lifestyle within the non-fortified wooden villas and villages fostered a strong sense of self-sufficiency and communal ownership, characterized by a semi-nomadic inclination attributed to the threat of natural disasters and exploitation in rural areas. This transient way of life meant people did not settle in one place for prolonged periods, understanding that death was inevitable, while taxes were not always forthcoming. Taxation in the Carolingian era centered around levies on specific tools and the use of infrastructure, including taxes on wheels, bridges, and ports, with additional revenue generated through fines, gifts, and tolls. This tax system, though less intricate than the Roman administrative structure, with its formidable standing army, advanced trade network, and well-maintained infrastructure, was still effective in bolstering the treasury. The power dynamics in the Carolingian countryside were relatively informal, with villages interconnected through patronage systems overseen by local priests and estate managers. Despite the reforms spearheaded by Charlemagne, the influence of imperial figures like the Count and the Mrs. Dominicus was predominantly indirect. These officials were often on the move, attending court ceremonies, fulfilling official obligations, or partaking in social events like hunts and feasts. The society of the Carolingian epoch, as depicted by contemporary chroniclers, showcased a more hands-off approach, where reforms and imperial authority were not as direct as initially envisioned. The accounts provided by these writers underscored a decentralized system, highlighting the interdependence of rural communities within patronage networks, where local priests and estate managers played pivotal roles. During the reign of Charlemagne, the focus was not solely on economic and legal changes, but also on significant progress in education and culture. In the city of Aachen, he established a prestigious palace school that attracted scholars from various corners of Europe to teach a wide array of subjects, ranging from Latin grammar to rhetoric and logic. This groundbreaking initiative played a crucial role in sparking the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of renewed interest in intellectual pursuits and cultural achievements that aimed to preserve classical texts and inspire advances in art and architecture. Moreover, Charlemagne was a key figure in promoting the spread of Christianity throughout his vast empire. He actively supported the growth of monasticism, which proved to be vital in preserving knowledge and promoting education during the turbulent early Middle Ages. Through close collaboration with the Pope, Charlemagne worked to strengthen the Church's influence and control over religious matters within his territories. By striving to unify the Christian faith under his rule, he successfully converted numerous Germanic tribes and oversaw the establishment of churches and dioceses across his realm. In summary, The era of Charlemagne was characterized by a comprehensive set of reforms that encompassed economic, legal, educational, and religious aspects, laying the foundation for the prosperity and cultural revival of the Carolingian Empire. His legacy as a ruler who prioritized the pursuit of knowledge, implemented standardized currency, and promoted the dissemination of Christianity had a lasting impact on European history and paved the way for the development of medieval society. During the Carolingian era, the regulations and guidelines for managing land and resources, as outlined in the Capitulary of 802, encompassed a broad array of subjects, including financial tracking, animal care, and the provision of logistical support. There was a notable emphasis on promoting basic hygiene practices like hand washing to prevent the spread of diseases among those involved in food preparation. Additionally, the capitularies addressed the importance of maintaining clean living conditions and proper waste disposal methods to ensure the well-being of the population. However, subsequent capitularies issued by Charlemagne revealed a sense of frustration over the lack of adherence to his decrees by the subjects of his empire, indicating the challenges of enforcing regulations in a vast and diverse realm. Scholars of the Carolingian period noted that the primary focus of the capitularies was on establishing organisational structures and lines of authority rather than getting into intricate procedures. They highlighted the significance of counts and may rejecting bribes, conducting court proceedings in appropriate settings, and refraining from disrupting legal hearings for hunting expeditions. These efforts aim to encourage the noble followers to act as agents of the king and uphold specific codes of conduct, emphasizing the importance of maintaining order and justice within the realm. By reinforcing these principles, Charlemagne sought to strengthen the unity and stability of his empire through the implementation of clear and consistent laws. Charlemagne's strategy in disseminating capitularies leaned towards persuasion rather than authoritarianism, seeking to cultivate a sense of loyalty and responsibility among his followers as representatives of the crown. His reign saw the issuance of around 80 capitularies, underscoring his commanding authority in comparison to both predecessors and successors. In contrast, the capitulary of Lancia was more comprehensive, addressing a wide range of land management issues such as sales, leases, inheritances, and inventory management, reflecting the evolving needs of the Carolingian society. Despite the challenges and complexities of governance during this period, the meticulous attention to detail and the implementation of strategic policies contributed to the overall progress and development of the empire. The dearth of comprehensive documentation during the Merovingian era may have exacerbated the prevailing challenges, contributing to the deepening poverty in rural regions. A considerable aspect of this poverty stemmed from the emphasis on specialised goods, which posed risks when vital resources were channeled towards non-essential commodities, leaving societies susceptible to crises, while specialisation was a pivotal aspect of more advanced economies. It emerged as a consequence of the heightened agricultural productivity during that period. Unlike the expansive Mediterranean trade network that thrived under the Romans for centuries, trade during the Carolingian era was more constrained, given the shorter time frame the Carolingians had to establish and expand their trade routes. Charlemagne adeptly navigated the intricate landscape of his time, achieving unprecedented success when compared to his medieval counterparts. In the chronicles of his rule, his personal traits were intricately interwoven, providing insight into the motivations driving his decisions. His biographer Einhard intricately portrayed Charlemagne as a commanding figure, marked by his formidable stature, robust physique, and remarkable appearance characterized by piercing eyes and dazzling white hair. Despite his imposing physical presence, Charlemagne exuded an aura of dignity and magnificence. Ultimately, Charlemagne efficiently utilized his resources and skills, accomplishing extraordinary feats during his lifetime and solidifying his position as a towering figure of the medieval epoch. Charlemagne, revered as a formidable and imposing ruler, exuded a commanding aura that was reflected not only in his actions but also in his physical appearance. The debate surrounding his exact height, which was estimated to fall between 5'9" and 6'5", only added to his enigmatic persona. As he aged, Charlemagne, despite his reputation for moderation, developed a noticeable protruding belly, possibly a consequence of his penchant for lavish feasting and indulgence. His tall frame was further accentuated by the opulent attire he donned, often embellished with intricate details and complemented by his iconic bushy moustache. Although he typically favoured understated clothing, he understood the power of sartorial splendour during imperial ceremonies, using it as a tool to assert his dominance and authority. The opulent garments that Charlemagne wore during extravagant feasts and grand ceremonies served as more than just mere fashion choices. They played a pivotal role in upholding his imperial image and fostering loyalty among the Frankish nobility through peaceful means. By orchestrating elaborate hunts, he provided the nobles with a non-violent and engaging pastime, effectively channeling their energies away from the battlefield and towards more leisurely pursuits. Charlemagne's prowess in hunting not only entertained the nobility, but also bolstered the Franks' reputation as unparalleled hunters during his reign, underscoring his ability to maintain control and unity within his vast realm. Through these strategic displays of extravagance and leisure, Charlemagne adeptly navigated the complexities of power dynamics, solidifying his position as a revered and respected leader among his people. During the era of Charlemagne, sport hunting was a popular pastime that ranked closely behind noble gatherings as a source of entertainment and respite from the intense political and religious discussions of the time. Charlemagne himself was renowned for his enthusiasm for hunting, swimming, and horseback riding, activities that set him apart even among the energetic Franks of his court. If the Franks were to draw a comparison, they might have likened him to the watermill and breeches, a nod to his constant travels that covered vast distances each year. Despite his busy and active lifestyle, Charlemagne adeptly juggled a multitude of responsibilities, from leading military campaigns to presiding over important assemblies, hosting lavish feasts, and overseeing his expansive territories. He also took great care in fulfilling his role as a nurturing patriarch, raising his sons and daughters with meticulous attention to ensure they remained close-knit, whether at home or on the road with him. While his decision to keep his daughters sheltered from the public eye sparked rumours, it may have been a strategic move to prevent potential family complications, although some daughters did have children out of wedlock and still received unwavering love and support from their father. Having been married 5 times and maintaining relationships with several concubines, Charlemagne fathered a total of 18 children, indicating that celibacy was not a virtue he held in high regard. Despite only one legitimate surviving son, Charlemagne's lineage endured through influential dynasties such as the Holy Roman Empire and France, with prestigious families like the Ottonians, Luxembourg, and Habsburgs, tracing their ancestry directly back to him. This lasting impact earned Charlemagne the revered title of the Father of Europe, solidifying his lasting importance in the annals of European history. Charlemagne's enigmatic essence remains a multifaceted puzzle, a tapestry woven with a contrast of personality traits and deeds that defined his remarkable life. One prevailing theme that defined the fabric of his being was his insatiable restlessness, evident in both his military conquests and administrative endeavours. The relentless vigour that drove Charlemagne was palpable in his constant motion, with rare moments of repose and an unwavering dedication to his duties. Often, the stillness of the night was shattered by bursts of productivity, whether he was engrossed in writing or deliberating strategies with his trusted advisors. This work ethic, bordering on obsession, echoed the unconventional methods of other revered leaders such as Winston Churchill, showcasing Charlemagne's prowess in diplomacy and governance. As Charlemagne approached the twilight of his life, signs of his mortality began to cast a sombre shadow over his once indomitable spirit. Despite his meticulous preparations for succession and efforts to ensure the stability of his empire, the inevitability of his own mortality weighed heavily on his conscience. In his final days, amidst ominous signs like eclipses and the grip of illness, Charlemagne faced his mortality with a solemn acceptance. His passing on that fateful January morning marked the end of a significant era, leaving behind a legacy that transcended borders and cultures, resonating across time. The poignant image of his trembling hand and the profound words uttered in his last breath encapsulated the essence of a man whose unwavering spirit had left an indelible mark on history. The mourning that swept across lands following Charlemagne's departure reflected the profound impact of his rule, as people from distant corners grieved the loss of a towering figure. His swift funeral and burial in the Aachen Palace Chapel symbolised the end of an epoch and the beginning of a new chapter for his realm. The sorrow that reverberated through different regions and beliefs underscored the immense magnitude of Charlemagne's legacy, uniting diverse populations in a shared sense of loss. As the sun set on Charlemagne's illustrious reign, his memory continued to shine brightly, serving as a beacon for future generations navigating the complexities of history. The passing of Charlemagne left a profound void in the noble classes, spanning across generations. The younger members, who had grown up under his guidance, were particularly struck by the loss of their revered leader. As news of Charles's death reverberated throughout the world, an outpouring of grief ensued, with countless individuals offering up prayers for his soul to find eternal peace in the kingdom of heaven. Despite the often tumultuous political landscape of his reign, Charlemagne's final act of generosity, in which he bequeathed his considerable wealth and extensive collection of books to the church for charitable endeavours, underscored the depth of his piety and faith-driven convictions. With all of his legitimate offspring having passed away, save for Louis, the unity of the kingdom now rested squarely on the shoulders of his sole surviving heir. The legacy of Charlemagne stood as a testament to his unparalleled leadership, with the realization dawning that it might be a considerable stretch of time before another ruler of his exceptional caliber would emerge. Our focus now shifts towards Louis the Pious, who stepped into the role of leadership following in the footsteps of his illustrious father. Embracing the foundations laid down by Charlemagne, Louis adeptly navigated the complexities of feudalism while upholding the established sources of authority. Despite his complicated marital history, which included multiple wives and concubines, Louis found himself with only one legitimate male heir who was poised to inherit the throne. The The succession process was hastened due to the premature deaths of Louis' brothers, ensuring that the kingdom remained under the unified rule of the royal lineage. Known by various epithets such as Louis the Fair or Louis the Dire, he had been groomed from infancy to bear the weight of his esteemed ancestry and the expectations of his subjects. The stage was thus set for Louis to prove himself a worthy successor to his father, with early signs pointing towards a promising reign in the making. The name Louis has a rich history, with its origins stemming from both Latin and Germanic languages. It was actually a Latinized version of the Germanic name Ludwig. This name gained significance as it was associated with the first Merovingian monarch, who achieved the remarkable feat of unifying the Franks. He assumed the throne at a remarkably young age of 2 or 3, under the guidance and authority of his father Charlemagne. Charlemagne implemented an innovative governance approach by entrusting entire regions like Aquitaine, Italy, and Francia to his legitimate heirs, including Louis. This unique system allowed the younger generation to efficiently govern their territories, while also fostering a strong bond with their father through collaborative endeavours and the honing of their skills in both warfare and statecraft. Louis's journey into leadership began when he was merely 4 years old, establishing his royal court in Aquitaine. At such a tender age, he embraced his role as a burgeoning monarch, immersing himself in the local customs and administrative complexities of his realm. A noteworthy display of diplomacy was witnessed when, 4 years later, Louis visited his father clad in Basque attire, a gesture aimed at connecting with his subjects and cultivating goodwill among the populace. Despite his diplomatic overtures, there were occasions where Louis had to quell rebellions within the expanding Carolingian Empire. Nevertheless, he showcased his military acumen by orchestrating successful campaigns, most notably the capture of Barcelona in the Iberian Peninsula. His strategic brilliance shone through in instances like outmaneuvering a potential ambush at the Pines Mountain Pass, showcasing a level of military prowess that even surpassed that of his father in certain engagements. Louis, an intellectual figure who actively engaged with scholars at the emperor's court, gained recognition for his introspective nature and profound contemplation on the essence of rulership. In stark contrast to his father, Louis the Pious is not celebrated for his leadership skills, but rather for his virtuous character, which seemed to lack the assertiveness and vigour required for effective governance. Historical accounts portray him as well-intentioned, yet lacking the practical wisdom to select competent advisors, leading to a tragic outcome in his reign. The prevailing perspective on Louis the Pious implies that he was deficient in the decisiveness, practical acumen, and political astuteness exemplified by renowned historical figures like Charlemagne and Clovis. While he possessed a strong moral compass, it is crucial to acknowledge that this interpretation is influenced by traditional narratives. A more nuanced comprehension of this supposedly tragic ruler emerges when examining the events of Louis the Pious's rule, providing insights into the early decline of the Carolingian Empire. When Louis ascended to the throne at the age of 36, he initially projected an image of strength, seriousness, and devoutness. Described as profoundly religious and seldom displaying levity, he was likened to solemn figures such as Stannis Baratheon from Game of Thrones. Despite his admiration for political luminaries like Charlemagne, Louis demonstrated little interest in preserving pagan relics or beliefs, signalling his indifference towards maintaining a polytheistic heritage. Louis Louis exhibited a distinctive perspective that significantly shaped the way he interacted with his relatives, a number of whom were exiled to monasteries during his reign. While officially their banishment was attributed to misconduct, there is speculation that Louis was primarily concerned with safeguarding his own authority and preventing any potential threats to his rule. This cautious approach extended to his sisters and nieces, as Louis took measures to ensure that any man marrying into the family would not pose a challenge to his leadership. Through his deliberate distancing from his deceased father and his unique treatment of his family members, Louis curated a singular image for his reign. In the year 814, inspectors uncovered widespread oppression and corruption across the empire, shedding light on the challenges faced during Louis's rule. During this historical period, a revised version of the Royal Frankish Annal was compiled, shedding light on Charlemagne's military setbacks and reports of misconduct within his court. These accounts were interwoven with political writings that critiqued the behaviour of the ruling elite. Notably, Charlemagne himself emphasised the importance of a ruler's ethical conduct, a principle that Louis seemed to adopt. Serving as the sub-king of Aquitaine, Louis collaborated with the Benedictine monk, known as the Second Benedict, to introduce religious reforms that left a lasting imprint on Christian monasticism. Louis's commitment to religious reform extended beyond Aquitaine to the wider Carolingian Empire through the Synods of Aachen, which established comprehensive guidelines for monastic life and delineated the relationship between the monarchy and the church. Through these synods, Louis sought to uphold a moral standard and distinguish himself from the perceived failings of his family. However, despite his efforts to differentiate himself from his father, Louis's actions and reforms suggest that he may not have strayed as far from Charlemagne's legacy as he believed. Charlemagne's governance approach involved the assimilation of newly acquired regions such as Saxony by implementing similar administrative procedures. An example of this integration can be observed in the absorption of Saxony in the 10th century, which led to the emergence of 4 Holy Roman emperors from a Catholic lineage, originating in Saxony. During his leadership at religious gatherings, Louis experienced a moment of deep introspection following a life-threatening incident on Holy Thursday. This event prompted Louis to devise a plan for the orderly succession of power, known as the Ordono Imperi. The Ordono Imperi delineated Louis as the sub-king of Bavaria, designated Pepin as the sub-king of Aquitaine, and identified Lothair as the co-emperor and designated heir. Safeguards were put in place to ensure a smooth transfer of authority within the royal family in case of unexpected events. However, complexities arose with the implementation of the sub-king system, which represented an innovative approach to imperial governance. The success of this hierarchical structure was heavily reliant on Charlemagne's influence as the patriarch overseeing each sub-king. Despite the provisions outlined in the Ordono Imperi, challenges surfaced due to the complexities associated with the sub-king system. The effectiveness of the framework was intricately tied to Charlemagne's paternal authority. The traditional significance of venerating the paternal figure carried profound historical weight. The Ordono Imperi encountered hurdles due to the untested nature of the sub-king model and the substantial reliance placed on Charlemagne's paternal leadership. The uncertainty surrounding M's ability to maintain control over his brothers Pepin and Lais the German in the future posed a significant challenge that demanded careful consideration and strategic planning. The potential power struggle among the siblings could have far-reaching implications for the kingdom's stability and governance. Additionally, The exclusion of Lys, the nephew of P. Bernard, who held the title of sub-king of Italy, added another layer of complexity to the political landscape. Bernard's position as a sub-king, granted by Charlemagne, with the condition of recognising Louis the Pus as his superior, further complicated the delicate balance of power within the realm. Amidst growing discontent among the nobility under Louis, the peer's rule, and rumours of Bernard contemplating rebellion to establish autonomy, tensions escalated, prompting Louis the Pus to take decisive action to quell the brewing crisis. Reports of Bernard's alleged treason led to a dramatic turn of events as Bernard journeyed over the Alps to negotiate with his uncle in Chalon, only to face accusations and a staged trial in Aachen that ultimately resulted in his blinding. This harsh punitive measure, inspired by Byzantine practices, aimed to incapacitate Bernard and prevent him from further challenging the authority of the monarch. Tragically, just 2 days after being blinded, Bernard succumbed to his wounds, sparking outrage and condemnation among the populace. The untimely demise of Bernard, viewed as an inadvertent execution, not only stained the reputation of the monarch, but also disrupted the political landscape in unexpected ways. The act of kinslaying overshadowed Louis the Pus's religious reforms and his contemplation of the intricate dynamics between emperor, pope, and God, casting a shadow of doubt and mistrust over his reign. The repercussions of these events would reverberate throughout the kingdom, reshaping alliances and power dynamics for years to come. Upon ascending to power, Louis made the bold decision to send his siblings to live in monasteries, a strategic move to eliminate any potential threat to his reign, especially in the aftermath of his brother Bernard's assassination. However, as Louis's rule progressed, a significant change in his attitudes and behaviours began to emerge around 821 AD, approximately 8 years into his reign. Historian Rosamund McKittrick was quick to point out this remarkable transformation in Louis, noting his newfound display of compassion and leniency. Louis surprised many by pardoning individuals involved in conspiracies, even his own family members, and openly acknowledging his own wrongdoings, opting for self-imposed acts of repentance, a departure from the forced actions of leaders like Theodosius. The scene of Louis seeking forgiveness played out dramatically in Atene, with Pope Pascalda and a congregation bearing witness to the emperor's plea for clemency. This act of contrition was deemed unexpected and out of character for someone of Charlemagne's stature to undertake willingly. A clear difference in behaviour between father and son was evident, with Louis's unwavering commitment to marital fidelity setting him apart. Unlike Charlemagne, Louis appeared to display a strong dedication to his spouse, with only a few exceptions. The death of his first wife likely weighed heavily on his conscience, possibly prompting him to seek redemption in the eyes of the divine. Eventually, Louis heeded the counsel of his advisors and agreed to a second marriage, with a grand ceremony held at the opulent palace of Aachen to select a new bride. This event marked a significant turning point in both Louis's personal life and his style of governance, signalling a departure from his previous strict approach to ruling as emperor. The enthralling tale unfolds with the introduction of the imperial tiara, a cherished tradition passed down through the generations of imperial clans from Byzantium to Moscow. The detailed account, preserved in the records of the Carolingians, though met with skepticism, offers a fascinating glimpse into the emperor's involvement in this elaborate spectacle. The narrative then shifts to the emperor's marriage to Judith, a woman of noble lineage from Almania, Germany. Judith's active role at court not only strengthened the bond between the dynasty and the Carolingians, but also solidified connections through her sister's marriage to Louis the German. The birth of Charles in 823 AD, the son of Judith, added a layer of complexity to the succession plan of Louis the P, leading to internal strife and power struggles within the royal family. As the story progresses, the tension escalates with Lothair and Pepin's plot against their father, Louis the P, supported by disgruntled aristocrats like Judith and Bernard of Septimania. Laire's ambition for power and Pepin's frustration with their father's interference in Aquitaine fueled their rebellion. In a strategic move in 830 AD, Pepin, with Laire's backing, captured their father during a military campaign in Brittany. Accusations of Judith's involvement with Bernard, believed to be Charles's biological father, added fuel to the fire, heightening the already charged atmosphere. The power struggle between ambitious heirs and scheming nobles reveals a web of deceit and manipulation, with the aristocracy vying to shape events for personal gain. Despite initial success in Lothair and Pepin's revolt, Louis the P managed to regain control by securing the support of Lothair and Louis the German. Promises of expanded territories and strategic alliances helped Louis solidify the loyalty of his offspring, thwarting the nobles' attempts to destabilize the dynasty. The complex power dynamics and shifting allegiances highlight the ongoing struggle for dominance and influence within the Carolingian domain, where familial relationships and political ambitions collide in a convoluted tapestry of intrigue and betrayal. After the rebellion was quelled and tensions within the empire subsided, Louis Theus worked diligently to restore order and mend relationships with Judith and Bernard. Both individuals were cleared of any wrongdoing, yet the imperial couple maintained a cautious distance from Bernard. When faced with the delicate task of dealing with his former adversaries, Louis the Pies opted for a forgiving approach, extending clemency to his sons and other co-conspirators. This diplomatic maneuvering ultimately led to a relatively peaceful resolution. However, the calm was short-lived, as another uprising erupted 2 years later, originating from a disagreement between Louis the P and his son, Pepin. In response to the new rebellion, Louis the P mobilized his forces, only to face betrayal from his son, Louis the German, who joined forces with his siblings to challenge their father's rule. With Lothair also plotting against him, the emperor found himself in a precarious position. Tensions escalated further when a coalition, supported by Pope Gregory IV, confronted Louis the Pious in a tense standoff. Aware of his limited support, the emperor yielded to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, ensuring the safety of his family in the process. The dramatic events culminated at the infamous Field of Lies, where the emperor capitulated to the coalition's forces. This encounter soon became the stuff of legend, with tales of divine intervention and the earth supposedly swallowing up the guilty. Historian Courtney M. Booker's retelling of this episode draws parallels to German folklore, adding to the mystique surrounding Louis the Pious's eventual betrayal and downfall. As a result, the tumultuous era in the empire left a lasting legacy, serving as a cautionary tale for future generations about the perils of power, loyalty, and the repercussions of deceit. Deep within the vast caverns of the terrain, a legion of ancient warriors lay in a profound slumber. At specific intervals throughout the night, these formidable warriors would stir from their rest and ascend to the surface, embarking on a solemn journey across the expansive lands of the Oxenfeld in Hellas, under the command of Prince Charles. Travellers who had the misfortune of crossing paths with this spectral army spoke of being overwhelmed by the haunting wails of anguish that emanated from the warriors, their eerie cries only subsiding once they reached the outskirts of the unsettling terrain. Several months later, following a momentous encounter, Lois the Pious felt compelled to undergo a second public act of penance within the confines of a Benedictine monastery. This ceremonial ritual mirrored the initial penance he had undertaken, during which he had openly confessed his transgressions before clergy and nobles, including his son Ler. Ler, who had spent the summer immersed in the pursuits of hunting, suddenly found himself entwined in a web of familial and political strife, as his father tearfully revealed a litany of offences, such as disturbing the peace and flouting the established succession plan, all under the unwavering gaze of the Archbishop of Ron. In the ensuing rebellion, Ler, Pepper, and Louis, the German, banded together against their father, seizing upon the growing discontent among the nobility. The trial was not merely a judgment of Lois's shortcomings as a father, but also a condemnation of his failure as a son to the revered Charlemagne, whom he had sworn to protect. Steeped in religious symbolism, the proceedings were presided over by a council of esteemed clergymen, among them the Archbishop of Ron, emphasising the supremacy of the Church over the state. Lois the Pious's act of penance symbolised his formal relinquishment of power, serving as a poignant reminder of the Church's authority over the state, echoing the ancient customs of the Roman era. After swearing to dedicate the remaining years of his life to seeking redemption for himself and those he had wronged, an authority figure stood before a crowd, promising to make amends. The abdication of Louis the Pious, often seen as the Carolingian Empire's definitive crisis point, was believed to signal the impending demise of the empire. Nevertheless, modern historians hold a more nuanced view, pointing to the surprising chain of events that followed. Within a short span, as Louis faced challenges to his rule, there were attempts to persuade him to abandon his throne and take up a monastic life, a decision that would have effectively ended his political career. However, Louis resisted just long enough for his sons to start feuding among themselves, a dynamic he could always count on. At the same time, a group of loyalists, including his half-siblings, sister-in-law, and various nobles, worked in secret to restore the rightful emperor to power. Louis the Pious's sister-in-law, married to Louis the German, played a crucial role in bringing her husband back to his father's side, supported by her elder brother-in-law's efforts to assert control over his siblings. In a dramatic turn of events, Louis found himself compelled to reconcile with his father publicly, seeking forgiveness on bended knee. While the emperor was reinstated, his actions did not end there. Following his absolution by the Archbishop of Rome, Louis had him removed from his position by a council of his peers. However, he chose to spare his son's possessions and titles, allowing each son to maintain control over their respective realms. It was evident that Louis had a deep love for his children, sometimes to his detriment. Nevertheless, over the years that followed, the emperor began to show favouritism towards his youngest son, Charles. Being too young to rebel against his father, Charles emerged as the only sibling who did not challenge him in the future. After the death of Pepin, the ruler of Aquitaine, the kingdom's nobles expected the throne to pass to Pepin II, Louis the Pious's grandson. Instead, Louis bypassed him in favour of Charles, granting him the crown of Aquitaine. While this decision upset the heir, the emperor also expanded his territories to appease his eldest son and successor, However, Louis the Pious did not extend similar gestures to Louis the German, leading to feelings of resentment from the latter. This sparked the final rebellion of Louis the Pious's reign, but due to Louis, the German's solo actions, and failure to rally adequate support, the revolt ultimately faltered. Despite encountering resistance from his sons and discontent among his subjects, Louis the Pious managed to achieve remarkable administrative accomplishments during his reign. His commitment to record keeping surpassed even that of his predecessor, Charlemagne, with an impressive average of 19 charters and capitularies being produced each year, resulting in a total of around 500 documents. The imperial chancellery, under his direction, oversaw a team of skilled scribes proficient in Tyronean shorthand, who were responsible for meticulously drafting these documents in the elegant Carolingian minuscule style commonly used for the capitularies. These decrees, structured into chapters, served to elucidate Louis's vision for the ministry, portraying his realm as the epitome of the Christian Empire. From Louis the Pious's viewpoint, effective governance of the Christian Empire necessitated a collaborative approach involving not just the emperor, but also various officials such as counts, bishops, and representatives of the divine. He underscored the significant authority and responsibility that accompanied the rule of the Christian Empire, underscoring the critical nature of cooperation in order to govern such an extensive territory successfully. The concept of the ministry, which was developed under his leadership, sought to bolster the unity and strength of the empire, reflecting his desire for a well-organized and well-managed realm. Despite facing challenges and rebellions, Louis the Pious's focus on administrative efficiency and shared leadership had a lasting impact on the Carolingian Empire. The authority vested in the capitularies played a crucial role in defining the duties of imperial inspectors, empowering them to oversee the activities of counts effectively. Under the administration of Louis the Pious, the concept of power sharing and connecting authority with accountability laid the groundwork for two acts of penance. It was noteworthy that the emperor could potentially face dismissal from his position if he failed to fulfill his obligations. Despite facing uprisings from his own children, Louis the Pious approached his responsibilities with great seriousness, labouring assiduously to maintain peace in an empire besieged by various frontier factions. The tribal Danes, in conjunction with the Swedes and Norwegians, collectively known as the Norsemen, were speakers of Old Norse and belonged to a Germanic lineage distinct from that of the Saxons and Franks. Their defensive structures in what is now Schleswig-Holstein highlighted their unique cultural identity. As Christianity spread, Scandinavia emerged as one of the final bastions of Germanic beliefs before the area underwent Christianization. The Norsemen earned a reputation for sowing discord across Europe, contributing to the Carolingian Empire's decline. During the early Viking era, Louis the Pious's involvement in Danish power struggles left a lasting impact on public sentiment. By supporting Harold Clack, who embraced baptism and permitted Frankish missionaries to expand their reach, Louis influenced the trajectory of events in the region. Missionaries faced obstacles, including tales of encountering mythical, dog-headed men in Denmark. Louis the Pious's actions against the Norsemen and his dealings with Harold Clack significantly shaped perceptions of his reign and solidified the Norsemen's portrayal in historical chronicles. The narrative delves into the evolving perspectives of the Danes and other Scandinavian groups during a period of profound historical change. The abbot's newfound reverence for animals and settlements, attributing them with souls of value to be safeguarded, sheds light on the incomplete comprehension of these societies, despite their participation in North Sea commerce. The Norsemen's accumulation of riches through increasingly aggressive means propelled them from obscurity to notoriety. Collaborations such as the one between Louis the Pious and Danish King Harold set a precedent for future interactions with the Norsemen and other bordering communities that posed threats to the realm's stability, many of which had been subdued during the era of Charlemagne. Louis the Pious' reign marked the end of a phase of Frankish expansion that had been unfolding since the waning years of Charlemagne's rule. In contrast to his father's more dynamic leadership style, Louis the Pious ruled with a more cautious approach, yet he effectively maintained the empire's territorial unity until his passing, a significant achievement. His rule was characterized by acts of kindness and hesitation, interspersed with glimpses of a personality reminiscent of Charlemagne, showcasing the complexities of his governance. The decline of the Carolingian Empire saw a power struggle among Lo's sons, with El's bid for control met with opposition from his brothers, Louis the German and Charles the Bald. The ensuing internal strife was not an inevitable outcome, but rather a result of long-standing familial rivalries and ambitions that boiled over due to a lack of consensus on power sharing within the dynasty. The foundation for discord was laid by the actions of the aging Louis the Pious, underscoring the intricate dynamics of royal relationships and power structures. Motivated by his desire to establish a lasting legacy for Charles the Bald, and to occasionally reprimand his other sons by limiting their future power and territories, Louis the Pious orchestrated the development of a series of 5 imperial partition plans spanning from 829 to 839. With the rise of Charles the Bald to the throne, Louis' nephew Pepin II, who had been overlooked as the ruler of Aquitaine in favour of Charles, saw an opportunity to assert his claim to the crown. The ensuing chaos, marked by internal family disputes and struggles for dominance, culminated in the decisive Battle of Fontano in 841 AD, which involved all 4 contenders from the Carolingian lineage. This pivotal confrontation left a lasting mark on Frankish history, even though exact details regarding the participants and casualties remain vague, with contemporary records describing its unprecedented violence and aftermath. Engelbert, a courageous Frankish warrior poet who fought alongside Louis, immortalised the tragic events of the Battle of Fontano in an elegiac work that lamented the betrayals and familial conflicts that defined the conflict. Through his poetic retelling of the bloodshed and chaos on the battlefield, he portrayed a grim scene where seasoned fighters met their demise, leaving behind grieving family members and comrades. Composed in Latin, his elegy, acclaimed as a pinnacle of the Carolingian cultural renaissance, skillfully combined various stylistic elements to convey the brutality and devastation of the clash. It vividly illustrated the violation of Christian principles amid the carnage, infused with a perception of divine intervention shielding Louis amidst the tumultuous battle. The amalgamation of mythological aspects drawn from the GRE Roman, Germanic and biblical traditions came together in a unique piece of art that was clearly influenced by Frankish culture and creativity. While large-scale battles reminiscent of Fono were not frequent during that time, conflicts within dynasties were typically resolved through coercion rather than direct confrontation. However, the aftermath of Fali painted a different picture, with the defeated lair resorting to raiding vulnerable settlements, resembling a desperate Alsatian scavenger searching for resources. Lair had a reputation for his ruthless pragmatism, resorting to any means necessary, including manipulating his relationships, even with his father, and supporting the Stahlinger Rebellion in Saxony. The Stahlinger Uprising, a significant event between the 6th and 10th centuries in European history, was a rare populist revolt driven by common people aiming to regain their rights and privileges lost after Charlemagne's conquest. Similarly, in the 10th century, the expansion of Christianity by the Ottonian dynasty beyond the Elbe triggered a comparable revolt, echoing the circumstances of the Stahlinger Rebellion. Despite the Saxon origins of the Ottonian rulers, they swiftly and brutally suppressed the Stahlinger revolt. In 843 AD, the Carolingians mediated a truce that resulted in the Treaty of Verdun, officially establishing the tripartite division of the empire and the renaming of the constituent kingdoms: West Francia, governed by Charles the Bold, France; East Francia, under Lais the German, Germany; and Middle Francia, under Lot. This treaty laid the foundation for future conflicts among these nations, with Pepin II, the nephew of the ruling brothers, facing severe consequences. Initially overseeing parts of Aquitaine under Charles the Bold's rule, Pepin II was eventually completely sidelined from the family's political affairs, in a manner reminiscent of the legendary adventures of Beowulf. Pepin II took a bold step by embracing the customs of the Norse after managing to escape from a monastery where he had been banished, a decision that further distanced him from the Carolingian family, leading to his exclusion from their gatherings. The Treaty of Verdun marked the official end of Lair's reign as emperor in all but name, signifying the disintegration of the Frankish subkingdoms. As each new kingdom emerged, they gained independence and developed a unique identity, yet the idea of a unified Carolingian empire persisted. This shift continued a trend that had started during the reign of Ls the P, when the imperial envoys, known as Mi Dominici, ceased being dispatched to the increasingly self-governing sub-kingdoms. In every realm, one of the emperor's sons ascended to the throne, surrounded by a network of palaces, estates, and local alliances forged through marriages and the granting of privileges and benefices. Unlike the ancient Roman emperors, the Aeon emperors did not maintain a standing army. Delegating power to subordinate sub-kings was a pragmatic response to the vast expanse of the Carolingian Empire. However, this arrangement carried the inherent risk that whenever Ls the P intervened in the affairs of one of his sons' kingdoms, it could incite a rebellion. During this epoch, both Carolingian monarchs and nobles were primarily driven by self-interest. Kings sought increased autonomy or coveted the illustrious crown of Charlemagne, while nobles yearned for expanded privileges, larger landholdings, and access to the individual who could bestow these benefits upon them. Often, this benefactor was the king, leading many nobles to become dependent on the monarchy. This era marked a transitional phase where the foundations of feudalism were just beginning to take shape. The empire's nobles went by various names such as Fideles, Puentes, Illustres, Proceres, and Vassi Dominici, alongside formal titles like dukes, counts, and marcher lords, laying the groundwork for feudalism. However, there were notable distinctions between the nobles of this period and those of the later Middle Ages. Carolingian vassi, including those holding the title of counts, did not always have direct ownership of land. Some remained in close proximity to the Carolingian dynasty, only venturing out for specific missions on their behalf. Moreover, for those who did oversee estates, these lands were granted as benefices rather than hereditary fiefs, indicating that they were not permanent holdings. In the 9th century, a significant transformation in power dynamics unfolded as benefices evolved into authoritative positions, leading to complex challenges in displacing counts and dukes from their established territories. This shift can be traced back to earlier eras, with scholars drawing parallels between the Merovingian and Carolingian periods, particularly in the composition and structure of the nobility. A conventional belief was that the Carolingians reshaped the aristocratic hierarchy by bestowing titles and lands upon mounted warriors. However, recent studies indicate that many Merovingian lineages successfully maintained their influence by adapting ownership structures, underscoring a trend where powerful families preserved and expanded their control. The Carolingian nobility's reliance on mounted warfare necessitated both substantial resources and specialised training, as evidenced by their rigorous military exercises and strategic manoeuvres. The efforts made by Charlemagne's descendants to legitimise their authority over the displaced Merovingians underscored the importance of demonstrating their competence in governing the Frankish realm effectively. During the 9th century, uprisings in Frankish territories frequently stemmed from familial disputes, underscoring the significance of having a descendant of Charlemagne as the reigning monarch. The period of relative stability post the Treaty of Verdun marked a departure from earlier conflicts, signalling a more structured framework that, while not entirely eradicating tensions, mitigated the levels of violence significantly. To foster unity within the Carolingian domains, assemblies were convened to settle disputes, find common ground, and forge new agreements. Between 843 and 887 AD, approximately 70 such gatherings took place, resembling familial counselling sessions aimed at nurturing cohesion and collaboration within the ruling elite. In the realm of the royal siblings, it was crucial that the bonds they shared were authentic and not built on deceit. As time passed, Lear found himself reflecting on the mysterious behaviour that had characterised their interactions with each other and their father over the past decade. While the malevolent influences that once clouded their relationships seemed to have dissipated, it was clear that their cunning nature remained intact. They now engaged in a more subtle game, all with the shared ambition of reviving Charlemagne's empire. The family saga that unfolded revealed numerous instances of manipulation and coercion as they pursued this common goal, showing that the desire to emulate their ancestors' grandeur was a driving force for Lear and his descendants. In the heart of Middle Francia, Lothair held the title of emperor for 12 years, overseeing a realm facing internal strife that led to his division into two factions. To manage the governance of Italy, Lothair appointed his son Louis, also known as Louis the Younger, as co-emperor and king of Italy. Louis the Younger's reign coincided with renewed Sahin invasions into Italy, with the Saracen incursions posing a significant threat alongside the well-known Viking raids of the era. The term Saracen was broadly used to describe Muslims, particularly those from North Africa. In 846 AD, Rome was once again targeted by the invaders, but the city was saved by its resilient Aurelian walls, preventing a humiliating defeat for the Christian realm. Following the invasion, Saracen captives were forced into labour, contributing to the construction of the Leonine walls that reinforced Rome's defences. This event highlighted the need for self-sufficiency, prompting the papal authorities to acknowledge the importance of standing independently without relying on Carolingian support. Lear, in his advancing age, made a delayed journey to Italy after quelling a rebellion in Provence and withstanding Viking attacks in Fria. His visit marked his final trip to the region, as he faced deteriorating circumstances. In 855 AD, Aller, nearing the age of his father, the P, divided his lands among his sons, effectively dissolving the unwieldy kingdom of Middle Francia. Following Louis III's reign, his oldest son ascended to the throne as the nominal emperor, inheriting the title and becoming the King of Italy. Louis's younger sons, Lotharing and Charles, were granted the remaining territories to govern. Charles, also known as Charles of Provence, had his lands partitioned between him and his brother due to his youth at the time of assuming the throne. Charles of Provence, during his brief rule spanning less than a decade, failed to leave a significant mark on the Carolingian Empire. Despite his territories being located in the southern regions, they were constantly under threat from Viking raids. The Norse invaders possessed shallow longboats that allowed them to navigate both rivers and open waters with ease, making them formidable opponents for the Carolingian forces. Conversely, Lothair II's reign was filled with notable events and challenges. He ruled over a realm that would later be named La Ringya, encompassing the traditional heartland of the Carolingian dynasty, including the prestigious city of Aachen. Lothair II faced opposition from his uncles, Charles the Bald and Lothair the German, who plotted to seize his lands. Additionally, Lothair II encountered difficulties in his marriage as his wife, to BGA, was unable to bear him an heir. The strict monogamous customs of the time prevented Lothair II from taking another wife or concubine to secure the succession. Instead, he had a mistress named Waller who bore him children. To resolve this predicament, Lothair II attempted to annul his marriage by accusing to BGA of various offences and subjecting her to a trial by ordeal, a common medieval practice used to determine guilt or innocence through divine intervention. These ordeals often involved perilous tests like fatal duels, immersion in water or boiling oil, and walking on hot coals. Lothair II's actions shed light on the complex and often harsh realities of medieval marital and legal traditions. Trials by ordeal held significant weight in medieval society as a means to determine guilt or innocence. The case of Tuberga, wife of Leir II, serves as a prime example of this practice. She bravely faced a trial involving boiling water and miraculously emerged unharmed, thereby proving her innocence. Despite some skepticism surrounding the verdict, Leir II ultimately compromised to ensure his children's inheritance. The intervention of the Pope added a layer of complexity to the situation, prompting Tuberga to seek refuge with her husband's uncle, Charles the Bald. The tension escalated when Leir II faced potential excommunication for defying the Pope's mandates. Although a journey to reconcile with the Pope seemed promising, tragedy struck as Leir II fell ill and tragically passed away on his return journey. This event raised doubts regarding the legitimacy of his children with Wallada, sparking contentious disputes over his estates and titles among his relatives. The subsequent division of the Carolingian Empire in 870 AD marked a crucial turning point in power dynamics within the region. Simultaneously, Louis the Younger, Leir II's brother, focused on reclaiming control over southern Italy from the Saracens, missing an opportunity to secure a portion of Lotharingia. Louis' intricate dealings with the Byzantine emperor further complicated the political landscape. With support from Emperor Basil II's fleet, Louis successfully conquered Bari, garnering attention from the Byzantine Empire. Tensions escalated as the Byzantine emperor questioned Louis, claimed the title of Emperor of the Romans, drawing comparisons to Charlemagne's legacy. In response, Louis staunchly defended the legitimacy of the Carolingian Empire, emphasising the ongoing reign of Charlemagne's descendants. The power struggles and diplomatic intricacies between the Carolingian Empire and the Byzantine Empire underscored the complex political dynamics prevalent during this era. After Louis the Younger's turbulent reign, his daughter found herself confronted with the Salic law, which barred her from inheriting the throne. Plans had been put in place to designate Louis' cousin Charlemagne as the heir to the Kingdom of Italy, but Charles the Bold swooped in at the last minute, seizing power and claiming the imperial crown for himself. Despite facing initial resistance and lacking strong local support or political clout, Charles the Bold soon found himself entangled in conflicts with the emerging aristocracy, rebellions, rival claimants to the throne, and relentless Viking invasions in West Francia. In his struggle to consolidate his power, Charles the Bold had to make concessions to the clergy and nobility to maintain some semblance of authority. While not as adept in military matters as his predecessors, Charles the Bold showed a deep interest in intellectual pursuits, immersing himself in theology, geography, and the history of his own lineage. Despite his shortcomings, he worked tirelessly to navigate the tumultuous times and strengthen his hold over key territories like Bordeaux, which had been besieged by Vikings during the reign of his nephew Pepin. Throughout his rule, West Francia continued to face the brunt of Viking attacks and internal strife, posing ongoing challenges for Charles the Bold. The Vikings, initially focused on raiding rather than settling in Francia, soon found themselves extending their occupations due to the limitations on Frankish military responses during certain times of the year. Led by charismatic leaders like Ragnar, who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok, the Norsemen left a lasting mark through their plundering escapades, notably sacking major cities such as Paris in 845 AD. This pivotal event not only brought about significant tribute payments from the Franks to the Vikings, but also showcased the immense wealth amassed by the raiders through their pillaging endeavours. To fulfil the hefty tribute demands, Charles the Bold had to deftly manoeuvre through the complex realms of diplomacy and governance, often relying on the support of dissatisfied nobles within his kingdom. Various challenges to his authority, such as the power struggle initiated by his brother Louis, the German, in 858 AD, and the populace's defiant stand against Viking invasions, put Charles's leadership skills to the test. The internal discord among the Frankish aristocracy further muddled the political landscape, overshadowing Charles's rule with uncertainty. Despite a myriad of internal strife and external threats, Charles the Bold gradually began to assert himself more prominently in the latter stages of his reign. While the tradition of paying tributes persisted, Charles also embarked on territorial expansions into regions like Lotharingia and Provence. This period marked a shift towards a more resolute leadership style as Charles sought to fortify his position and navigate the volatile political climate of Francia with a newfound determination. Merely around 500 administrative records have survived from the era of Charles the Bold, showcasing a stark contrast to the prolific documentation associated with many of his relatives. On average, only about 15 documents were generated each year during his reign. In a crucial decree issued by Charles the Bold, he mandated the formation of a cavalry unit, the construction of fortified bridges spanning rivers, and the prohibition of horse and weapon trading with the Norse. The issue of Frankish weaponry had been a concern for Charlemagne, who had previously prohibited the export of arms and armour due to the prevalent violence in the 9th century. The swords, axes, and chainmail produced by the Franks were highly regarded, thanks to their advanced iron manufacturing techniques and sophisticated workshops, some of which were housed in monastic establishments. By the end of the century, specific brand names had even been assigned to certain Frankish swords, highlighting their quality and craftsmanship. In addition to military matters, Charles the Bold also took an interest in other areas such as currency, estate management, and the standardization of weights and measures, following in the footsteps of Charlemagne's reforms. There is a belief that the Carolingians had a tendency to ignore or dismantle unauthorized fortifications, leaving the countryside vulnerable to Viking raids during the Viking Age. Consequently, Frankish nobles began constructing fortifications and castles for defence, leading to the decentralisation of power and the rise of feudalism. Recent interpretations of Charles the Bold's directives to dismantle fortifications suggest that he was targeting temporary field defences rather than permanent strongholds, challenging the traditional narrative. Despite these efforts, Charles encountered resistance in the latter part of his reign. In a brutal move reminiscent of his father's ruthless actions, Charles had his own son, Charlemagne, blinded following a failed rebellion. This extreme measure underscores the significant threat Charlemagne posed to his father's authority, as he sought secular power after being raised in captivity. During the later years of Charles the Bold's rule, a rapid sequence of significant occurrences transpired following the passing of his sibling Lace in 875 AD. Charles, eager to establish dominance over Italy and the Empire, faced opposition from his elder brother Louis the German, who held sway in East Francia. Charles aimed to revive the Frankish and Roman Empire, triggering a conflict with Louis that reached a climax in an unsuccessful invasion into West Francia by Louis. By 876 AD, Louis the German had passed away, leaving Charles as the sole surviving heir of Lace the Pious. In the absence of Louis the German, Charles saw an opening to pursue his ambitions of revitalizing the empire. However, his plans were thwarted by Louis' descendants at the Battle of Andoc. Undeterred, Charles shifted his focus to aiding the Pope in Rome against the Saracens, only to meet his demise in 877 AD in the mountain pass of Monsini. He then passed the reins of West Francia to his eldest son, Louis the Stammer, and entrusted Italy to Charlemagne of Bavaria, the eldest son of Louis the German. Charlemagne, who had long been destined to inherit Italy before Charles's intervention, had a distinguished military career and was known as Picosimus, or most warlike. However, a stroke in his 50s left him unable to speak, forcing him to step down from power and eventually leading to his passing. His territories then passed to his brother, Louis III of Bavaria, marking the end of a tumultuous chapter in the history of the Franks and Romans. In their attempts to solidify their reigns, Louis the German and Charles the Fat faced numerous challenges in maintaining control over their expansive Carolingian territories. Louis, in a strategic move reminiscent of Charles the Bold, chose not to crown his sons to prevent potential uprisings. However, this decision backfired as his sons exploited the power and resources granted to them, leading to internal discord within the realm. The vast geographical expanse of the Carolingian Empire posed significant governance challenges, compelling rulers like Louis to decentralize authority by entrusting key regions to loyal allies, often their own progeny. This decentralization strategy was a pragmatic response to the logistical difficulties posed by limited transportation and communication networks during that era. Despite the inherent risks of empowering potential rivals, Carolingian monarchs like Louis the German grappled with finding the delicate balance between central control and decentralised administration to effectively manage their sprawling domains. Similarly, Charles the Bold's attempt to neutralise potential threats by secluding his son Charlemagne in a monastery failed to prevent internal strife, highlighting the intricate power dynamics within the Carolingian ruling family. The itinerant nature of Carolingian rulers like Louis the German, who undertook extensive journeys to mediate disputes and convene assemblies, underscored the practical challenges of governing a vast and diverse realm. With no standing army at their disposal, Carolingian kings relied on local allegiances and resources, often vested in their own descendants, to uphold their authority across the various regions under their rule. The ongoing tensions between centralised governance and regional autonomy within the Carolingian Empire underscored the intricate political landscape that shaped the reigns of monarchs like Louis the German and Charles the Fat. The unrest that plagued the Carolingian Empire extended its reach into East Francia, where a familiar cycle of rebellion, remorse, and reconciliation played out, mirroring events occurring in other parts of the empire. Charles the Fat, following a failed revolt, strategically relinquished his authority as a symbolic gesture to seek absolution, showcasing a shrewd understanding of the shifting political landscape. Teaming up with his brother Louis the Saxon, they demonstrated prowess in combating neighbouring factions like the Danes, Saxons, and Slavs, securing notable triumphs on the battlefield. East Francia's ties to the European slave trade facilitated the movement of Slavic captives to Byzantine and Islamic territories through intermediaries such as the Phoenicians. The city of Venice, in addition, acted as a conduit for introducing exotic luxuries to Europe, nurturing a culture of extravagant spending among the upper echelons of Frankish society. Despite being sometimes viewed as less refined compared to its Western counterparts, East Francia boasted a well-established administrative setup. Even in the absence of royal edicts, the rulers and officials in the region exhibited proficiency in Latin literacy. During Louis the German's reign, a plethora of official records and legal papers were produced, underscoring a high degree of administrative competence. The silver coins minted in East Francia adhered to the monetary standards established by Charlemagne, indicating the region's seamless integration into the economic structure of the Carolingian Empire. Historians have painted the period spanning from 840 to 888 within the Carolingian Empire as a time characterised by territorial disintegration, internal discord, weakening central authority, Viking raids, and the rising power of the nobility. This era witnessed a waning allegiance to the ruling dynasty and a growing sense of disenchantment among the populace at large. The fabric of the empire seemed frayed, with challenges emerging from various fronts, leading to a sense of instability and uncertainty permeating throughout the realm. The decline of the Carolingian Empire marked a significant turning point in European history, as separate realms, such as France and Germany, began to assert their independence from the imperial authority. The ruling sibling monarchs of the time did not see themselves as mere sovereigns of individual nations, but rather as crucial components of an empire that they sought to restore to its former grandeur. Following the passing of Louis the German's son, the thrones of Bavaria and Italy were successively passed to his siblings, ultimately leading to Charles the Fat's coronation as emperor, and the potential consolidation of all Frankish territories under his rule. In the realm of West Francia, the brief reign of Louis the Stammerer, the eldest son of Charles the Bald, was abruptly cut short by his untimely death, leaving behind two sons who shared the title of king but met tragic fates at a young age. These sudden losses within a condensed period underscored the instability and uncertainty that plagued the Carolingian Empire during this tumultuous era. Between 875 and 884 AD, the Carolingian Empire faced a severe crisis as 8 descendants of Charlemagne perished, sparking waves of turmoil among the Franks. This period of doubt and calamity can be likened to witnessing the Kennedy family's string of tragedies in the late 20th century, where a once powerful dynasty struggled with unforeseen adversities and internal divisions. Ultimately, the Carolingian Empire found itself at a critical crossroads during this era of turmoil and sorrow, struggling to preserve its authority and unity amidst internal conflicts and external threats. The challenges faced by the empire during this period would shape the course of European history for years to come. The transition in power dynamics from Carolingian rule to the emergence of Boso of Provence as a strong contender for the West Frankish kingship during the late 9th century marked a significant shift in the political landscape. Initially, Boso's claim to the throne may have seemed weak, but it gained traction due to his strategic alliances, influential connections, and marriage into the imperial family. The resistance put up by the remaining Carolingian rulers, particularly Charles the Fat, highlighted the fierce competition for supremacy and legitimacy that characterized this pivotal period. After Boso's eventual defeat, the downfall of the Carolingian dynasty started to unravel. The subsequent era was marked by a noticeable lack of virtue and authority among the Carolingian monarchs, sentiments that were echoed by prominent historians like Edward Gibbon. The derogatory labels attached to these rulers reflected a widespread perception of incompetence and inadequacy. The removal of Charles the Fat from power further accelerated the disintegration of the empire, setting the stage for a tumultuous period of unrest and power struggles among various factions vying for control. The removal of Charles the Fat from the throne threw the empire into a state of chaos, with regional governors, bishops, and feudal lords seizing authority over different territories. The legitimacy of titles and claims to power became increasingly questionable as numerous contenders emerged, each seeking dominance through military might and political maneuvering. This turbulent period, spanning from 888 AD until the rise of Otto I in 962 AD, was characterized by a turbulent and disorderly pursuit of authority, a narrative vividly depicted by Gibbon in his accounts of this turbulent chapter in European history. In the annals of history, the regal purple garments worn by Charles the Bald, Lothair the Stammerer, and Charles the Fat have etched a lasting impression, although Einhard's depiction of them seems to carry a certain bias. The evolution of Carolingian epithets from the earlier heroic monikers like the Hammer and the Great to the later, less flattering titles of Stammerer, Fat, and Bald is a fascinating study. It is worth noting the irony inherent in some of these nicknames, such as Pepin the Short, contrary to his towering son Charlemagne, or Charles the Bald, who was ironically quite hirsute. However, epithets like Pepin the Hunchback were clearly intended to diminish and debase the individuals they referred to. The majority of these Carolingian sobriquets were not bestowed contemporaneously, with Charles the Fat's label being assigned centuries later in the 12th century. Historical records describe Charles as tall and possessing fair hair, yet his struggles in siring a legitimate male heir posed a significant challenge to his reign. The discontent among the nobility arose from their limited interactions with the king and the uncertainty surrounding the line of succession after Charles the Fat's rule. The downfall of Charles the Fat's monarchy can be attributed to a myriad of factors, including the rising power of the aristocracy, incursions by Vikings and Saracens, and the absence of a clear heir. The nobles, accustomed to a ruler who actively promoted their interests, found themselves marginalised from the seat of authority, impeding their ability to advance their own agendas. Ultimately, Charles was deposed and exiled to Albania, where he dispatched the revered True Cross relic to his duplicitous kin, Arnulf of Carinthia. The tale of Charlemagne's vision and the enigmatic inscription on the sword-bearer's blade ignited a profound fascination among both scholars and historians alike. These cryptic words symbolised the zenith of Charlemagne's rule, the subsequent decline after his passing, the rise of corruption and despotism, and ultimately the conclusion of an era. While this story of a mythical dream may have been a concoction, it held sway in the court of Leo the German and continued to captivate the intellects of numerous generations of learned individuals. In his seminal work, Heart of Europe, A History of the Holy Roman Empire, Peter H. Wilson delves into the myriad challenges faced by the later Carolingian rulers. Despite enduring criticism, they were not as ineffectual as commonly believed, with their principal obstacle arising from the failure to produce legitimate heirs. According to Regino of Prum, a Benedictine monk, the internal power struggles within the dynasty were a result of their inability to instill the necessary virtues required for governance in their successors. He proposed that, had a new line of heirs been nurtured to carry on the legacy, the dynasty and the empire might have endured and prospered. Europe experienced a significant transition as the Franks were overshadowed by emerging powers, paving the way for the resurgence of the empire through the Saxon dynasty of Aenion. This transformative period marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another, as the Ionian rulers inherited the mantle of the Frankish Empire, but also brought their unique approach to governance. The torch was passed from the Franks to the Ionian, symbolising a shift in leadership and vision for the empire. Reflecting on the rise and fall of the Franks, one is struck by the intricate and multifaceted nature of their historical trajectory. This narrative encapsulates a pivotal moment in history, bridging the gap between late antiquity and the onset of the Middle Ages. While the Franks proudly carried the legacy of ancient Rome, their strategies for expanding and consolidating power in the 8th and 9th centuries reflected a blend of tradition and innovation, shaped by the challenges and opportunities of their time. Despite the passage of time, the saga of the Franks endures as a compelling and thought-provoking tale that continues to resonate with those who study and contemplate the complexities of medieval European history. As we reach the end of our tranquil journey through the history of the Franks, I hope you found this exploration as fascinating and soothing as I did. From the early days of the Merovingian dynasty to the grandeur of the Carolingian Empire, the legacy of the Franks continues to echo through the corridors of history. Thank you for joining me, Sophie, on the ASMR History channel. If you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more relaxing historical narratives. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the whispers of ancient tales and the gentle embrace of the past. Hello everyone, welcome back to the ASMR History channel. My name is Sophie, and today we're diving into one of the most tumultuous periods in European history, the 100 Years' War. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore the epic saga of this protracted conflict between England and France that reshaped nations, influenced culture, and gave rise to legendary figures like Joan of Arc. So, sit back, relax, and let the whispers of history guide you through the tales of battles, betrayals, and heroism. As we journey back to the 14th and 15th centuries, imagine the clashing swords, the strategic manoeuvres, and the political intrigues that define this era. Whether you're here to learn, relax, or both, I promise you a fascinating exploration of the 100 Years' War. Let's begin. The 100 Years' War, a saga of epic proportions, unfolds before us in 3 distinct phases, each marked by its own defining characteristics. The Edwardian phase, marked by iconic battles such as Crécy and Poitiers, saw the rise of English longbowmen and the emergence of legendary figures like Edward III and the Black Prince, setting the stage for the ensuing chapters of this grand narrative. Transitioning into the Carolingian phase, a delicate balance between the warring factions gave way to conflicts spilling into new territories, immortalising key figures like John of Gaunt and Bertrand du Guesclin, as well as the strategic manoeuvres of the English chevauchés and the formidable French professional forces in engagements at Courchevel and Bonvalin. The Lancastrian era, culminating in the iconic victory at Agincourt under King Henry V, witnessed the internal strife within France between the Burgundians and the Armagnacs, ultimately finding salvation in the form of the indomitable Joan of Arc. Her pivotal role in shifting the tide of the war at Orléans paved the way for Prince Charles to reclaim the throne, leading to decisive victories at Patay, Formigny, and Castillon, marking the triumphant conclusion of this historic conflict and the resurgence of French dominance. The 100 Years' War, a significant conflict in European history, traces its origins back to the Norman conquest of England in 1066. This event led to a complex situation where English rulers held lands in France as vassals of the French monarchs, while also ruling a powerful kingdom. By 1224, all English territories in France had been conquered by the French, except for Gascony in the southwest. Gascony, an important region for England due to its lucrative wine trade, had strong ties to the English crown and little connection to the rest of France. These factors created tensions that ultimately culminated in the outbreak of the 100 Years' War, a prolonged conflict between England and France. Despite attempts at diplomacy, disputes over inheritance and land between the two countries escalated, leading to the development of military capabilities and strategies on both sides. The death of Charles IV of France in 1328 without a male heir sparked a succession crisis, with Edward III of England and Philip of Valois both claiming the throne based on conflicting interpretations of the Salic law, which excluded females from inheritance. The French nobles ultimately chose Philip of Valois as the new king, further fueling the animosity between England and France. This decision, rooted in ancient laws and family rivalries, set the stage for the protracted conflict known as the 100 Years' War, shaping the course of history for both nations. Edward's position was intricately intertwined with both his familial ties and the political landscape of his time. At the outset, he found himself under the influence of Isabella and Roger Mortimer, aligning himself with Philip VI in 1329. However, as he matured, Edward orchestrated a strategic move to remove Mortimer from power and exile Isabella. This bold manoeuvre allowed him to assert his authority and establish his reign over the kingdom, showcasing his newfound autonomy and strength. The year 1333 marked a significant turning point for Edward, as he led a successful military campaign to the north, securing a decisive victory over France's Scottish allies at Halidon Hill. This triumph forced David II to seek refuge in Paris, compelling France to take Scottish interests into account in future negotiations. Faced with increasing tensions with the French monarch, Edward made the controversial decision to offer sanctuary to Robert d'Artois, a French exile. This choice exacerbated the strained relations between Edward and Philip VI, ultimately laying the groundwork for the onset of the 100 Years' War in 1337. The conflict between Edward and Philip VI escalated when the French king declared that Aquitaine was no longer under Edward's jurisdiction, citing his harbouring of Robert Artois as a provocation. This declaration marked the official commencement of hostilities between the two powers, with skirmishes breaking out in Gascony as Edward sought alliances and support in Flanders. The underlying issues of feudal loyalty and centralised governance fueled the ongoing strife, shaping the Edwardian era of Plantagenet rule and setting the stage for the tumultuous events that would define Edward's reign. In a bold move to finance his campaign in France, Edward made the controversial decision to sell England's royal crown, a symbol of the monarchy's power and prestige. With the funds gathered from this sale, he assembled a formidable army of 12,000 troops to confront his adversary, Philip, on the battlefield at Flamangery in October. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Edward displayed remarkable bravery and tactical acumen. The ensuing confrontation resulted in a tense standoff, during which Edward strategically retreated to friendly territory, avoiding a direct confrontation with Philip's forces. This decision ultimately prevented further conflict and allowed Edward to regroup and plan his next move. However, the aftermath of the campaign in 1339 left a trail of devastation in the regions traversed by Edward's army, impacting the local populations and resources. During the medieval period, military strategies often focused on weakening the enemy's infrastructure and resources to destabilise their government and economy. Edward, inspired by the success of such tactics in affluent regions like northern France, devised the ruthless chevauchée. These cost-effective raids were intended to systematically devastate the territories they passed through, disrupting agricultural productivity and undermining the allegiance of the conquered population to their ruler. As Edward implemented this strategy, the effectiveness of these tactics became increasingly apparent in the context of the 100 Years' War, highlighting the brutal realities of medieval warfare and conquest. As the conflict between England and France escalated, Edward faced mounting challenges, including financial strain and the constant threat of French raids on English coastal towns. In response to these threats, Edward proclaimed himself King of England and France in Ghent in 1340, further inflaming tensions between the two nations. The strategic importance of naval power became evident as Edward mobilised reinforcements and converted merchant vessels into warships to bolster his forces. The naval conflict reached a critical point at Sluys, where the English fleet, under Edward's command, faced off against a coalition of French, Castilian and Genoese forces. Edward's decisive actions and naval prowess played a crucial role in shaping the outcome of the conflict and solidifying his position as a formidable leader in the ongoing struggle for dominance in Europe. Despite facing opposition from his advisors, King Edward III of England displayed remarkable determination when he decided to confront the formidable French armada of 200 ships that were anchored near the Swin River estuary in present-day Belgium. His unwavering resolve to engage in battle, despite criticism of the risky naval attack, demonstrated his strong leadership and courage. The French fleet, led by inexperienced naval commanders, consisted of a diverse range of vessels manned by a substantial number of sailors and soldiers, presenting a formidable adversary. In contrast, the English fleet was smaller in size, but comprised a formidable force of experienced combatants, including skilled men-at-arms and archers. King Edward III, having gathered valuable intelligence about the French fleet's positioning through espionage, strategically planned the attack for the following day to capitalise on favourable circumstances. The English fleet's organised advance in 3 tiers caught the anchored French ships off guard, preventing them from utilising their rear lines effectively. The skilled English longbowmen played a pivotal role in the battle, unleashing a devastating barrage of arrows that caused chaos among the French vessels and incapacitated their crossbowmen. As a result, the French front line faced swift defeat as English troops seized control of their enfeebled ships, leading to a decisive victory for King Edward III and his English armada. The retreat of the Genoese galleys further solidified the English triumph, as the French front line either sank or surrendered, marking a significant triumph for King Edward III and his strategic naval campaign. As the English advanced towards the smaller vessels in the second line, they swiftly gained a significant upper hand over the French. Simultaneously, a fleet of Flemish boats set sail from nearby ports, launching a surprise attack on the French armada from the rear. This unexpected assault proved to be a catastrophic blow to the Valois fleet, further tipping the scales in favour of the English. The battle raged on as night descended, culminating in a devastating defeat for the French forces. Out of the 190 ships lost by the French, only 23 managed to escape in the cover of darkness, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The captured French sailors faced a grim fate, with many meeting their demise either by drowning or at the hands of locals on the shore, resulting in a staggering death toll estimated between 16,000 to 18,000 men. The news of the disaster was reportedly delivered by Philip VI's court jester, highlighting the extent of the tragedy that had befallen the French fleet. In stark contrast, the English emerged from the battle with minimal losses in ships, but significant casualties among their men, solidifying their resounding triumph and dealing a severe blow to French morale. After engaging in campaigns in the Scheldt Valley against the Count of Hainault and Flemish rebels in early 1340, the French army faced a strategic shift towards safeguarding the French borders, particularly focusing on the defence of Arras. King Edward strategically planned a dual offensive with his Flemish and imperial allies, with the aim of decisively striking northern France, leading the larger force towards Tournai for a siege. Edward coordinated a secondary army under Robert d'Artois to Saint-Omer, leveraging his regional alliances. Upon reaching the outskirts of Saint-Omer on July 16th, Robert d'Artois encountered a fortified town, defended by the Duke of Burgundy and Count of Arras-Eudes. The Duke's reinforcements, along with support from the Count of Armagnac, bolstered the defence, presenting a formidable challenge for the besieging forces, with a mix of troops including longbowmen, Flemish soldiers and men-at-arms. Robert d'Artois initiated the siege of Arques, establishing a strategic camp. Sensing the impending arrival of the main French army by the 26th, Robert d'Artois opted to provoke the garrison into open conflict, strategically positioning his forces, with archers in the rear and a reserve contingent at the ready. Robert prepared for a confrontation. Despite the Duke Sophie's advice to remain within the safety of the walls, a group of eager knights and part of the garrison ventured out to engage the Flemish forces. The ensuing clash saw the Flemish troops effectively utilising their defensive placements to repel the French. However, as the battle unfolded into a chaotic melee, with both sides fiercely contesting the field, the tides of the conflict ebbed and flowed throughout the day. The skirmish showcased the tactical prowess of both the French and Flemish forces, highlighting the intensity and unpredictability of the ongoing conflict. In the midst of the ongoing conflict, the Duke of Burgundy and the Count of Armagnac made strategic decisions to join the battle. The Count, flanked by his heavily armoured knights, bravely led a charge against the Flemish forces, dealing a significant blow to their left flank. The Flemish second line soon retreated to their camp, only to be relentlessly pursued and suffer heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the Duke of Burgundy faced off against the English forces on the right flank. Despite an initial advantage, the French men-at-arms were eventually forced to retreat to the safety of their fortifications, resulting in significant losses for the Duke. As night fell and both armies grew weary from the prolonged combat, the English and French forces passed each other, with the English soldiers returning to their camp victorious. The following day witnessed Robert d'Artois rallying his fleeing allies and presenting a comprehensive report to Edward. Subsequently, the French forces advanced towards Tournai, eventually setting up a camp at Bouvines in early September after the intense conflict at Saint-Omer. On a different front, Edward and his allies had besieged Tournai from July onwards, but found themselves unable to breach the city's defences. Rising tensions among Edward and his allies, exacerbated by financial constraints and differing strategic perspectives, eventually led to negotiations that culminated in the lifting of the siege and the signing of the Truce of Esplécia. Back in England, Edward grappled with mounting challenges involving creditors and internal discord, particularly concerning tax collectors and ministers. The 100 Years' War took on a new dimension as the Breton Civil War evolved into a proxy struggle following the death of Duke John III of Brittany. The power struggle between John of Montfort and Charles of Blois for control over the duchy ignited a civil conflict, with Montfort initially seizing territories within the duchy while facing opposition from other feudal lords. The support for each claimant varied among the populace, with merchants and peasants largely favouring John, while the nobility predominantly sided with Charles. During the tumultuous events in the towns of Brittany, the reactions to Montfort's rise varied widely among the populace. Some welcomed him, while others resisted his influence. As the summer drew to a close, Montfort had managed to assert control over a substantial portion of the duchy, causing concern among the French king, who was preoccupied with impending negotiations with the English. Rumours of Montfort potentially aligning with the English monarch prompted the French king to declare support for Charles of Blois, setting the stage for a conflict that would shape the future of Brittany. In the autumn of 1341, a significant French army laid siege to the town of Champtoceau, leading to a fierce confrontation with Montfort's forces. Despite his efforts to relieve the besieged town, Montfort was ultimately forced to retreat after 2 days of intense fighting. The French troops continued their advance, eventually reaching the Breton capital of Nantes. Following a brief siege, Montfort surrendered to the French forces, who promptly imprisoned him. This turn of events allowed Charles of Blois to consolidate his control over the eastern region of the duchy, winning over many who had previously supported Montfort. In response, Montfort's wife, Jane of Flanders, took charge of her husband's faction and and resources, retreating to find Stair to await English reinforcements in the coming spring. The situation in Brittany presented an opportunity for Edward III of England to challenge Philip VI of France by opening a new front in the conflict. The strategic importance of Brittany's coastline for English trade and military operations necessitated a friendly ruler in the duchy. Despite facing logistical challenges in assembling a fleet, Edward managed to send reinforcements in August 1342, led by the Earl of Northampton and Robert of Artois. Their arrival from England helped relieve the siege at Brest and push back Charles of Blois, marking a significant turn in the conflict in Brittany. The ensuing battles and sieges across various regions of Brittany further intensified the conflict. A French cavalry charge near Morlaix resulted in heavy losses for the French forces, while King Edward's personal involvement in the siege of Vannes did not yield the desired results. Raids and skirmishes in different territories caused widespread destruction and sapped French morale. In December, a French royal army launched a counter-offensive against the English forces at Ploermel, underscoring the fierce and protracted nature of the struggle for control over Brittany. At this strategic location, the representatives of the Pope successfully negotiated a 3-year ceasefire, allowing the English monarch to return to his realm in January of 1343. Pope Clement VI took proactive steps to try to end the conflict by convening a peace summit at Avignon the following year. Despite the Pope's efforts, neither side was willing to agree to the terms proposed by the other, leading to the continuation of the war without any respite. The conflict in Brittany persisted as Charles of Blois perceived the civil war for the duchy as a personal vendetta between himself and Montfort, rather than a larger dispute between England and France. English supporters managed to seize control of Vannes and Redon towards the end of 1343, but Blois was able to capture the crucial town of Quimper in the subsequent year. This triumph, coupled with Montfort's passive approach and his desire to regain the favour of the French king, resulted in the collapse of the pro-English faction, causing many to seek refuge at Blois' court. The forces of Edward III were only able to maintain control over Vannes, Brest and Hennebon. The Battle of Crécy in 1346 signified a significant campaign by the English army into Gascony, with a substantial contingent led by the Earl of Derby successfully reclaiming Bergerac and defeating a French counter-offensive in October. This allowed Edward to regroup and organise his troops in England. Departing from Porchester in July 1346, he landed at the Norman port of La Hogue with a formidable military force, catching the local population by surprise. The untouched battleground in Normandy posed a threat to any potential levies the Valois king sought to impose, tarnishing Philip's reputation and goading him into a swift confrontation. The English forces embarked on a destructive campaign across the Cotentin Peninsula, deliberately devastating Normandy's fertile lands. Upon reaching Caen on July the 26th, Edward III accepted the surrender of its defenders, although his troops engaged in violent acts of pillaging, arson, and indiscriminate killings. Over a 3-day period, 3,000 residents perished, and the king began sending ships filled with looted riches back to England. As terrified refugees fled in his wake, the English monarch advanced towards Paris. Meanwhile, Philip VI was mobilising a substantial army near Saint-Denis upon hearing of the invasion, but it was not yet ready for battle and unable to intervene. Upon arriving in Poissy, Edward swiftly took action by deploying raiding parties to set fire to the surrounding towns, sending a clear message to Philip's people about their their inability to protect them. This bold move was a strategic demonstration of English power and dominance, visible even from the outskirts of Paris. The English forces, under Edward's command, began their journey back north, but the French army quickly initiated pursuit, almost catching Edward off guard near the Somme River. Crossing the river successfully, the battle-tested English army established camp in the forest of Crécy on August 26, 1346. Despite skillfully evading the larger French army led by Philip thus far, the Valois monarch's vanguard was closing in, leading to the anticipation of a decisive confrontation. After conducting a brief reconnaissance, a strategic plan was devised. As the elite troops of Philip's army neared, Edward strategically positioned his forces on a raised ridge between Crécy and Wadicourt, enticing the French to engage in battle. Edward's army, numbering approximately 14,000 warriors, consisted of various skilled fighters, including men-at-arms, dismounted knights, spearmen, hobelar light cavalry, and longbow archers armed with specialised arrows. The archers, a renowned force in England due to their longbow skills honed through regular training, were positioned strategically on the flanks, bolstered by defensive fortifications like pits, trenches, and stakes. Edward personally motivated his troops, instilling courage in those who may have been hesitant and emphasising the importance of discipline to maintain order. He prohibited unauthorised looting to keep the army focused and unified. With morale boosted and discipline enforced, Edward allowed his soldiers a brief respite to rest, eat, and prepare for the impending battle. Positioned atop a windmill overseeing his reserve division, the king assumed command of the field. On the other side, King Philip's French army, consisting of around 30,000 soldiers, began its slow advance in the late afternoon, including mounted knights, foot soldiers, and crossbowmen. With the sun setting and troops fatigued, Philip intended to heed his scout's advice by encamping for the night, preparing for the upcoming battle. At the break of dawn, the soldiers found themselves invigorated and prepared for the day ahead. Despite Philip's initial arrogance and lack of restraint, circumstances dictated that he lead an attack. The Valois forces, commanded by Philip, commenced their assault around 6 p.m. The Genoese and French crossbowmen took the lead up the ridge without their protective pavis shields, only to be met by a sudden, fierce thunderstorm that hindered their progress. The English longbowmen, with their superior range, swiftly unleashed a devastating barrage of arrows upon the crossbowmen, causing chaos and forcing the French to retreat. Witnessing what he perceived as cowardice among the retreating troops, the Count of Alençon ordered the knights to charge forward, inadvertently causing casualties among their own foot soldiers. This failed strategy stalled the progression of the knights and left them struggling at the base of the ridge. Despite some armoured warriors managing to breach the English line, they were quickly dispatched by Edward's infantry. The initial attack proved disastrous, but the day was far from over. Undeterred by the setback, the French mounted knights persistently launched assaults on the English front line, putting immense pressure on the right flank, where the Black Prince narrowly escaped death. Surrounded by enemy forces, the Black Prince sought aid from his father, only to be denied with the memorable words, "Let the boy earn his spurs, for I wish him to achieve all the glory." Eventually, the king sent 20 elite knights to support his son, who had regrouped and repelled the attack before the enemy could strike again. In a subsequent offensive, the blind king of Bohemia, Joan, instructed his knights to tether their horses to his own and lead him into battle. This charge initially saw progress, breaking through the archers, but was ultimately decimated by the English foot soldiers. Despite launching a total of 15 unsuccessful charges, each more disorderly and desperate than the last, the French continued to struggle. As the battle raged on, Philip Dix himself entered the fray. Despite sustaining an injury from an arrow and losing multiple horses, the Valois king was eventually persuaded by a vassal to retreat, albeit reluctantly. Fleeing with the remnants of his forces, the battle finally came to an end. The English army, under the leadership of Edward III, executed a shrewd manoeuvre by leaving a detachment at a nearby royal chateau before advancing towards Amiens. Little did they know that their strategic decision during the night had inflicted a devastating blow on the French forces. The losses suffered by Philip's army exceeded 10,000, including a substantial number of lords and knights, a stark contrast to the minimal English casualties of less than 100. Despite the fatigue of Edward's troops preventing them from immediately pursuing Philip, the king was resolute in capitalizing on this significant victory. Following the burial of the fallen French princes, the English forces embarked on a march northwards, plundering the countryside and unwalled towns until they reached the strategically vital town of Calais. Positioned near Allied Flanders, easily resupplied from England, and equipped with a port, Calais was recognised as the perfect entry point for future incursions into France. The siege of Calais was initiated on September 4th, 1346, with prominent figures like Jean de Fosseur and Jean de Vienne leading the defence against the English onslaught. Edward established a sizable encampment, fortified key entrances, and cut off French relief efforts, all while ensuring a steady influx of reinforcements and supplies from England and Flanders. Furthermore, sporadic raids into the French heartland were carried out by the English forces, adding to the pressure on the French. Taking advantage of the diversion caused by the English activities in the north, the Earl of Derby, now also known as the Earl of Lancaster, expanded English dominion in Gascony and launched a coordinated offensive in September. Lancaster's strategic approach aimed at both expanding Gascon borders and disrupting the French hold on Paris. Leading a devastating campaign northwards, his forces pillaged the prosperous city of Poitiers and its environs before retracing their steps back to Gascony. Moreover, the English celebrated a significant victory when a Scottish invasion, prompted by France, was decisively crushed at Neville's Cross near Durham in October, resulting in the capture of the Scottish king and numerous nobles. These dual successes dealt a severe blow to the French administration, which grappled with the efficient allocation of resources. Despite minor disruptions in the English supply chains, major military actions were postponed. The protracted siege of Calais continued through the harsh winter, marked by a stalemate where neither side could gain a decisive advantage. While the French managed to resupply the besieged garrison by sea, Edward's repeated assaults on the city walls, bolstered by artillery and stone throwers, proved ineffective. The besieging forces suffered from dwindling numbers due to desertions and illnesses. It was only in June that Philip mustered adequate forces to advance, following Edward's successful severing of Calais supply routes, subjecting the city to deprivation and increasing pressure on its defenders. The grand plan to launch an attack through Flanders and encircle the English from the north faced significant challenges as the vanguards encountered obstacles along the way. As the situation in Calais became critical, Philip made the tough decision to move his forces towards the besieged town, only to find that the English had fortified their positions too strongly, making it impossible to provide relief. Eventually, Philip had to surrender control of Calais, which fell into English English hands until 1558. Despite subsequent small chevauchés, both sides were fatigued from the ongoing conflict following Edward III's victory at Crécy and the capture of Calais. The English, once perceived as timid, were now praised as esteemed warriors in Europe. Edward III's financial struggles persisted, prompting his retreat from the continent after signing the Truce of Calais in September 1347. Upon his return to England, he celebrated the success of the Crécy campaign with a grand tournament featuring prominent prisoners of war. Meanwhile, in France, Philip VI faced criticism from his Estates General for his defeat and was barred from raising taxes. Despite the humiliation, the French aristocracy united to fund a major invasion of England. Orders were swiftly issued, and preparations began for a renewed conflict, with a new fleet under construction and towns being assessed for the upcoming levy. However, a looming catastrophe thwarted the impending war: the Black Death. The deadly Yersinia pestis, which had devastated the Byzantine Empire, emerged in Central Asia in the early 14th century. Khan Janibeg's army was decimated by the plague during the siege of Kaffa in 1346, leading to infected corpses being catapulted into the city. The disease spread westward through fleeing Italian citizens, reaching Italy by the end of 1347, and then France before advancing to England by mid-1348. This devastating pandemic, marking the most significant demographic crisis in European history, claimed countless lives, including those of the elite. The feudal economy, a hierarchical system that encompassed nobles and peasant labourers, experienced a collapse in the revenue generated through the taxes as a result of the devastating impact of the plague. Estimates suggest that between a third and half of Europe's population perished during the initial onslaught of the Black Death, leading to widespread fears of an imminent societal breakdown. By 1350, the aftermath of the plague had caused a significant depletion in both manpower and financial resources, bringing military operations to a halt as nations struggled to recover. Amidst this chaos, the succession of Joan II to the French throne following the death of King Philip VI further complicated the already tumultuous political landscape in Europe. The Breton Civil War saw the English gaining the upper hand by capturing Charles the Blois, sparking fierce conflicts between the Blois and Montfort factions. The iconic Combat of the 30, a famous showdown between English and French troops, resulted in the surrender of the English forces, showcasing the intensity of the clashes during this period. In 1352, a French military contingent clashed with English troops in Brittany near the village of Moron. Despite being outnumbered, the English soldiers valiantly stood their ground, refusing to surrender and engaging in direct combat. This defiance displayed by the English troops highlighted the persistence and determination of soldiers during this tumultuous period in European history. Employing a strategic and calculated manoeuvre, the English forces orchestrated a brilliant cavalry charge that encircled Bentley's men at arms while simultaneously launching an assault on the other two flanks. This complex manoeuvre proved highly effective in shattering the archers' defences, causing them to scatter and leaving Bentley's central forces vulnerable to attacks from both sides. Despite the brave resistance put up by the men-at-arms, the archers on the left managed to repel their assailants, creating a gap for their comrades to exploit. The English centre swiftly retaliated against the French right flank, forcing the enemy to retreat and succumb to the deadly accuracy of the English longbowmen. The battle resulted in significant casualties on both sides, with the French suffering particularly heavy losses, including their leader and a significant number negotiations with King Edward, agreeing to a substantial ransom payment and recognising Brittany as a neutral territory in exchange for being acknowledged as the Duke of Brittany. While the terms of the agreement were not fully upheld, they effectively brought Brittany under English influence for the following years, despite simmering tensions between the claimants. The situation escalated when the English king proposed relinquishing his claim to the French throne in return for territorial gains and suzerainty over Flanders. Although initially accepting the terms, Joan too later reneged on the agreement, reigniting hostilities between the two powers. The resumption of hostilities was triggered by England's collaboration with King Charles II of Navarre, who had a strong claim to the French throne. With the backing of England, Charles II orchestrated the assassination of the Franco-Castilian Constable of France, further fueling animosity between the factions. Efforts to mediate a peace agreement between the French and Navarrese rulers proved futile, as Charles remained dissatisfied, prompting Edward III to resume military campaigns as the impact of the plague waned. Additionally, prominent Gascon nobles made a significant journey north for a momentous event at the beginning of the same year. Thomas, the son of the monarch, arrived at court with grim news and an urgent request for assistance. The situation in Gascony had been dire since 1352, with the French Count of Armagnac, Jean I, besieging Edward's ancestral territories. By May 1354, Bordeaux, the primary city in the region, was on the brink of falling to Armagnac forces. The Gascons, desperate for help, implored King Edward to send aid, leading him to order his son, Edward of Woodstock, to gather an army and sail to the troubled region in southern France. In September 1355, the Black Prince and his troops reached Bordeaux and were joined by additional reinforcements from Gascony. While the French ruler mobilised his forces, their efforts were too slow to save the southern territories from the advancing English army. The Black Prince and his soldiers embarked on a ruthless chevauchée, devastating Armagnac lands and disrupting the French military campaign. Despite being outnumbered, the Count of Armagnac chose to remain stationed in Toulouse as the English troops wreaked havoc on towns like Carcassonne and Narbonne. After inflicting significant damage, the Black Prince's army began the journey back to Gascony, facing minimal resistance along the way. The incursion left over 500 settlements in ruins, weakening the French monarch's tax revenue and tarnishing his military reputation. Spending the winter in Gascony, the Black Prince focused on administrative tasks and minor military actions. The success of the initial chevauchée, combined with reinforcements from England and new allies in Gascony, paved the way for a second expedition into French territory. In August 1356, the prince led another swift campaign, swiftly advancing through various towns mere days after departing. The Black Prince's army, led by Edward, made their way through the French countryside, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake as they advanced towards Bellec on August 16th. It was a strategic move, as the town belonged to a noble with ties to the English royal family, and thus the soldiers were ordered to refrain from causing any harm. However, as they continued their march, they encountered growing resistance from the French locals, who had started to fight back against the invading forces. Despite the challenges, Edward managed to reach Issoudun on the 24th, but his attempt to capture the fortified city was unsuccessful, leading him to opt for destroying its outskirts before moving on. Just a few days later, near Vierzon, a group of 200 raiders engaged in a skirmish with a French reconnaissance party, capturing a few prisoners who revealed that Jean II was amassing a large army to confront the Black Prince's forces. To understand the reasons behind Jean's delayed response to the Black Prince's movements, one must delve into the events of early 1356 in northern France. A fragile truce between Jean and Charles the Bad had been shattered by rumours of the latter seeking refuge with Edward III, compelling Jean to take action. Charles's close ties to the French Dauphin Charles only fueled suspicion, leading to a brutal crackdown in Rouen in April 1356. This incident prompted an alliance between Charles's brother Philip and the English monarch. Allowing Jean to seize Navarrese territories in the region, Jean's campaign to capture these territories, starting with the siege of Breteuil on July 12th, was complicated by new threats from the north and south, including the Black Prince's chevauchée and an invasion by Henry, Duke of Lancaster, in Normandy. Recognising the need to address the growing crisis, Jean swiftly ended the siege of Breteuil, paid off the defenders, and marched to Chartres to rally his nobles. As these events unfolded, the Black Prince lingered in Vierzon, contemplating his next move as news of Jean's actions reached him. Realising the vulnerability of his position and the looming threat of pursuit, Edward knew he had to swiftly retreat to friendly territory to avoid being caught in a precarious situation. As Edward hastily led his troops in a strategic withdrawal along the Cher River, he faced numerous obstacles that slowed his progress. For instance, the prolonged siege at Romorantin and the failed attempt by the Duke of Lancaster to join forces caused significant delays, allowing Jean's army to draw closer. With Jean's forces hot on their trail, Edward's army reached a critical juncture at La Haye, realising they were within a day's march of their pursuers. Despite his temptation to pursue the retreating English, Jean opted for a more strategic approach, leveraging his knowledge of the terrain to position his troops advantageously east of the Vienne River. This decision set the stage for a pivotal confrontation at Chauvigny, where a cavalry heavy segment of Jean's army crossed the river to prepare for battle. The composition of Edward's army revealed a diverse array of troops, including Gascon infantry, English men-at-arms, and skilled longbowmen. These forces were organised into distinct divisions, with reserves strategically held in the rearguard. On the opposing side, the French army, under the command of King Jean II, boasted a formidable array of infantry and mounted knights. To prevent a repeat of the Crécy disaster, most of the French knights were instructed to dismount, with only a select few remaining mounted. The French army's strategic positioning, with cavalry and missile units flanking the infantry in the centre, showcased Jean's tactical acumen. Amidst the tension and anticipation of the impending battle near Poitiers, a French cardinal's attempt to broker peace with the Black Prince underscored the gravity of the situation. However, Edward's terse response highlighted the urgency of the moment, as both sides braced for a clash that would ultimately shape the course of the conflict. The scene was set for a dramatic confrontation, with both armies poised for a decisive engagement in late September 1356. The potential loss of lives weighed heavily on all involved as the impending battle loomed closer. Despite harbouring deep-seated animosity, the prince had reservations about engaging in a decisive battle and was willing to consider significant compromises. Unfortunately, Jean II's unwavering demand for unconditional surrender left no other option but to prepare for conflict. While keeping a watchful eye on the English movements from a distance, the French commanders Ordrem and Clermont noticed a suspicious increase in activity, mistakenly interpreting it as a sign of retreat, potentially a deliberate deception. Driven by the determination not to let the enemy slip away, Audrahem impulsively led his cavalry towards Warwick's left flank, while Clermont hesitantly mirrored the action by advancing towards Salisbury's right side. Initially, Audrahem's heavily armoured knights and horses stood strong against the English arrows and charged into the infantry, causing chaos in the front lines. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when English longbowmen advanced along the riverbank to support their left wing, showering Audrahem's exposed flank with a relentless volley of arrows, leading to a devastating outcome for the French, with many knights succumbing to arrows or trampling by their own mounts, and the marshal himself being captured. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Clermont's cavalry made a courageous charge up the ridge towards Salisbury's troops, but found themselves trapped in a narrow gap in the hedge protecting the English line. In this confined space, the clustered cavalry suffered substantial casualties before breaking through, only to face Salisbury's dismounted knights in a fierce confrontation that pushed the French forces back. The French infantry vanguard under the Dauphin followed closely behind in a disciplined formation across the entire front. However, they too had to navigate through the openings in the hedge, making themselves easy targets for the relentless barrage of arrows. Those who breached the defences found themselves in brutal close combat with the Anglo-Gascon men-at-arms, resulting in significant losses with no significant gains. Following the defeat of the Dauphin's forces, King Joan II decided to remove his son from the battlefield as a precautionary measure, but this decision backfired catastrophically. The Dauphin's withdrawal led the Duke of Orleans, who commanded the second line of infantry, to also retreat with his troops, leading the final and largest division. Jean II, armed with a battle axe, advanced towards the English on the ridge, with crossbowmen at the front and infantry behind. With the Black Prince's archers running low on ammunition, the French king's forces closed in on the English relatively unscathed, their elite knights and fresh 3rd Division overpowering the resilient and steadfast army of the Prince. In the midst of the chaos, as arrows dwindled, the archers discarded their bows and joined the melee armed with swords, knives, and axes. At a critical point in the battle, the Captal de Buc rallied 200 reserve troops to join the intense fray, adding to the escalating intensity of the conflict. During the Battle of Poitiers, the English forces, led by the strategic Edward, the Black Prince, devised a brilliant plan to outwit and overpower the French army commanded by King Jean. Sir James Audley's cavalry played a pivotal role in executing a devastating attack on the flanks of the French troops, which caused chaos and led to the eventual capture of King Jean by the English soldiers. This victory not only showcased the military prowess of the English forces, but also highlighted their ability to achieve success with minimal casualties, solidifying their dominance on the battlefield. The consequences of the Battle of Poitiers reverberated throughout France, plunging the nation into a tumultuous period marked by internal conflicts and widespread discontent among both the nobility and the common people. With King Jean taken captive, the country was thrown into disarray, creating a power vacuum that was quickly filled by marauding bands of rogue soldiers and criminals who pillaged and terrorized the population for years to come, exacerbating the already fragile state of the kingdom. The exorbitant ransom demands imposed by the English for the release of noble captives captured at Poitiers placed a heavy financial burden on France, leading to an increase in taxes that only added to the existing social and economic challenges faced by the country. This financial strain, coupled with ongoing feudal governance issues, fueled the flames of discontent among the peasantry. culminating in the violent peasant uprising known as the Jacquerie, where commoners targeted and killed nobles in a bid for social justice. The revolt was eventually quelled by Charles of Navarre, but it underscored the deep-rooted societal tensions that plagued France in the aftermath of the Battle of Poitiers. In response to continued English threats, the Dauphin of France was compelled to sign the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360, conceding territories to the Plantagenets and marking the end of the Edwardian era. This treaty not only altered the geopolitical landscape of France, but also further destabilised the nation, fueling the ongoing turmoil and challenges that defined this turbulent period in French history. After paying 2/3 of the £600,000 ransom and renouncing his claim to the French throne in favour of the English king, Joan was allowed to return to France. However, when one of his sons managed to escape captivity, the French ruler willingly went back into imprisonment in exchange for his younger son. Sadly, Jean II passed away while in captivity in 1364, leading to Charles succeeding him as King of France. Before Charles's coronation, the Duchy of Burgundy returned to the Crown land following the death of the last Capetian Duke in 1361. Philip the Bold, John II's son, was granted the title despite objections from the Navarrese king, Charles. In response, Charles assembled an army under the leadership of Captal de Buch to threaten Paris and assert his claim. The French, under Bertrand du Guesclin's command, took preemptive action against the Navarrese troops in Normandy, resulting in the crucial Battle of Cocherel in 1364. With around 2,000 knights, Captal de Buch's army faced du Guesclin's 1,200 soldiers near Cocherel. After a 2-day standoff, the French troops began to retreat, leading to Buch to block the bridge and confront the royal army. Despite de Buch having the initial advantage in numbers, the arrival of a Breton reserve during the battle shifted the momentum in favour of the French forces, ultimately leading to their victory. The Navarrese employed a clever military tactic by dispersing their forces, which forced their enemies to retreat and left their leader vulnerable on the battlefield, resulting in his capture. This victory, just days before Charles V's coronation, significantly weakened Charles the Bad's power and prevented him from posing a serious threat to the French monarchy after his defeat at Cocherel. The loss of most of his territories in Normandy led to a peace agreement in 1365, following an unsuccessful attempt to retaliate. In Brittany, the conflict involving Charles of Blois was drawing to a close. Released from English imprisonment in 1356, he found a large part of his realm controlled by the Duke of Lancaster after the Battle of Poitiers. English forces failed in an attempt to capture Rennes, facing strong resistance from Bertrand du Guesclin. Civil unrest erupted again in 1362 when Charles laid siege to Becherel, leading to further hostilities as John of Montfort besieged Auray in 1364. John of Montfort's army, comprising around 2,000 soldiers with support from English and Navarrese troops, faced off against Charles of Blois' force of 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, backed by Bertrand du Guesclin and Breton units. Despite attempts at negotiation before the battle, Montfort showed a willingness to compromise, contrasting with the English and du Guesclin's determination to fight. As the battle began, a significant number of Breton fighters deserted du Guesclin's faction, weakening the French forces. The coalition of English and Breton troops on the left flank clashed with the French on the right, capturing their leader and causing the collapse of the French contingent. Charles eventually surrendered, bringing an end to the conflict in Brittany. Montfort and Chandos strategically capitalised on the opportunity presented to them to isolate ultimately leading to his fatal downfall and the decisive defeat of the Blois faction. The aftermath of the battle saw around 1,500 soldiers, including the renowned de Guesclin, being captured and subsequently ransomed for a significant sum. The surrender of all supporters of Blois to Montfort swiftly followed, marking the beginning of the end of the Breton Civil War. The Treaty of Guerande in 1365 officially brought an end to the conflict, with Montfort paying homage to Charles III for the duchy, and Jeanne de Penthièvre being allowed to retain her lands for herself and her descendants. As a consequence of their victory, the Montforts gradually distanced themselves from their former English allies, resulting in a noticeable decline in English influence in the region post-1365. The Castilian Civil War, spanning from 1350 to 1373, reached its climax at the Battle of Najera in 1367. Against the backdrop of the civil unrest, Charles found himself contending with marauding routiers, while the Treaty of Bretigny was still in effect. In a bid to address this issue and establish an alliance with the Kingdom of Castile, Charles intervened in the Iberian Peninsula, a move that mirrored the actions of the Black Prince. To understand the complexities of the situation, it is necessary to look back to 1350, when Alfonso XI, the King of Castile, passed away, leaving his young son Pedro to take the throne. Initially influenced by his mother Maria of Portugal and the Portuguese noble Albuquerque, Pedro faced rebellions from the illegitimate children of Alfonso, particularly Henry, Count of Trastamara. These rebellions, spearheaded by Albuquerque and Henry, nearly succeeded in capturing Pedro, but internal strife among the nobles prevented their plans from coming to fruition. The tensions escalated in 1356 with the outbreak of the War of the Two Peters between Castile and Aragon, a conflict orchestrated by the Aragonese to exploit Castile's weaknesses and annex the disputed region of Murcia. In response, Pedro launched aggressive raids into Aragon, ultimately seizing the town of Ibiza in 1357. Following the initial aggressive manoeuvres at the start of the conflict in Tarazona, the pace of the war noticeably decelerated. Pedro resorted to intermittent, low-intensity operations and laid siege to border areas, periodically breaking short-lived truces. Captured Aragonese towns faced population displacement and subsequent resettlement by Castilian colonists. The retaliatory actions from Aragon primarily came from Pedro's exiled brother, Henry de Trastamara. The Battle of Araviana in 1359 inflicted a setback on the Castilians, despite their control over sizable portions of Aragonese territory. A formidable Castilian naval presence, bolstered by Portuguese and Granadan forces, advanced towards Barcelona, signalling a looming threat. In the aftermath of a coup in Granada in 1361 that ousted Pedro's ally, Muhammad V, the Castilian king was compelled to negotiate a truce, conceding his gains in Aragon. Subsequently, Pedro shifted his attention to Granada, aiding in the restoration of his ally to the throne. However, in 1362, Pedro violated the truce by seizing Calatayud unexpectedly, reoccupying significant swathes of western Aragon and menacing Valencia by 1364. Concurrently, tensions escalated between the Spanish and French courts, exacerbated by Pedro's tumultuous marriage to Blanche of Bourbon, a relative of John II. The strained marital alliance led to desertion and imprisonment. In 1362, Pedro and the Black Prince forged a formal alliance, solidifying their partnership. By 1364, a joint strategy was devised by the French and Aragonese to expel routiers from southern France and sow chaos in the pro-English Castilian domain. Henry de Trastamara took the lead in an incursion into Iberia, supported by Bertrand de Guesclin, under the pretense of crusading against the Islamic remnants in Granada. The expedition in the autumn of 1365 penetrated into the kingdom of Aragon, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. By February 1366, the vanguard successfully recaptured Castilian-held towns, culminating in the declaration of Henry as king in Calahorra by March. Pedro's faction crumbled, forcing his retreat initially to Seville and eventually to Galicia. Henry's triumphant entry into Burgos marked a turning point as he traversed the kingdom to Seville, where the royal treasury was seized, solidifying his grip on power. The sudden attack on the ally of the Black Prince took the Gascon court by surprise, and they were unable to gather a relief force promptly. In a meeting in August, Pedro, Prince Edward, and Charles of Navarre came to an agreement. Gascony would raise an army to help Pedro regain the Castilian throne, and Navarre would allow unrestricted passage. Pedro would finance the entire campaign and cede the Basque territories to his allies in exchange. By January 1367, a diverse army of around 10,000 to 8,000 soldiers, many of whom had participated in de Guesclin's previous campaign, crossed into Castile. Henry was in a difficult position, having released most of his troops and emptied his treasury. Many towns and nobles sided with Pedro upon his arrival. The invaders decided to move north, avoiding the main route to Burgos, but the arid landscape made it challenging to find provisions, leading to a standoff at Vitoria. By the end of March, the Black Prince moved towards Logroño, with Henry following them to Najera. Against the advice of his advisors, Henry decided to advance toward his enemies on April 1st, leaving his fortified position behind the river Najarilla. Pedro and the Black Prince moved to Navarrete the next day with a force of approximately 8,000 archers and cavalry. The vanguard was led by John of Gaunt and Sir Chandos, while the flanks were commanded by the Counts of Foix and Armagnac, and the Black Prince led the main contingent, which consisted of various troops and loyalists. The Castilian army had only about 4,500 soldiers, including some French and Breton cavalry under de Guesclin and other French mercenaries. In contrast to his opponent, the Trastamaran army was strategically organised with the Frenchmen at arms and elite Castilian knights forming the front line, complemented by a mix of missile troops and fresh recruits. Henry led the main force, consisting of around 1,500 Iberian soldiers, while light cavalry positioned on the left flank and troops from Aragon on the right flank added strength to their formation. As the Black Prince surprised them with a northern route attack, de Guesclin swiftly reorganised his troops, though some Castilian foot soldiers and light cavalry succumbed to panic and fled. The ensuing clash saw the Breton commander ordering a charge, leading to a fierce close combat where the English eventually overpowered the Trastamara forces. Sections of the Trastamaran army found themselves isolated and defeated, with the main Castilian force being routed and decimated as they tried to retreat. Henry suffered a complete defeat, losing nearly half of his army, while the English sustained minimal losses. Most of the French Castilian leaders were captured for potential ransom, except for Henry, who managed to escape. Pedro reclaimed the kingdom of Castile after the victory, but his control over Basque territories and inability to repay the Duke of Gascony placed a heavy financial burden on Gascony due to had to return home due to these financial constraints, while the French court quickly provided Henry with new military supplies, enabling him to regroup and cross the Pyrenees with a smaller force later in 1367. Upon his triumphant return to the kingdom after a long and arduous journey, Henry was met with a diverse array of nobles, some of whom had been loyal to Pedro and others who had suffered under his tyrannical rule. This mix of allies and adversaries set the stage for a complex political landscape as Henry swiftly reasserted his control over Castile and Leon. The siege on the capital city of Toledo, which commenced in late April of 1368, marked the beginning of Henry's campaign to reclaim his rightful place on the throne. Meanwhile, Pedro, realizing the gravity of the situation, made a strategic retreat with his forces to the Guadalquivir Valley, seeking refuge among his allies in Granada and Portugal. Despite his efforts to rally support and besiege Cordoba, Pedro faced a series of setbacks that forced him to alter his course, eventually leading him northwards to regroup with his loyalists in Leon before heading east. The fateful encounter on the 14th of March, 1369, near the castle of Montiel, proved to be the turning point in the conflict between Henry and Pedro. With the forces of Henry and the seasoned commander de Guesclin converging on Pedro's dwindling army, the battle culminated in a resounding victory for Henry's forces. In a last-ditch effort to secure his position, Pedro sought refuge within the walls of the castle of Montiel, accompanied by only a handful of steadfast followers. Despite his attempts to negotiate with de Guesclin, the Breton commander remained loyal to Henry, ultimately leading to Pedro's capture and subsequent demise. This pivotal moment solidified Henry's claim to the throne of Castile, aligning his reign with the interests of the French crown and securing vital maritime support for the French fleet in the Atlantic. As Edward made his way back to Bordeaux in the late 1360s, his physical health faltered due to the lingering effects of an illness contracted during his time in Spain. The governance of Aquitaine under his direct rule had also become a point of contention, particularly among the English subjects who had long endured the burdensome taxes imposed for military campaigns and the maintenance of Bordeaux. The announcement of yet another half-tax in 1368 proved to be the final straw for the disgruntled feudal lords, sparking a widespread revolt that quickly gained momentum. Sensing an opportunity to expand his influence, Charles of France dispatched his son, Charles VI, along with a formidable army to support the rebels in Bordeaux. Edward, facing overwhelming opposition, suffered a decisive defeat and was forced to retreat to England, leaving the Gascons to pledge their allegiance to Charles. This shift in power led to the direct royal administration of Aquitaine as part of the French crown domain, marking a significant loss for Edward and a strategic gain for Charles V, the ruler of Aquitaine, cunningly utilised a legal loophole found in the Treaty of Bretigny to justify his reclaiming of English territories in France in 1369. This move marked a turning point in the conflict as it reignited the war despite Edward III's efforts towards peace. The French monarch, known for his calculated strategies, sought vengeance against the English, pushing for the reconquest of territories lost in previous battles. With innovative tactics in play, the French forces, under Charles V's guidance, swiftly captured key regions like Ponthieu and Rouergue, opting to avoid direct confrontations to circumvent the risk of past defeats. In the midst of the escalating hostilities, notable figures like John of Gaunt and Sir Robert Knowles played significant roles in the conflict. John of Gaunt led a daring raid in showcasing the English forces' agility in striking behind enemy lines before retreating strategically. Meanwhile, Sir Robert Knowles orchestrated a formidable raid with 4,000 troops from Calais, causing havoc as they advanced towards Paris. The chaos created by these raids prompted Charles to appoint Bertrand de Guesclin as the new Constable of France, recognising the need for a skilled military leader to counter the English threat. The English forces, divided into two columns, faced challenges in coordination, leading to confusion within their ranks as they navigated through unfamiliar territories. As the tensions mounted between the opposing forces, Bertrand de Guesclin wasted no time in mobilising the French troops for a decisive confrontation. The ambush at Pontvalin in December saw the French forces numbering 4,000 catching the English off guard, resulting in a resounding victory for the French. Despite internal disagreements among the English officers regarding strategy, the swift and coordinated actions of the French forces proved instrumental in halting the English advance and securing a crucial win in the ongoing conflict. After the intense battle, only a mere 300 French foot soldiers stood victorious, while the majority of Grandison's force, which was estimated to be between 600 and 1,200 men, either perished or were taken prisoner. Following this, another English contingent, led by Sir Fitzwalter, headed south towards the fortified Abbey of Vasse. Sancerre's troops then swiftly attacked Fitzwalter, who was positioned under the abbey's walls, and was soon bolstered by Guesclin's advancing forces. After a full day of relentless combat, the French emerged triumphant, capturing the abbey and eliminating its defenders. Knowles and the 4th English Division managed to safely enter Brittany with their spoils, but they encountered French cavalry as they journeyed back to England in the spring, enduring constant harassment. Survivors from the battles of Pontvalin and Vasse were pursued into English-controlled Aquitaine, solidifying the French morale with a significant victory over the English in direct combat. In the southern territories, under the command of Charles' sibling, the Duke of Anjou, French forces extended their successes by seizing Agenais, Limousin and Buzac from the English, causing several local nobles to switch allegiance to the Valois. The ailing Black Prince was enraged by the betrayal of his nobles, especially when the Bishop of Limoges handed over the town to the French. 3 weeks after the departure of the French troops, the Black Prince laid siege to Limoges, a 5-day operation under the leadership of his brother John of Gaunt. Tunnels were meticulously constructed beneath the city walls to breach the defences, resulting in a brutal storming of the city and widespread looting that left extensive damage in its wake. With his strength waning and his spirits low due to the loss of his eldest son, the Black Prince departed for England in 1371, leaving John of Gaunt in charge of Aquitaine. Simultaneously, Du Guesclin and other French commanders successfully captured numerous castles that were previously held by English forces from earlier campaigns, relentlessly advancing against English strongholds in the southwest as John of Gaunt reclaimed certain towns in Perigord. England's foothold in France was significantly weakened by financial struggles and the absence of key leaders. By the end of 1371, Limoges surrendered to Charles, although it remained under the influence of English mercenaries. Bertrand de Guesclin spearheaded the French campaign in 1372, further solidifying their advances against the English forces. The Duke of Berry's decision to retake Poitou set off a chain of events that led to a significant naval confrontation between English and Castilian forces. In response, Edward III dispatched the Earl of Pembroke with a small but determined force to Aquitaine. Pembroke's fleet, equipped with innovative archery towers on 3 of its ships, encountered a Castilian fleet near La Rochelle. Despite being outnumbered, Pembroke's men fought bravely, with his archers proving particularly effective in repelling the Castilian assault. The battle raged on until nightfall, when the ships disengaged, marking a temporary halt in the conflict. As the English ships anchored at sea, awaiting the dawn, Poitevin knights and their followers covertly joined forces with them. The Castilians, not willing to let their enemy regroup, launched a daring nighttime attack, setting the English ships on fire with flaming arrows and oil. The battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Castilian allies of France, resulting in heavy losses for the English, the destruction of most of their ships, and the capture of Pembroke. This defeat at La Rochelle dealt a severe blow to English naval dominance and forced Edward III to reconsider his military strategy in the region. In the aftermath of the disastrous defeat at La Rochelle, English defences in Aquitaine began to crumble rapidly. Poitiers and several key castles fell to French forces, with La Rochelle eventually surrendering in September. The regions of Thouars, Saintonge, and Angoumois came under French control, further weakening English presence in the area. Subsequent battles, such as the one at Chiza in 1373, spelled the end of English resistance in Poitou. Meanwhile, in Brittany, English forces faced minimal opposition near Brest, but the duchy eventually succumbed to French advances after a series of defeats and surrenders. The events following the Battle of La Rochelle marked a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, with the English losing ground in key territories in France. In the historical context of 1373, a significant shift in power occurred as the French authorities restricted Brest, Laval, and Auray to English control. This move prompted John of Gaunt to orchestrate the Great Chevauchée in that same year, a military campaign that saw approximately 10,000 men wreak havoc in the regions of Picardy, Champagne, and Burgundy before reaching Bordeaux by December. The French, instead of engaging the English army in direct combat, strategically focused on disrupting their supply lines to minimise the impact of the chevauchée. By the end of 1373, the majority of Aquitaine had been reclaimed by the French, showcasing their successful tactics in countering the English offensive. Following the events of 1373, peace negotiations were initiated in 1374 and culminated in a conference in Bruges in 1375, where Philip of Burgundy and John of Gaunt played pivotal roles. Despite these diplomatic efforts, conflicts persisted in Aquitaine, resulting in the French reclaiming several English strongholds in the region. In Brittany, an English military force managed to encircle opposition forces, but was ultimately obliged to release them due to a 2-year truce declared in Bruges. This truce effectively marked the end of 6 years of intense conflict, restoring English territories in France to their pre-war condition. As the truce extended into 1376 and 1377, occasional skirmishes in Gascony posed threats to the established peace. The English Parliament of 1376 attempted to address grievances stemming from the wartime period, but reforms faced obstacles, particularly from John of Gaunt, leading to his waning popularity. The passing of the Black Prince and Edward III in 1376 and 1377, respectively, signified the end of the Caroline phase, marking a transition in English leadership and setting the stage for future developments in the ongoing conflicts between England and France. Following a 50-year rule that was regarded as a prosperous era for England, Richard II ascended the throne after his revered father, King Edward III. given Richard II's young age at the time of his coronation, a regency council was established to govern in his place until he reached maturity. Not long after Richard II took the throne, the Kingdom of England found itself under assault by French pirates under the command of Joan de Vienne, who launched devastating attacks on channel ports from Rye to Plymouth. Concurrently, the Duke of Burgundy's siege on Calais faced failure, while the Duke of Anjou made significant advances in Gascony. In response, the English decided to strengthen their presence in Brittany and seize the strategic port of Cherbourg to initiate raids at sea. The year 1378 marked a pivotal moment in Catholic Europe with the onset of the Western Schism, which led to a division within the Church. This schism had reverberations in the political landscape, as Charles III seized the Breton duchy, sparking a rebellion among Breton nobles who sided with France. John IV of Montfort emerged as a key figure in reclaiming authority with the support of the English, forging a crucial alliance between the Bretons and the English. This alliance enabled English forces to move through Breton lands to provide assistance to Gascony. Thomas of Woodstock, leading an army from Calais, journeyed to reinforce Gascon territories, eventually reaching Troyes in Champagne, where they confronted French forces under the command of the Duke of Burgundy. Upon assessing the military situation, the Duke of Burgundy chose to avoid direct confrontation and retreated within the defences of Troyes. Woodstock, undeterred, continued his westward advance, with the Duke of Burgundy closely following. However, the progress of the English military campaign was soon interrupted by news from Paris, where Charles V encountered unexpected setbacks that would have far-reaching implications. Following the demise of the esteemed Breton commander de Gisclin, a power struggle ensued in France, creating opportunities for the English to advance in Brittany without facing any significant obstacles. The English forces besieged the French-controlled city of Nantes for several months, from November to January 1381, but were ultimately unsuccessful in capturing it. Meanwhile, John IV of Montfort, who had initially intended to support the English cause, struck a deal with the Parisian throne after the passing of Charles. In exchange for cutting ties with the English, John IV was reinstated as the Duke of Brittany, with his former privileges restored, leading to a cessation of hostilities. The death of the politically savvy Charles the Wise in September 1380 marked a turning point in the political landscape of France. His 11-year-old successor, Charles VI, was placed under the guardianship of his four uncles, collectively known as the Princes of Blood. Notably, Philip the Bold, the Duke of Burgundy, wielded significant influence among the uncles, enabling them to consolidate power, deplete Charles V's treasury, and set the stage for future power struggles within the French court. In England, discontent simmered among the populace due to heavy taxes and war weariness, culminating in the eruption of the Wat Tyler Rebellion in 1381. Peasant uprisings instigated by Wat Tyler and John Bull erupted in Essex and Kent in response to the enforcement of a third poll tax. The rebels, targeting allies of the King's ministers and John of Gaunt, launched an assault on London in June, prompting the King to seek negotiations at Greenwich. However, the rebels demanded the King's presence for talks, leading to chaos in London as they demolished prisons and properties associated with their perceived adversaries, including John of Gaunt's residence. Ultimately, the King and his supporters sought refuge in the Tower of London as the rebellion unfolded. Riding his horse to Mile End, Richard met with the leader of the rebellion to discuss a set of demands put forth by the peasants. These demands included the immediate abolishment of serfdom, the the removal of oppressive laws and taxes, the punishment of corrupt officials, and the end of privileges held by the nobility. Despite his reservations, Richard had no choice but to acquiesce to these demands in order to quell some of the unrest among the peasants. Subsequently, a group of 40 men stormed the Tower of London, executing several officials and prompting the need for a plan to capture the ringleaders of the rebellion. The following day, a tense meeting between the king and the rebels quickly escalated into a heated altercation, culminating in a chaotic clash. Surrounded by armed men from London, the rebels eventually relented and agreed to disband, leading to the execution of the main instigators. The repercussions of the rebellion reverberated throughout England, effectively dampening the spirit of potential uprisings as the authorities swiftly used force to suppress any further unrest. The Parliament, wary of provoking more rebellion, became reluctant to impose new taxes, which, in turn, limited the king's ability to fund military campaigns. In the year 1379, the region of Flanders faced its own wave of turmoil, as a rebellion erupted in the city of Ghent and quickly spread to other towns and cities. Count Louis de Male found himself struggling to maintain order in the face of economic decline and widespread dissatisfaction among the lower classes, further destabilising the region. Gaining control over the county was a complex process that involved forming alliances with local supporters, with Ghent emerging as a notable exception due to its resilience. The city faced a severe blockade in 1381, causing shortages of provisions and essential supplies. This led to a division in the region, with nobles and knights aligning themselves with the Count, while nearby towns stood in solidarity with Ghent, resulting in a split in the Low Countries. As Ghent teetered on the verge of surrender in January 1382, Philip van Artevelde, a member of the Weavers' Guild, seized power and rejected the proposed peace terms, leading to a violent confrontation that claimed the lives of individuals who supported the peace agreement from the Craftsman Guild and grain merchants. On May 3rd, 1382, Van Artevelde orchestrated a daring attack on Bruges during a local festival, where his forces defeated an inebriated Bruges army and supporters of Count Louis. Subsequently, with the assistance of the local Weavers' Guild, Van Artevelde successfully took control of the city. Following the defeat of Count Louis, who narrowly escaped his pursuers, Ypres and several other Flemish-speaking towns rebelled once again, breaking the suffocating blockade imposed on Ghent. In October, a French army, initially intended for Gascony, was redirected north to quell the Flemish rebels, a move that pleased the Duke of Burgundy, who had married Margaret of Flanders, the daughter and sole heir of Louis of Flanders. The French army, commanded by the new constable Oliver de Clisson and accompanied by a young Charles VI, consisted of approximately 10,000 soldiers, including 2,000 Burgundians. This force comprised 6,500 men-at-arms, 2,000 pikemen, and 1,200 archers and crossbowmen, who were joined by Flemish nobles and other troops from the Low Countries under Louis of Flanders. They were met by around 30,000 to 40,000 Flemish fighters, primarily townspeople with limited combat experience, along with a small contingent of English archers and German mercenaries. The clash occurred at Oudenarde, where the Flemish had been besieging Philip's stronghold for 4 months. Marching from Arras on November 12th, the French forces, led by Louis's army, attempted to seize one of the few intact bridges over the Lys River, but faced staunch resistance. Only with the reinforcement of the French vanguard were they able to cross the river after a fierce struggle. towards Ypres, which surrendered, while smaller towns endured harsh looting. Van Artevelde led his troops west to confront the French, and on November the 26th they established a camp south of the village of Westrosebeke, or Rosebeke in French. Positioned on a high ridge and shielded by forests, the Flemish erected defensive fortifications and formed a dense formation behind them. The French camp was situated just 6 miles south of this crucial position, setting the stage for a decisive confrontation. As the troops advanced in 3 separate divisions towards the base of the hill, the scene was set for a fierce confrontation. The infantry dismounted, bracing themselves for the impending ascent. With the morning mist gradually dissipating, they charged forward, only to be met with a relentless onslaught of projectiles and artillery fire from the defending Flemish foot soldiers. The French troops, heavily armoured and expecting an easier victory, were taken aback by the steadfastness of their adversaries. Despite the chaos and danger, the Flemish soldiers held their formation admirably, surpassing the expectations of the French forces. The battle took a dramatic turn as the French centre was pushed back by the unyielding barrage of arrows and cannon fire, causing them to retreat. However, the flanks of the French troops managed to outmaneuver the enemy by scaling the hill and launching a surprise attack on the unprotected rear of the Flemish forces. This strategic move caught the townspeople off guard, leading to panic and disarray among the Flemish ranks. They began to break formation and attempt to flee through the French lines, only to be mercilessly pursued and massacred by the mounted soldiers. The aftermath of the Battle of Rosebeke was grim, with a staggering count of 27,000 Flemish casualties, including the prominent figure of Van Artevelde among the fallen. The majority of the casualties were a result of the chaotic retreat, with many being trampled by their own comrades. In the end, only a few pockets of resistance remained, and they were swiftly eliminated by the victorious French forces. The defeat marked the end of the rebels' resistance, with severe punitive measures imposed on the surrendered towns. Count Louis was reinstated on the throne, albeit with significant French influence, while only Ghent persisted in its rebellion for a while longer, before reaching an amnesty agreement with the new Duke Philip the Bold. The repercussions of the battle were felt not only in Flanders, but also in France, where the victory emboldened the king and royal princes to assert greater control over rebellious towns, imposing heavier taxes through royal decree. The disagreement between the Scots and the French during the war highlighted differing strategies. The Scots favoured quick raids focused on seizing cattle, while the French aimed for town conquests to control resources. This led to a split within the army, with the French advancing along the Tweed River to raid coastal lands up to Morpeth. However, they were forced to retreat when faced with a strong English force led by Richard. The unsuccessful Scottish invasion made it clear to the French court that maintaining an invasion force in the Scottish countryside was challenging, prompting them to halt further attacks from Scotland. In 1386, John of Gaunt's failed invasion of Castile diverted the French court's attention from launching a direct assault on England in 1386 and 1387. The English, on the other hand, achieved victories by plundering French trade fleets. By 1388, both sides had depleted their reserves, leading to peace negotiations as internal discord grew in both realms. The late 1380s saw significant political transformations, with both monarchs asserting their authority independently. Charles V of France began personal governance by replacing Valois nobles with his father's former advisors, known as the marmosets. Meanwhile, Richard II's rule in England descended into despotism, sparking internal conflicts. Amid these political changes, Henry Bolingbroke, John of Gaunt's son, was exiled from England in 1399. Gaunt's death and Richard II's decision to prolong Bolingbroke's exile and seize his duchy of Lancaster led to his return to England. Landing at the Humber estuary in June, Bolingbroke quickly gained support from Richard's disgruntled nobles. Richard, who was in Ireland, was deposed and later died in captivity. The House of Lancaster rose to power as Henry IV took the throne as the usurping patriarch. The start of Henry IV's rule as a Lancastrian monarch faced immediate challenges, with uprisings erupting to resist his reign. The shifting political landscape and internal turmoil in both England and France during this period underscored the complex power struggles and conflicts that define this era. Owain Glyndwr's rebellion in Wales marked the beginning of a turbulent period, which was followed by Hotspur's uprising, led by a Percy family member. Despite Henry of Monmouth's crucial role in quelling the insurgents at the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403, the Welsh defiance persisted, leading to further revolts in the early 15th century. King Henry IV's declining health further complicated governance, allowing his son, Henry of Monmouth, to showcase his administrative skills and leadership qualities by taking on more responsibilities as his father's health deteriorated. In France, the House of Valois faced its own challenges as King Charles VI's madness created a power vacuum. Louis the Duke of Orleans seized control, continuing the conflict with England while expanding his personal wealth and influence. The rivalry between the Valois and the Burgundians intensified, with John the Fearless inheriting the Duchy of Burgundy after Philip the Bold's passing. John, known for his military expertise and administrative prowess, played a crucial role in the power struggles within the French realm, navigating the complex political landscape with his exceptional capabilities. The initial conflict that erupted between John the Fearless and the Duke of Orleans can be traced back to their differing views on crucial policy issues, which ultimately led to violent clashes. John's support for the Roman Pope and opposition to prolonging the war with England clashed with Orleans' allegiance to the Avignon papacy and advocacy for continuing the conflict. This stark divide in opinions resulted in the formation of factions around each leader, Louis gathering supporters known as the Armagnacs, and John garnering backing from the Burgundians. The tension between these factions reached a boiling point on November 23rd, 1407, when the Duke of Orleans was assassinated on a Parisian street, sparking a bitter civil war between the Armagnacs and Burgundians. After orchestrating a successful coup in Paris, John the Fearless found himself besieged by the Armagnacs in 1411 under the leadership of the Duke of Berry. Seeking aid, the Duke of Burgundy struck a deal with Henry IV of England, offering territorial concessions in exchange for support. English forces intervened and broke the siege, but John's oppressive rule alienated the people of Paris, leading to his expulsion from the city in 1413. Meanwhile, the Armagnacs consolidated their control over various regions, while significant events unfolded in England with Henry IV's death in March 1413. His son, Henry V, ascended the throne and underwent a transformation from a reckless prince to a decisive monarch, prioritising justice and order in his administration. Henry V's reign was marked by a strong commitment to Christianity, exemplified by his fervent religious beliefs and his willingness to take severe measures when necessary. In response to a plot by his former friend John Oldcastle, Henry ordered the burning alive of Oldcastle and his followers, underscoring his dedication to upholding the law and ensuring order in his realm. His primary goal was to reclaim lost territories and rights, showcasing his resolute governance style and determination to maintain stability within his kingdom. In the latter part of 1414, a significant diplomatic mission was sent to Paris to engage in peace talks. However, the terms proposed by King Henry V were considered excessive by the French delegation. Henry demanded the full reinstatement of the 1360 Treaty of Bretigny, the return of England's territories in Aquitaine, Poitou and Ponthieu, settlement of outstanding funds from Jean II's ransom, a hefty sum of £330,000, annexation of Normandy, Maine and Anjou, an overlordship over Brittany, Flanders, Beaufort and Noailles. While Henry's goal was to reclaim English territories in France, the unrealistic demands may have been deliberately crafted to be rejected. Unsurprisingly, the French refused these terms, leading to a resumption of hostilities. The Dauphin of France, Louis of Guyenne, even sent a mocking gift to Henry, taunting him with little balls to play with and soft pillows to sleep on. In response, Henry vowed to awaken them from their comfort with early morning door poundings. Subsequently, orders were issued to assemble the largest English army since the Battle of Crécy. Around 320 captains were enlisted to recruit troops, marking a shift towards a more organised approach to raising forces in England. After quashing a rebellion plot and executing its leaders, Henry V, accompanied by his troops, departed from England on August 11th, 1415, on a fleet of nearly 700 ships. Sailing on the 500-ton flagship La Trinité with his advisors, they landed on the Normandy coast near Chef-du-Caux 3 days later. Instead of launching a destructive campaign as previous kings had done, Henry chose to march towards the strategically important port of Harfleur, establishing his base at the Priory of Graville, with the expectation of a swift surrender by the small garrison. Encircling the town of Estouteville stood formidable ancient walls, constructed in anticipation of an impending English invasion that had seemed inevitable. The Lord of Estouteville, fearing the worst, took additional precautions by sealing off the harbour and flooding the plain to the town's north, cutting off potential avenues for attack. To bolster the defences, reinforcements led by Raoul de Gaucourt arrived, adding 300 men at arms to the existing garrison of 100 defenders, which included crossbowmen and brave local residents willing to fight for their home. Henry executed a strategic manoeuvre by positioning himself to the town's western flank, while deploying his brother, the Duke of Clarence, to the east. The siege was initiated after the steadfast refusal of the town to surrender to the English demands. The English forces wasted no time in setting up batteries and bombarding the defences relentlessly, while the defenders valiantly repaired breaches and launched daring counterattacks to keep the assailants at bay. Despite the defenders' skillful thwarting of English mining attempts and efforts to raise the water level of the River Lizard, the English forces managed to breach the outer defences, causing damage to towers and walls and depleting food supplies within the town. The French leaders, however, displayed unwavering resolve, holding off the English offensives for a fortnight before being forced to reluctantly consider the possibility of surrender as their situation became increasingly dire. Ultimately, the city of Estouteville was handed over to the English monarch as per the terms of surrender, with surviving garrison members and fighters being held for ransom. The courageous resistance put up by the small garrison managed to stave off the English king and his forces for a commendable 6 weeks, during which time the English army struggled with outbreaks outbreaks of malaria and dysentery, further highlighting the resilience and determination of the defenders in the face of overwhelming odds. During the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, the troops were meticulously prepared for combat, fully aware of the historical significance of the impending conflict. The English forces, under the command of the charismatic Henry V, were confronted with the daunting prospect of facing off against a formidable French army that had gathered in Rouen, led by the Dauphin. Adding to the complexity of the situation was the presence of John the Fearless, whose intentions to join the battle against England threatened to sow discord within the French ranks. The Duke of Burgundy's refusal to provide support only served to heighten the tensions within the French leadership, creating a sense of unease and uncertainty on the eve of the battle. As the campaign unfolded, suspicions of potential collaboration with the English forces lingered among the French commanders, particularly in relation to Burgundy. The delays encountered at Harfleur forced Henry V to make a critical decision, whether to retreat to England without achieving his objectives, or to push forward towards Calais, facing the challenges of marching with a depleted army. Ultimately, he chose to follow in the footsteps of his great-grandfather Edward III, embarking on a perilous journey through Normandy and Ponthieu towards Calais. The English troops encountered numerous obstacles along the way, including treacherous river crossings and the constant threat of French patrols disrupting their progress. As the English army approached the Somme at Blanchetaque, they were met with a formidable obstacle in the form of the French advance guard, strategically positioned to impede their crossing. Forced to rethink their strategy, Henry V led his troops upstream to cross at Nesle, only to discover that the main French army had already gathered near Peronne, ready to engage them in battle. Despite facing immense challenges such as exhaustion, hunger, and dwindling supplies, the English soldiers persevered, continuing their march towards the north. Finally, on October 23rd, they reached Blangy, where they were met by the entire French army, positioned ominously on a raised ridge, setting the stage for the historic Battle of Agincourt, as the English King Henry V stood with his formidable mounted knights and men-at-arms, meticulously organising his forces into battle formation. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The French, after an intense, hour-long standoff, eventually retreated and settled for the night near a charming hamlet called Agincourt. It was on the evening of October 24th that King Henry issued a stern decree for silence to reign over the English encampment. A stark contrast to the joyous revelry that filled the rainy night air in the French camp nearby. The battleground where both sides would clash the following morning was a marshy field that had recently been ploughed, bordered by thick forests. Despite the odds stacked against them, Henry V's reduced army, consisting of approximately 8,500 soldiers, was strategically imbalanced, with a majority of 7,000 skilled archers and a mere 1,500 dismounted knights and men-at-arms. Due to the limited size of their forces, the English army was arranged in a compact battle formation. Positioned at the heart of the formation were three tightly knit divisions of melee infantry known as battles, interspersed with units of longbowmen. The left battle was under the command of the experienced Baron of Camoys, the right led by Edward, Duke of York, while King Henry himself oversaw the central division. Additional archers were evenly distributed on both flanks, with a significant number strategically concealed in the dense surrounding woods. The archers were under the leadership of Sir Thomas Erpingham, ensuring that they were well positioned to provide crucial support. To fortify their defences, a protective barrier of of stakes and caltrops was erected, serving as a deterrent against any potential cavalry charges. On the opposing side of the field, the Grand French Royal Army, boasting a formidable strength of approximately 20,000 soldiers, was under the joint command of the somewhat uncertain Constable Charles d'Albret and Marshal Boucicaut, both seasoned officers overshadowed by high-ranking nobles. Their army deployed in three distinct tiers, with the first two tiers predominantly comprised of France's proud dismounted knights and men-at-arms, poised to deliver a powerful assault against the English forces. The rear tier consisted mainly of archers and crossbowmen. Flanking the infantry were around 750 heavily armoured cavalry knights on each side, with additional troops steadily joining the French ranks. Learning from past defeats at Crécy and Poitiers, the French leadership opted for a more cautious approach, choosing to hold their ground rather than immediately charge. D'Albret and Boucicaut were keenly aware that as time passed, the English forces would dwindle while their own army would only grow stronger. Despite any advantages it may have had, the cautious approach taken by the restless knights and nobles of France left them frustrated. Realising that the French were not going to make the first move, Henry V understood the importance of taking action before it was too late. Therefore, following detailed discussions with his seasoned commanders, the king issued orders for his entire army to remove their defences and advance methodically. Reports say that he inspired his troops with a simple yet powerful rallying cry, urging them forward with the words, "Fellas, let's move." Once within range of their longbows, the army skillfully repositioned their defences, and the English archers unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows on the unsuspecting knights in the front. The chaotic scene caused panic among the hastily assembled French cavalry units, driving them to charge headlong at Henry's forces in a desperate attempt to regain control. Erpingham, known for his strategic prowess, signalled for the archers to draw their bows and wait as the French knights approached through the muddy field. At the critical moment, he bellowed, "Now fire!" prompting the archers to release a devastating volley of bodkin-tipped arrows at close range from both the front and the tree line. The sky was momentarily obscured as hundreds of knights and their steeds fell under the piercing arrows. Those who managed to break through found themselves impaled on sharp stakes or forced to retreat back to their own ranks in disarray. Simultaneously, a band of opportunistic peasants and cavalry, led by a few Burgundian nobles, seized the opportunity to pillage Henry's supply train, making off with valuable loot such as bedding, cash reserves, and even one of his crowns, although this did not have an immediate impact on the battle. Meanwhile, D'Albret's first line of infantry laboured through the muddy terrain, further impeded by the chaos left in the wake of the failed cavalry charge. The unfavourable conditions, combined with heavy armour and disrupted formations due to the retreating cavalry, left the French vanguard vulnerable to the deadly accuracy of the English longbowmen, who inflicted significant casualties with each expertly aimed volley. Despite facing adversity, the elite French forces clashed with the thinly spread English line, initially pushing them back before meeting fierce resistance from Henry's resolute men-at-arms. A fierce melee erupted at the front, with the second line of French infantry advancing but encountering a bottleneck near the vanguard, which hindered full engagement and impeded the retreat of frontline troops. As the battle raged on, the French suffered losses, while Henry's infantry, engaged in close combat, bore the brunt of the fighting. In a particularly intense section, Edward, Duke of York, fell in the midst of the struggle, and Henry V himself narrowly escaped death, sustaining damage to a part of his crown, as the archers on the flanks maintained their position. Henry V's resounding victory at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415 had far-reaching consequences for the French army. The aftermath saw the English capturing a significant number of prisoners, ranging from high-ranking figures like the Dukes of Bourbon and Orleans to common soldiers. Fearing potential uprisings among the captives, the English took drastic measures by ordering their archers to execute the majority of the prisoners. This ruthless act struck fear into the hearts of the retreating French forces, leaving them in a state of despair and disarray. Following his triumph at Agincourt, Henry V orchestrated a grand display of power by compelling the captured French aristocrats to serve at his banquet table before his departure for England. This symbolic gesture further highlighted the devastating blow the French defeat had dealt to the country, plunging it into a state of vulnerability and internal turmoil. Henry wasted no time in capitalising on his victory, immediately making preparations for future military campaigns. He focused on securing funds, mustering troops, and organising a navy in anticipation of launching an assault on France. As Henry set his sights on the conquest of Normandy, he received unexpected support from the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund, who formed an alliance with the English against France. This new alliance proved instrumental in securing further victories for Henry, notably the decisive defeat of the Franco-Genoese naval forces. This victory paved the way for the English army to march into Normandy, where they conducted successful sieges on strategic cities like Caen and Rouen. The fall of Normandy under English dominance for the first time in 200 years caused alarm among the Armagnacs and Burgundians, who recognised the growing threat posed by Henry's expansionist ambitions. Despite engaging in secret negotiations with Henry the Burgundians ultimately realised that complete English conquest would not align with their interests. This realisation led to the signing of the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, a pivotal moment in the 100 Years' War. The treaty solidified Henry's control over France and marked a significant turning point in the conflict, setting the stage for further English advancements on the French soil. In the midst of escalating tensions, John the Fearless and the future Charles V of France found themselves reluctantly engaged in negotiations. However, the Duke of Burgundy's act of submission to the Valois prince took a tragic turn when Armagnac supporters of Charles launched a vicious attack, resulting in John's untimely death as retribution for a past offence. This incident, irrespective of the motives behind it, left a lasting impact on France. Centuries later, Francis I, upon encountering the mutilated skull of the deceased Duke, somberly remarked, "This is the breach through which the English infiltrated France." The news of John the Fearless's brutal demise sent shockwaves of chaos and fear rippling across various regions of the kingdom. Philip, the grieving son and heir of the Duke of Burgundy, reacted with a potent mix of sorrow and anger. Driven by a fierce determination to avenge his father's death, Philip forged a strategic alliance with Henry III of England, with the Duke of Burgundy acknowledging the English monarch's claim to the French throne in exchange for territorial gains. This pivotal alliance marked a significant turning point, as the war fatigued Charles VI of France, grappling with deteriorating mental faculties, reluctantly acquiesced to the terms of the Treaty of Troyes on May 21st, 1420. This treaty effectively designated Henry as the heir and regent of France, cementing his marriage to Catherine of Valois and ensuring their offspring's place as future monarchs. securing key towns loyal to the Dauphin, Henry V celebrated Christmas in Paris before journeying back to England to crown Catherine as his queen. Meanwhile, the Duke of Clarence suffered a fatal defeat at Beauge in March 1421, prompting Brittany to defect to the Dauphin's faction. Despite this setback, Henry successfully reclaimed several castles in France before laying siege to Meaux, where he fell ill but remained resolute in staying with his troops until the city's surrender in May 1422. Faced with declining health, Henry V made arrangements for the succession, appointing Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, as regent in England, and entrusting his brother, the Duke of Bedford, with governing in France on behalf of the infant King Henry VI. The illustrious Lancastrian monarch of England, a pivotal figure in the nation's history, passed away at Vincennes on August 31st, 1422, at the youthful age of 35. Just 2 months later, the ailing King Charles VI of France drew his final breath, paving the way for his son's ascent to the throne. However, the territories north of the Loire remained under Anglo-Burgundian control, while the new king only managed to maintain allegiance in the southern regions, where he established a temporary court. The Battle of Verneuil in 1424 ensued following the signing of the Treaty of Amiens in 1423, shaping the complex web of alliances and conflicts in this tumultuous period. In July of 1423, the English forces took strategic action by fortifying their defences north of the Loire River and launching sieges on fortresses aligned with Charles. This move prompted an army supporting the Dauphin, which included soldiers from Scotland, Italy, and Spain, to march through Burgundy's lands to support their allies. However, this coalition suffered a significant defeat at Crevant against a combined English and Burgundian force. Concurrently, in the western region, a Norman garrison loyal to Charles successfully repelled an English marauding expedition at La Brossinière, showcasing the ongoing back-and-forth struggle for control in France during this period. By the spring of 1424, the Dauphin's forces in France received a reinforcement of 6,500 Scottish troops, swelling their ranks. Led by the Count of Aumale, the Dauphin's army attempted to lift the English siege at Ivry Castle, but found the English position too strong to overcome. The focus then shifted towards Verneuil, where additional troops from Italy joined the fray. The English, under the command of Bedford, formed a formidable alliance with these troops on August 17th for a crucial battle. At Verneuil, the English army, numbering around 8,000 soldiers, faced off against a French force of 14,000 to 16,000 troops, including Scottish archers, Lombard knights, and Spanish fighters. The English deployed infantry and archers with stakes for defence, while lightly armoured soldiers safeguarded their supply convoy. On the French side, a significant portion of their cavalry dismounted, while the Lombard knights remained mounted, presenting a diverse and complex battlefield dynamic. The clash at Verneuil saw the Lombard mercenaries launching a bold charge against the English forces, prompting a swift response from the English archers. The French surprised their opponents by organising their ranks in a frontal assault rather than flanking manoeuvres, setting the stage for a fiercely contested battle. This engagement at Verneuil exemplified the contrasting tactics and strategies employed by the English and French armies as they vied for supremacy on the battlefield. Clad in formidable Italian armour, the knights surged through the English ranks with a fierce determination, their swords flashing as they cleaved through the enemy formation, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in their wake. force to be reckoned with, relentlessly pursued the baggage guard, driving them away from the chaos of the battlefield. Under the strategic command of Bedford, the English troops swiftly regrouped, their ranks bolstered by the valiant French and Scottish allies, who fought alongside them in a display of unity and determination. As the brutal melee unfolded, the English and Norman infantry showcased their martial prowess, further reinforced by the devastating accuracy of the longbowmen whose arrows shattered the French defences, causing significant losses to the enemy forces. The Lombards, upon their return, were met with a resounding defeat, their hopes of a French victory dashed as they found themselves swiftly repelled, with many of their prominent nobles taken as prisoners of war. The crushing loss at Verneuil dealt a severe blow to the aspirations of Charles VII, forcing him to re-evaluate his military strategies, while Bedford's influence and reputation soared to new heights, driving the momentum of his campaign forward with renewed vigour. The challenging siege of Orleans commenced in 1428 under the strategic planning of Salisbury, who devised a meticulous plan to capture the city and weaken the formidable forces of the Dauphin. Victories in capturing multiple towns and fortifications paved the way for the English army to encircle Orleans, defended by a mix of battle-hardened soldiers and determined local militia. With the successful securing of Jargeau and Châteauneuf, the English effectively cut off all supply routes to the city, tightening the noose around the defenders. Salisbury orchestrated a relentless artillery barrage and led a daring assault on the heavily guarded gatehouse, overcoming initial setbacks with unwavering determination. Deploying skilled sappers to undermine the fortified structures, the English forces applied relentless pressure on the defenders, forcing them to retreat deeper into the city, prolonging the grueling stalemate. Despite setbacks caused by Gloucester's errors that necessitated Bedford's temporary return to England, the strategic mastermind swiftly resumed his campaign in France in 1427 with a clear objective: the capture of Orleans, a pivotal stronghold that would greatly influence the course of the ongoing conflict. On the fateful evening of October 23rd, a critical section of the bridge, located behind the soldiers, suffered significant damage, sparking fears of impending disaster for Orleans. The aggressive Salisbury, deeply involved in strategizing the next move, was struck by a cannonball, leading to severe injury and ultimately his demise a week later. The Earl of Suffolk, stepping into his shoes, opted for a strategy of prolonged siege as Orleans ramped up its defences, taking proactive measures by setting ablaze and demolishing the outskirts beyond the protective city walls. As the calendar turned to November 8th, English ships began the arduous task of ferrying troops across the Loire River to secure strategic siege positions, prompting feeble French attempts at counterattacks. By December, the besieging forces had fortified their positions, focusing primarily on the northern bank and launching unsuccessful assaults on Port Renard in the new year. Despite a successful supply convoy reaching the city and a segment of the garrison uniting with a French contingent at Blois, a French assault near Rouvray in February, spurred by intelligence on an enemy supply caravan, led to significant casualties. In the face of mounting challenges, a young maiden named Joan emerged as a beacon of hope, driven by divine messages and unwavering faith in her sacred mission. Her arrival on the scene promised to inject renewed strength into the French cause, even as significant events unfolded miles away. Charles, grappling with the looming threat of the great city's fall, contemplated the unthinkable act of relinquishing his kingdom, but Joan's presence loomed large, monumental task for Joan of Arc, as her mission was not just to relieve Orléans, but also to have the Dauphin traditionally crowned as Charles VII in Rouen Cathedral. The historical significance of this coronation, taking place where Louis the Pious ascended to the Frankish throne 6 centuries earlier, added a layer of importance to Joan's noble cause. With the support of Robert de Baudricourt, a pro-Valois commander in Vaucouleurs, Joan embarked on a perilous journey that took her from Chinon to Poitiers, where her unwavering faith was affirmed. Her purity and divine mission were confirmed, setting the stage for her legendary feats. Equipped with armour, horses, a distinctive banner, and a legendary sword she had supposedly unearthed, Joan's journey to Orléans was not just a physical one, but also a spiritual and symbolic one. Her arrival in Blois and subsequent joining of the relief force transformed the atmosphere among the French soldiers and officers, inspiring them to rally behind Joan's patriotic cause. The respite in Orléans after Rouvray allowed the English forces to fortify their positions in anticipation of the incoming relief attempt led by Joan and the Dauphin's army. The new English commander, Glasdale, fortified Les Tourelles, turning it into a formidable citadel with external defences. Joan's departure for Orléans on the 26th marked a significant turning point in the siege, as her miraculous crossing of the Loire at Chessy and entry into the city through the Burgundian Gate boosted the spirits of the besieged citizens. Upon her arrival, Joan wasted no time in taking action, demanding the English to lift the siege from the Bellecour stronghold. Despite being initially dismissed by Glasdale, Joan's resolve and threat to execute all captured prisoners if her demands were not met forced the English to comply. A skirmish broke out when La Hire advanced against the northern English fortification at Saint-Pouer, but the defenders were eventually repelled. Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orléans, left the city to seek reinforcements, leaving Joan to bolster the city's defence efforts. Her military reconnaissance and morale-boosting activities paved the way for a renewed defence when Dunois returned, reinvigorating the besieged citizens' hopes for a successful outcome. On the eventful 4th of May, a surprise attack unfolded on the eastern fort of Saint-Lô in England by a reinforcement of 1,500 soldiers. The news quickly reached Joan of Arc, prompting her to ride out and join the fray. During the intense 3-hour battle, Joan's leadership and encouragement proved crucial in motivating her troops. Despite facing formidable opposition, the French forces managed to capture and demolish Saint-Lô, sparking jubilation among the people of Orléans. Joan couldn't help but shed tears for the fallen English soldiers who perished without absolution. The urgency of breaking the siege before the arrival of a significant Anglo-Burgundian relief army, led by John Fastolf, was not lost on the commanders, pushing them to expedite their efforts. Crossing the Loire, the French soldiers set their sights on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, engaging in a relentless struggle until they eventually overwhelmed the stronghold. The assault on the outer defences of Les Tourelles on the 7th initially faced stiff resistance, resulting in significant casualties among the French ranks. Despite being struck by an English arrow during the battle, Joan remained steadfast and unwavering in her commitment to the cause. After a brief moment of prayer for guidance, Joan resolutely returned with her standard, rallying the French troops for one final push that successfully ousted the besiegers from the fortification. Even after Joan's call for Glasdale to surrender, he adamantly refused and attempted to lead his men across the drawbridge, leading to numerous soldiers drowning in the process. With morale plummeting within the inner fortress, the remaining English forces quickly surrendered. Positioned on the northern bank of the Loire, their siege positions and regrouped for battle. As Joan and the other military leaders readied themselves for combat, the besieging forces, faced with their resolute determination, ultimately lost their resolve and retreated from the battlefield. As the army continued its march, the decision was made to split into two groups, one to head to Jargeau for garrison duty, and the other to fortify Mons. These strategic moves were met with fierce resistance from French troops, who refused to adhere to orders and relentlessly pursued the English forces. Despite the challenges and attacks they faced, the army persevered, culminating in the end of the siege of Orleans after 210 days. Joan of Arc's bravery and leadership during this time solidified her place in history as the Maid of Orleans. Following the victory, Joan was eager to march and crown Charles immediately, but French leaders hesitated due to the English strongholds still present along the Loire. Eventually, in mid-June, the army, with Joan at their side, began reclaiming these fortresses one by one, including the fall of Jargeau, Beaugency, and Mons. However, the remaining English troops, under the leadership of Talbot and Fastolf, regrouped and joined forces to counter the French advances. Despite Fastolf's warnings to proceed with caution, Talbot and his subordinates were determined to assist the fortresses along the Loire, leading to a confrontation near the village of Patay. The English forces, caught off guard by a French ambush, faced a fierce battle that resulted in the capture of many of their leaders. Sir Fastolf was among the few who managed to escape with a portion of his troops, marking a significant turning point in the conflict. The Battle of Patay in 1429 marked a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, as the French forces, led by the Dauphin and Joan of Arc, achieved a decisive victory over the English. The English suffered heavy casualties and were unable to withstand the strength of the French cavalry, leading to the crumbling of the myth of English military invincibility. This triumph emboldened the French army as they continued their advance towards Reims, culminating in the coronation of Charles VII in the city's cathedral. The ceremony, with Joan of Arc prominently displaying the sacred banner, served as a potent propaganda tool for the French cause, rallying support for the new king. As the political landscape shifted with Charles VII's coronation, the English regent in France, John of Bedford, fortified Paris in preparation for potential attacks from the French forces. When the French did eventually launch an assault, Bedford successfully repelled them, showcasing his tactical prowess. Meanwhile, Joan of Arc's capture by the Burgundians and subsequent condemnation as a heretic and execution cast a shadow over the French morale. Despite her unparalleled role in boosting the spirits of the French people, her tragic fate at the stake in Rouen left Charles VII facing challenges in maintaining unity and momentum within his ranks. The dynamics of the conflict evolved as Bedford managed to stabilise the region around Paris, while also ensuring the symbolic crowning of Henry VI of England as Henry II of France. The Duke of Burgundy, adept at playing both sides, engaged in strategic truces with the Armagnacs, further complicating the already intricate web of alliances and loyalties. Military operations in the years following the Battle of Patay centred primarily around Paris, with sieges and surprise attacks characterising the ongoing struggle for dominance in the region. The intricate dance of power and politics continued to shape the course of the 100 Years' War, with each side vying for control and supremacy on the battlefield. The French launched multiple offensives to disrupt the communication lines between Paris and Normandy and along the Normandy main border. They specifically targeted various forts to weaken the English hold on these strategic regions. On the other hand, the English were facing significant financial constraints and a shortage of manpower. Their struggle to defend the extensive 350-mile front in France, maintain modern warfare techniques involving gunpowder siege equipment, and uphold numerous garrisons put a strain on their resources. Despite these difficulties, the territories were held largely due to the leadership skills of Bedford and the support he received from the Anglo-French coalition. While there were some minor successes in reclaiming rebellious Norman castles in 1434, the ongoing rebellion was draining vital resources from the occupiers, leading to a deteriorating situation on the ground. The turning point came in 1435, when Charles VII's forces achieved significant victories over the English, consolidating their control over key regions such as Picardy. The capture of Saint-Denis and Moulins further encircled Paris, disrupting crucial supply routes and causing food prices to skyrocket in the capital. This unrest culminated in a siege on Paris, where Armagnac and Burgundian forces joined hands to reclaim the city on April 13th. The English garrisons soon departed, and the Armagnacs also made gains in northern Normandy by capturing important coastal towns like Dieppe and Harfleur, which were vital for English campaigns on the continent. Despite the Duke of Burgundy's attempt to besiege Calais in 1436, an English relief army under Beaufort managed to maintain control over the town for another century. In 1437, Talbot led a final offensive along the Seine, managing to secure parts of Upper Normandy and recapture Pontoise. However, English military strategy was showing signs of weakness at this point, as the ongoing conflict and resource drain were taking a toll on their operations. The shifting dynamics in France, with the French forces gaining momentum and securing key victories, posed a significant challenge to the English presence on the continent. Maintaining control over their territories in Normandy was of paramount importance for the English, especially as the French forces were steadily advancing and capturing one castle after another along the border. By the time Henry VI emerged from his minority to rule independently in 1437, attempts to negotiate peace in 1439 had failed. England's position on the continent continued to deteriorate over the following years, with unsuccessful operations in Picardy and Normandy, although they did manage to successfully recapture Harfleur. However, English strongholds in the French crown lands, such as Meaux, Creil, Pontoise, and Evreux, fell to Jean Bureau's formidable artillery. Gascony faced its first significant assault in decades, with English forces besieging Tartas, but ultimately falling to Charles VI's counterattacks. Despite various efforts by the English, including sieges in Dieppe and a venture into Anjou, as well as peace talks and reforms from 1441 to 1445, little progress was made. A faction within the English court, led by the Duke of Suffolk, pushed for peace with France and held considerable sway over King Henry VI. In 1444, Suffolk led an embassy to Tours for negotiations, proposing a truce that could be extended in exchange for Henry VI's betrothal to Charles VII's niece, Margaret of Anjou, and the cession of Maine to France. While this peace agreement brought relief to English settlers in northern France, who were facing increased French incursions, it sparked outrage in England and played a role in triggering the Wars of the Roses. As Henry VI's kingdom faced internal turmoil, Charles VII of France used the truce to implement significant military and financial reforms that transformed feudal France. The land tax, known as the taille, which had been sporadic in the past, became a permanent fixture to fund the king's initiatives. Instead of disbanding armies annually, a new system was introduced in 1444, where only lower-ranking units were released, while elite troops formed the core of a standing army. On January 5th, 1445, the French royal government officially established Compagnie d'Ordonnance, regular military units supplemented by the best routiers and écorcheurs, many of whom were discharged mercenaries paid monthly to ensure loyalty, discipline, and high morale standards. This marked a significant shift in the French military structure and heralded a new era of military organisation in the kingdom. Charles VII of France implemented a multifaceted approach to modernise the French military, which included innovative strategies to enhance the army's efficiency and effectiveness. One of the key tactics he employed was the recruitment of skilled former independent soldiers, a move that not only helped in reducing criminal activities within the realm, but also utilised the expertise of these individuals for the benefit of the army. In contrast, Charles viewed the disreputable écorcheurs as obstacles to achieving peace and stability in the region. Additionally, the king embraced advancements in gunpowder artillery, such as the adoption of crumbled gunpowder, which significantly improved the reliability and performance of the weaponry used by the French forces. The contributions of the Bureau brothers played a vital role in standardising cannons and elevating the level of training and professionalism within the military ranks. The tensions during the French reconquest of Normandy from 1448 to 1450 intensified as the forces led by the Duke of York clashed with the French troops. The garrisons in Maine, which were under York's command, staunchly resisted abandoning their fortified positions, leading to a heightened risk of renewed hostilities. With the English forces gradually weakening, York was reassigned to govern Ireland, and Somerset assumed his role in France. The conflict escalated when Francois de Surienne launched an attack on a Breton fortress with English support, prompting Brittany to seek assistance from Charles the Bun. The French army successfully captured several castles, triggering a standoff over the proposed exchange of Fougères for other towns, a proposition that was ultimately turned down, further fueling the ongoing conflict between the opposing sides. The conflict that erupted in July escalated as Charles VII took direct command of the French forces in southern territories, launching a series of successful offensives against English strongholds in Normandy. The French quickly gained momentum, capturing key towns like Pont-Audemer and Mantes, while Breton troops secured the Cotentin Peninsula and the Duke of Alençon reclaimed his city. The siege of Rouen in October marked a significant victory for the French, further consolidating their control over the region. Throughout the winter, French forces continued their advances, reclaiming important channel ports like Harfleur and Honfleur, significantly diminishing English control in Normandy to a small central western portion. On the English front, Queen Margaret and Suffolk's efforts to assemble a substantial army for deployment to Normandy faced challenges, including delays due to a shortage of ships and the onset of winter. The troops' discontent grew with delayed wages and Suffolk's mismanagement, culminating in his tragic assassination during an escape attempt. Despite these setbacks, Sir Thomas Kyriel eventually led the English reinforcements to Cherbourg in March, providing much-needed support to the English forces in Normandy. The arrival of Kyriel's army, along with reinforcements from nearby garrisons, boosted morale among the English troops, as France reinforced its own positions at Valognes, setting the stage for further confrontations in the ongoing conflict. Reinforcements were urgently dispatched by King Charles VII to assist Jean de Clermont, his trusted commander, after the castle's surrender to the English forces led by Kyriel. The English army, under Kiriel's skilled leadership, executed a strategic manoeuvre through the challenging tidal marshlands near Granville, encountering minimal resistance from the local population. Setting up a well-fortified camp at Formigny, Kiriel's troops prepared for the imminent confrontation with the French. Clermont, aware of the English army's movements, swiftly reached out to Arthur de Richemont, the Breton constable of France, for additional support. As the French troops mobilised under de Richemont's leadership, Kiriel's forces wasted no time in fortifying their position at Formigny in anticipation of the impending battle. With the French army approaching, Kiriel strategically deployed his troops, positioning archers on the right flank and assigning Goff to lead additional forces on the left near the Val stream. The Battle of Formigny erupted as Clermont led the French forces into a fierce clash with the well-prepared English army. Despite efforts to reinforce his troops, de Richemont's delayed arrival on the battlefield led to him missing the initial engagement. Kiriel's forces, strategically arranged in battle formation, engaged in a fierce and intense struggle with the French army for control of the village and its surroundings. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain, as both sides fought fiercely for dominance on the battlefield. As the sun reached its zenith, a group of skilled artillerymen advanced towards the battleground, expertly guided by a distinguished Scottish unit leading the march. Upon reaching the Val, they made a strategic decision to halt roughly 600 metres away from their foes, ensuring they stayed out of range of the deadly longbows wielded by the English. Safely positioned at a distance, the French troops gathered on the western side of a bridge that separated them from their adversaries. For a span of 3 intense hours, Clermont's soldiers stood their ground as their commander sought advice from his trusted advisors. The experienced captains counselled caution, while the younger officers urged for a swift assault to prevent the English fortifications from strengthening. Clermont, who would later be known as the fearsome scourge of the English, initiated the conflict by deploying 2 light cannons along with a small group of crossbowmen and men-at-arms. The unexpected artillery barrage inflicted significant casualties on the unsuspecting English troops. In a swift response, Matthew Gough commanded 500 archers to cross the bridge and launch an aggressive attack on the French gun emplacement. The archers successfully drove off the French gunners, seized the cannons, and neutralised the defenders. Startled by this setback, Clermont directed local peasants to scour the southern countryside in search of de Richemont, urgently needing reinforcements. Simultaneously, Clermont dispatched a larger group of men-at-arms, led by Pierre de Breze, to bolster their beleaguered comrades and engage the enemy forces. Despite the early advantage favouring the French under Clermont's leadership, Kiriel reinforced Gough's troops, gradually turning the tide in favour of the outnumbered English forces. In subsequent official reports to the French monarchy, drafted soon after the battle, it was noted that if Kiriel's army had launched a full-scale assault at that critical moment, Clermont would have likely faced defeat. However, such a decisive move never came to pass. As the conflict unfolded on the central front, a contingent of approximately 1,000 soldiers appeared on the plateau to the south of the battlefield. Initially interpreted as reinforcements for the English, the impending threat soon became apparent to both sides. The arrival of Arthur de Richemont's forces, posing a significant risk of a rear attack on Kiriel's troops. De Richemont quickly rode with his advance guard to confer with Clermont, while the main Breton force remained positioned on the English side of the Val. Strategically challenging for Kiriel's forces, the English likely still held the advantage in numbers over either French commander. In response, Sir Kirill ordered Gulf's unit on the left flank to reposition, turning to face de Richemont's main army to the south. Seizing the moment, the elite Breton vanguard successfully crossed the bridge, engaging in fierce combat with their English adversaries and inflicting heavy casualties on the opposing soldiers. Disrupting Gulf's redeployment plan, the Breton constable regrouped with his main army and strategically marched northeast towards the English rear. At the same time, Clermont launched a fierce attack on the English front lines, catching them off guard. Pierre de Breze, demonstrating his tactical prowess, led a group of soldiers to swiftly seize control of the eastern fortifications, effectively cutting off any chance of a meaningful retreat for the English forces. Despite Sir Thomas Kirill's valiant efforts to rally his disorganised troops in the village, the surprise attack from behind by Breze's forces, coupled with assaults from both main armies, proved too much to handle. The chaos escalated as even the local villagers joined the fray, further contributing to the destruction of the main English army. In a harrowing retreat, only Gough and Robert Vere managed to lead their remaining soldiers back to safety in Bayeux and Caen, while a group of longbowmen faced a brutal end at the hands of Clermont's troops in a nearby garden near the Val. Sir Thomas Kirill, along with approximately 1,200 others, was captured, while a staggering 3,800 of his men met their demise at Formigny, effectively shattering England's military ambitions in Normandy. The resounding defeat of Kirill's army, a composite force drawn from various garrisons, left key locations vulnerable and defenceless. Capitalising on this opportunity, France swiftly seized control of Vire, Avranches and Bayeux on May 16th. The siege of Caen followed, culminating in its fall and subsequent conquest in June, as Charles XI made a triumphant entry into the city on June 6th. Cherbourg, the last stronghold, succumbed on August 22nd, 1450, marking the complete French dominance over Normandy for the first time in nearly 3 decades. The loss of Gascony during the French reconquest from 1449 to 1453, spearheaded by the Duke of Somerset, dealt a severe blow to England, pushing the nation towards internal discord. Post-victory, France shifted its focus southwards to Gascony, successfully capturing several cities and fortresses in the region, with Charles' allies, notably the Count of Foix, playing a crucial role in seizing strategic locations like Guiche and other castles. The historic English territory of Gascony presented a formidable challenge in terms of conquest and governance, marking a stark contrast to the relatively easier control over Normandy. The loyalty of the Gascon merchants and nobles to their traditional leaders during the period from 1445 to 1449 was primarily driven by the economic prosperity they were experiencing through trade, particularly with the export of wine to England reaching unprecedented levels. The aristocracy and inhabitants continued to show allegiance to their superiors as they were reaping substantial profits and were hesitant to disrupt the established order. The French military's offensive on Gascony, starting with the fall of Cherbourg in October 1450, marked a significant shift in power dynamics. The swift capture of Jonzac and subsequent victories against Anglo-Gascon forces showcased the French forces' strength and strategic prowess. The seamless progression of the conquest, including the capture of key fortresses like Blaye, Bourg, Saint-Emilion and Castillon, was facilitated by the French artillery and diplomatic strategies, as well as the use of bribery to weaken resistance. The turning point came on June 23rd, when Bordeaux surrendered without a battle, followed by the fall of Bayonne, leaving the imposing heavy taxes on Gascony to fund its defence, leading to immediate discontent among the populace, while the English were not prepared to give up Gascony without a fight. Internal political issues and military delays hindered their response. Richard of York's involvement in the uprising against Henry VI in Ireland further complicated the situation, as he returned to England with the support of rebels, challenging the Queen's administration. The confrontation at Dartford between York and the Lancastrians highlighted the growing tension, with York presenting demands that included the arrest of the Duke of Somerset for mismanagement in the French defence efforts. As time passed, the feeble king initially gave in to the demand, only to later be convinced by Margaret of Anjou to reverse his decision and reaffirm his loyalty to the crown. Somerset was then given the responsibility of governing the realm. In the meantime, an army of approximately 3,000 soldiers was assembled under the leadership of the 65-year-old John Talbot, the Earl of Shrewsbury, through indentures. The situation in Gascony had become tumultuous, leading to envoys arriving in London in 1452, inviting the English back and offering assistance upon their return. After English ships demonstrated dominance over their French counterparts at sea, Talbot boldly sailed to Gascony and landed on the Medoc Peninsula on October 17th. Following an orchestrated uprising against the French in Bordeaux, the city surrendered within days. By the end of the year, most of the fortresses in western Gascony had fallen, with only a few exceptions. This unexpected offensive by Talbot caught Charles VII off guard, as his forces had been redirected to Normandy in anticipation of a potential invasion there. During the winter, the English received reinforcements of 4,000 troops and supplies from home. In response to the Gascon betrayal, Charles quickly dispatched advanced troops south to reinforce the remaining French-held castles, while preparing to lead an incursion into the rebellious province himself. In early June of 1453, 4 separate armies began to congregate at different points along the Gascony frontier in preparation for a multi-front invasion. 2 armies in the south assembled in Languedoc, led by the Count de Clermont and Gaston IV, the Count of Foix, who stationed his troops near Béarn. In the north, a 3rd army under the command of Marshals de Gélande and Loyac, ready to march from the vicinity of Angoulême. Charles VII oversaw a reserve army strategically positioned in the Lusignan region. The French monarch ensured that all contingents were well equipped with siege weapons and gunpowder artillery, placing particular emphasis on the northern force at Angoulême, accompanied by his artillery master, Jean Bureau. The coordinated French advance began in early June, with armies in the south moving north toward Bordeaux, while the northern army made deliberate progress through the Dordogne Valley towards the city of Castillon. Foix and Clermont, working closely together, responded to Talbot's call for battle, causing the English commander to retreat to Bordeaux. The 2 French forces then positioned themselves near the city to anticipate any English counter-offensive. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation as the French armies strategically positioned themselves in Gascony. In the midst of the hot July days in 1453, Charles embarked on a significant military expedition towards Castillon, a modest town guarded by a handful of soldiers. His formidable army, consisting of approximately 8,000 well-trained troops, was well equipped with advanced weaponry tailored for siege warfare. Rather than opting for a traditional encirclement tactic, the skilled strategist Jean Bureau chose to position his forces strategically at the Priory of Saint-Florent and constructed a sturdy artillery base on the expansive and open plain of Colle, setting the stage for a crucial confrontation. Simultaneously, in the bustling city of Bordeaux, Talbot was hastily summoned to reinforce the English garrison stationed at Castillon. Despite facing logistical challenges and facing a race against time, Talbot marshalled a diverse contingent of infantry, Gascons, and mounted cavalry to march towards the besieged town. Upon launching a surprise assault on the French projectile troops stationed at the priory, Talbot's forces managed to glean vital intelligence regarding Bureau's artillery emplacements, gaining a crucial strategic advantage in the unfolding conflict. Following the initial skirmish, Talbot wisely chose to grant his troops a well-deserved respite before orchestrating a meticulously planned, large-scale offensive manoeuvre. In stark contrast, Bureau swiftly dismounted his cavalry and meticulously organised his soldiers for an impending clash as they drew closer to the priory, emboldened by their previous success on the battlefield. The stage was now set for a decisive and potentially game-changing confrontation between the English and French armies at the pivotal battleground of Castillon, with both sides meticulously fine-tuning their tactical strategies and battle formations in anticipation of the looming showdown. The scene on the battlefield was chaotic as the grooms deftly guided the horses away, their hooves kicking up a thick cloud of dust that billowed behind them. This clever manoeuvre was a strategic ploy to mislead the English scouts, who were left believing that the French forces were retreating. Talbot, a seasoned commander known for his bold decisions, received word of the supposed retreat and, against the advice of his men, decided to press on with the attack. The allure of potential plunder in the enemy camp drove Talbot to lead his army towards Bureau's stronghold, with the cavalry units at the forefront and foot soldiers marching closely behind. As the English forces approached the fortification, the French scouts quickly spotted them and hastened to inform Bureau of the impending threat. Bureau wasted no time in deploying his artillery park, strategically placing cannons on the ramparts to counter the English advance. Despite being without armour due to a vow he had taken, Talbot made the bold call for his soldiers to dismount and engage the enemy on foot. While some advisers, like Everingham, suggested laying siege to the position, Talbot, concerned about his reputation and eager for a swift victory, opted for a direct assault. The initial charge, led by Everingham, unfortunately resulted in heavy losses, including the tragic death of Everingham himself, further fueling the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, the Anglo-Gascon infantry, forming the bulk of the English forces, launched a gradual assault on the fortification's right flank. The arrival of reinforcements bolstered the spirits of Talbot's men, sparking a ferocious offensive, despite the relentless barrage of fire from the French artillery. Despite their superior numbers, the English troops encountered fierce resistance from Bureau's well-fortified defences, leading to a prolonged hour of brutal and inconclusive fighting atop the ramparts. The clash of these two determined forces created a tense and gripping spectacle on the battlefield, with neither side willing to yield ground easily in the face of such fierce opposition. The conflict's escalation reached a critical point when the Breton forces arrived at the battleground, having been forewarned earlier in the day. Their well-timed assault on Talbot's right flank, supported by mounted troops, caught the English forces by surprise, throwing them into disarray. In the chaos of battle, Talbot sustained serious injuries, and the French, seizing the opportunity, launched a devastating counter-offensive that further weakened the English defensive line. Despite the dire situation, Talbot managed to rally a small group of soldiers to hold the rear as the rest of his forces began to retreat. Tragically, a cannon projectile struck Talbot's horse, causing the noble knight to be fatally trapped beneath the fallen steed. In a poignant act of bravery, Talbot urged his son to flee to safety, but the young man defiantly chose to stand by his father's side and met his fate alongside him. The aftermath of the battle was grim for the English forces, with many soldiers perishing in their attempts to cross the Dordogne River, while others fell to the relentless Breton cavalry. The Anglo-Gascon casualties numbered between 500 and 4,000, a stark contrast to the relatively minimal losses suffered by the French. In recognition of Talbot's valour and loyalty, Jean Bureau orchestrated an elaborate funeral with full military honours, presenting Talbot's standard and chain of command to King Charles VII, who expressed his gratitude for the fallen knight's unwavering dedication. The Battle of Castillon, on July 20th, marked a turning point, with the French monarch personally leading his troops to a decisive victory. Following the fall of Bordeaux, Gascony faced continued resistance, but eventually succumbed to Charles VII's forces. After enduring a 10-week blockade, Bordeaux finally surrendered on October 19th, 1453, forcing the English to retreat from Gascony. The far-reaching consequences of these events reverberated across both England and France, shaping the course of history in significant ways. The 100 Years' War, which effectively concluded in 1453, marked a significant turning point for England, as it shifted from having a European presence to becoming solely insular. The war may have officially ended, but tensions between England and France persisted, with French privateers continuing to harass the English coastline. To counter these threats, significant garrisons were established in key regions like Normandy and Gascony to deter further English incursions and maintain control. The formal conclusion to the hostilities came in 1475 with the signing of the Treaty of Picquigny between Edward IV of England and Louis VIII of France. Initially meant as a temporary ceasefire, the treaty evolved into a lasting peace agreement that effectively ended the conflict. This peace endured for almost 2 decades, until 1492, during which time no English monarch made serious attempts to reclaim the French crown. The last remnants of English control in France, such as the Pale of Calais, were relinquished in 1558 during the Italian Wars, when French forces seized control. In the aftermath of the 100 Years' War, England faced internal turmoil, particularly during the Lancastrian monarchy following Henry V's death. The reign of Henry VI was plagued by court conflicts, leading to a power struggle between Richard of York and Edmund of Somerset. This internal strife culminated in the War of the Roses, which began with the Battle of St. Albans in 1455. The situation worsened when Henry VI fell into a catatonic state in late 1453, intensifying the political unrest and setting the stage for further conflicts within England. In a previous video, the intricate origins of the conflicts that eventually led to the Civil War were meticulously examined. These conflicts were found to have deep roots that can be traced back to the 100 Years' War and its profound financial and territorial consequences. By delving into Edward III's decision to establish duchies for his sons, it became apparent that the resulting accumulation of wealth and authority among his heirs posed a significant threat to the king's power, ultimately setting the stage for the civil strife that followed. Furthermore, while King Charles VII of France managed to successfully expel the English from the continent, he continued to face challenges such as local supporters aiding English incursions and internal discord, which perpetuated perpetuated his feelings of insecurity. Throughout this tumultuous period, the various provinces and their rulers often prioritised their own interests over the unity of the kingdom, potentially leaving themselves vulnerable to manipulation by the English. To combat this looming threat, King Charles VII took decisive actions that included the execution of a Gascon noble for colluding with the English and the confiscation of lands from nobles suspected of conspiring against the monarchy. Additionally, Louis XI played a pivotal role in advancing the centralisation drive by curbing the autonomy of appanaged nobles and making efforts to annex rival duchies like Brittany and Burgundy. The influential Burgundian dukes, Philip the Good and Charles, emerged as formidable obstacles to French royal authority as they forged alliances with the English and incited rebellions against the crown. With the decline of the Burgundian house in 1477, the French crown seized the opportunity to absorb their territories, sparking a prolonged conflict with the Habsburg dynasty. The inclusion of Brittany and the reintegration of other princely regions into the royal domain further cemented the monarchy's control by the end of the century. The Formigny Treaty served to diminish the capacity of princes to pose external threats to the king, while instances of treason highlighted the diminishing political freedoms of the nobility. Despite noble attempts, such as those by Charles of Bourbon during the Italian Wars, to challenge the monarchy, the lack of support from their peers ultimately thwarted their endeavours. Although the French nobility still retained some influence, the monarchy's consolidation of power through centralisation measures and strategic alliances reshaped the political landscape, tipping the scales of authority in favour of the crown and altering the dynamics between the monarchy and the aristocracy. Following the death of Henry II, the political landscape of the nation once again plunged into turmoil, this time due to religious divisions instigated by powerful noble families. The French monarchy, seizing the opportunity of newfound stability and authority, initiated foreign military campaigns that set off a 60-year power struggle against the Spanish imperial von Habsburg dynasty for control over Italy and Europe. The transition from a feudal to a centralised system became increasingly apparent, particularly in areas such as taxation and military recruitment, a transformation that unfolded not only in France but also across much of Western Europe and played a significant role in shaping the destinies of both England and France. In the 1430s, King Charles V of France implemented measures to strengthen taxation by calling for the General Estates to convene annually for tax collection. By 1439, he solidified royal authority by decreeing that only the king could raise troops and levy taxes, directly challenging the autonomy of rebellious princes who attempted uprisings such as the Braguerie in 1440 and the Nevers gathering in 1442. Charles effectively enforced continuous taxation throughout his reign without seeking approval from the estates, utilising financial mechanisms like aids and taille post-war to fund his endeavours. Furthermore, during a period of truce in the 1440s, Charles IX established the Compagnies d'Ordonnance, professional standing armies funded entirely by royal tax revenue, which later formed the nucleus of the military forces that clashed with nobles in the 1460s and 1480s and launched an invasion of Italy in 1494. While England had already made strides towards centralisation before and during the conflicts, the authority of the Parliament expanded as monarchs sought to increase tax revenues, thereby maintaining a system of checks and balances on royal power that persisted in the centuries to come. Unlike other European nations that began developing standing armies in the 16th century, England, owing to its insular location and pre-existing centralised structure, did not raise a permanent army until the era of Cromwell. The emergence of gunpowder and the growing significance of cannons in siege warfare during the 100 Years' War marked a pivotal shift in military tactics. This protracted conflict not only fostered a stronger sense of national identity in both England and France, fueled by mutual animosity and increased involvement of the populace through heavy taxation and widespread recruitment of archers, but also contrasted sharply with the sentiments prevalent in regions like Burgundy. In just one generation, the English aristocracy abandoned French, their traditional language, in favour of English, underscoring the evolving cultural dynamics within the nation. France, on the other hand, boasted a rich historical heritage that continued to influence its political and social landscape as it navigated through the challenges brought about by shifting power dynamics and emerging centralisation trends. In the centuries that followed, the once prominent regional distinctions that impeded the authority of the French monarch gradually dissolved amidst prolonged periods of conflict and upheaval. This gradual erosion paved the way for the central government to extend its influence to the farthest corners of the realm, solidifying the French national identity through a tumultuous blend of warfare, looting, and subjugation. Initially met with resentment, the military forces eventually became the unifying force against the perceived common enemy. The English, after the pivotal Battle of Agincourt, leaving lasting emotional scars on French society. The devastating repercussions of the Black Death left a profound mark on both France and England, setting the stage for renewed hostilities during the Lancastrian era. The northern regions of France became battlegrounds, leading to prolonged periods of recovery as villages were decimated and once thriving fields succumbed to encroaching forests. Fortified cities bore the brunt of destruction, with their outskirts in ruins and an influx of displaced individuals seeking shelter within their walls. While some urban centres swiftly recovered from the aftermath of conflict, many areas continued to grapple with the lingering effects of devastation for years to come. In stark contrast to France, England emerged from this tumultuous period relatively unscathed, despite facing occasional coastal raids and the persistent threat of Scottish invasions. The decline of the wool trade, a crucial source of revenue under the English crown's control, prompted a reassessment of England's foreign policy. The 100 Years' War, a defining conflict of the medieval era, featured monumental battles, charismatic leaders, and far-reaching consequences that reverberated across Western Europe, shaping the trajectories of both France and England. France emerged from the conflict with a strengthened state apparatus, solidifying its position as a key player in European diplomatic affairs for generations to come. During the subsequent centuries, England found itself becoming more isolated on its island as its ties to the neighbouring continent grew weaker and weaker. This increasing sense of solitude was exacerbated by a combination of political, economic, and cultural factors that gradually eroded the country's connections with the rest of Europe. As England's relationship with the continent became more tenuous, it began to assert its independence and develop a unique identity that set it apart from its European neighbours. This shift towards isolation had far-reaching implications for England's development and influence on the world stage, shaping its trajectory in ways that would resonate for centuries to come. The growing sense of isolation also fueled a sense of national pride and identity among the English people. as they forged a distinct path for themselves, separate from the influences of the continent. This period of increasing solitude marked a pivotal moment in England's history, leading to the emergence of a nation that would eventually become a global powerhouse with its own unique place in the world. And that, dear listeners, concludes our tranquil journey through the 100 Years' War. From the initial sparks of conflict to the final treaties, we've witnessed how this war altered the course of history. I hope you found this exploration as captivating as I did. Thank you for joining me here on the ASMR History channel. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe for more whispered tales of the past. Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what historical periods or events you'd like us to explore next. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of history. Sweet dreams, and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome to the ASMR History channel. I'm Sophie, and today we're delving into the incredible story of Joan of Arc, a young woman who rose from humble beginnings to become a beacon of hope and inspiration for an entire nation. Born in the small village of Domremy around 1412, Joan claimed to have received divine messages that led her to play a pivotal role in the 100 Years' War. Her journey from a simple peasant girl to a military leader and martyr is filled with extraordinary courage, faith, and determination. Join me as we explore the life of this remarkable figure and uncover the profound impact she had on French history. Joan of Arc, a young woman born in the small village of Domremy around the year 1412, emerged as a pivotal and inspirational figure in French history, claiming to have received divine messages from St. Michael, St. Catherine, and St. Margaret. She felt a profound sense of duty to support Charles VII and lead France to liberation from English domination. During the later stages of the prolonged and devastating 100 Years' War, she joined the military ranks as a standard bearer. Her presence significantly boosted the morale of the French troops and played an instrumental role in the liberation of Orléans in 1429, a turning point in the war. However, her fortunes took a dark and tragic turn when she was captured by the Burgundians in 1430. They sold her to the English, who subsequently put her on trial, charging her with heresy and witchcraft. Coming from a humble and modest background in Domremy, Joan was raised in a simple home by her father, Jacques d'Arc, who worked as a farmer and local official. Her exact date of birth remains uncertain, as Joan herself was vague about her age in her writings. Growing up in a rural environment with 3 brothers and a sister, Joan witnessed firsthand the devastating effects of the ongoing 100 Years' War, which had a profound and far-reaching impact on France's economy and political landscape. The erratic and unstable behaviour of King Charles VI had left the French monarchy vulnerable, leading to deep internal conflicts and power struggles within the country during Joan's childhood. The regency of King Charles VI faced intense and bitter rivalries between his brother, the Duke of Orléans, and his cousin, the Duke of Burgundy, John the Fearless, following the king's incapacity. The Duke of Burgundy's assassination of the Duke of Orléans in 1407 ignited a civil war between the Armagnacs and Burgundians. Seizing the opportunity created by this internal strife, Henry of England invaded France in 1415, and the Burgundians, after John the Fearless's death during peace negotiations, gained control of Paris in 1418. The situation grew even more complex and precarious as Philip the Good, the new Duke of Burgundy, forged a strategic alliance with the English forces. The conflict took a decisive and dramatic turn when Charles VI, influenced by various accusations, and his wife Isabeau of Bavaria, disinherited the Dauphin through the Treaty of Troyes. This controversial agreement arranged a marriage between their daughter and Henry V, effectively making English heirs the successors to the French throne. Following the deaths of Henry V and Charles VI in 1422, a fierce and contentious dispute arose over the throne between the infant Henry VI of England and Charles XI, who staunchly maintained and defended his legitimacy against all challenges and adversaries. Joan of Arc, born in the pro-Armagnac village of Domremy, grew up in an environment heavily impacted by the ongoing conflict and the pro-Burgundian regions that surrounded her village. Coming from a farming background, she was deeply influenced by the war's devastation and the constant threat of violence. Her entry into the war therefore marked a pivotal role in supporting Charles VII's claim to the French throne. Joan's involvement in the conflict represented a significant turning point in the protracted struggle for power during this tumultuous period of French history. In the tumultuous year of 1425, the French monarchy found itself embroiled in fierce opposition from both the English and the Burgundians, a situation that had profound and far-reaching repercussions on the ongoing conflict. Domremy, deeply enmeshed in the chaos and violence of the era, witnessed a brutal assault that only served to exacerbate the animosity towards the English forces among the local populace. It was against this backdrop of turmoil and strife that a young 13-year-old girl named Joan began to experience extraordinary visions, being visited by celestial beings such as Saint Michael, angels, and Saints Catherine and Margaret. These otherworldly encounters stirred within her a sense of duty and a resolute determination to stand by the French crown. Her unwavering faith and unyielding commitment to her visions led to prophetic whispers heralding the arrival of a maiden fated to rescue France from its dire predicament. Despite initial dismissals and scepticism from the French court, Joan's visions persisted, serving to strengthen her unshakable conviction in her divine mandate to assist Charles VII. As the English forces tightened their grip on crucial strategic strongholds, particularly the indispensable city of Orléans, the urgency of Joan's mission grew more pronounced. By February of 1429, with the looming threat of Orléans falling into enemy hands, Joan at last managed to secure a military escort to Chinon, bolstered by the support of local allies who believed in her cause. The potential loss of Orléans was viewed as a pivotal juncture in the conflict, drawing parallels to the critical significance of Stalingrad in the context of World War II, underscoring the precarious position of the French monarchy and the pressing need for a decisive turn of events. Choosing to don men's clothing during her treacherous journey was not merely a practical decision, but a deliberate strategy that she adhered to consistently over the course of her life. This choice not only aligned with the confrontational nature of her mission, but also provided her with a crucial form of disguise and protection while traversing France, seamlessly blending in with the military forces. The utilitarian attire symbolised her unyielding commitment to her cause and proved invaluable as she navigated the challenges of wartime France. This decision set the stage for the remarkable, yet ultimately tragic events that would unfold during the tumultuous period of the 100 Years' War. Upon her arrival at the royal court in Chinon, Joan of Arc wasted no time in making a lasting impact on Charles, confidently asserting her divine mandate to break the siege of Orléans and facilitate his coronation. Their initial meeting was nothing short of momentous, sparking a profound and immediate connection. Joan's unwavering belief in Charles' rightful claim to the throne resonated deeply with him, igniting a sense of purpose and destiny. While Joan's influence on Charles was instantaneous and powerful, the Dauphin Council harboured reservations regarding her extraordinary claims and the visions she professed to have experienced, leading to a mix of scepticism and intrigue among the court's advisers. In order to validate Joan's assertions and assess her character, it was decided that she would undergo a thorough examination by a panel of expert theologians in Poitiers. This meticulous evaluation, akin to a formal interrogation, was designed to confirm her devoutness, moral integrity, and the legitimacy of her divine visions. The inquiries delved deeply into personal matters, including the verification of her chastity, which was scrutinised by a group of women in Tours. The confirmation of her purity, endorsed by Charles's mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, carried significant weight given the religious and societal importance attached to virginity during that era. The Indonesian military's controversial and widely criticised practice of conducting virginity tests on female applicants was recently brought to light and has since been officially discontinued due to mounting concerns regarding privacy violations and human rights issues. Charles, feeling deeply reassured by the thorough investigations that followed, decided to honour Joan with a ceremonial bestowal of armour, a banner, and a sacred sword, all of which were believed to have once belonged to the legendary Catherine de Vieira. This symbolic act not only equipped Joan for her upcoming challenges, but also served to reinforce her identity as a warrior, divinely guided by higher powers, thus instilling a profound sense of purpose and strength in her as she prepared to align herself with the royal cause. In the midst of a tumultuous military landscape, Charles and the Armagnacs experienced a profound resurgence of hope and determination with the arrival of Joan. Her unshakable confidence and bold claims of receiving divine guidance infused the French resistance with a renewed zeal, effectively transforming the ongoing conflict into a fervent religious crusade. Joan's courageous proclamation of her divine mission to reclaim French territories, conveyed in a letter addressed to the Duke of Bedford, marked a pivotal moment in the siege of Orleans and the overarching 100 Years' War, establishing her as a beacon of hope and resilience for the embattled French forces. Her presence and leadership galvanised the troops, instilling a newfound sense of unity and purpose as they faced their adversaries with a revitalised spirit. Inspired by Joan's extraordinary vision and unwavering commitment to their cause, upon reaching the city of Orleans, Joan of Arc was met by Jean d'Orléans, the city's military leader, who quickly recognised her potential and the critical role she could play in the ongoing conflict. Joan swiftly became an indispensable asset in the successful assault on the Bastille de Saint-Loup. Her mere presence, combined with her unwavering determination and charisma, served to uplift the spirits of the French soldiers. This newfound inspiration galvanised them to launch a decisive and coordinated attack on the fortress. Joan's arrival not only bolstered the morale of the troops, but also solidified her reputation as a symbol of unwavering hope and unyielding resolve in the face of daunting adversities. Her ability to inspire and lead earned her the admiration and respect of all who fought alongside her. Following the triumphant capture of Orléans on the 8th of May, Joan's leadership qualities came to the forefront. Her strategic insights and unshakable determination on the battlefield were instrumental in ending the siege, thus fulfilling the promise she had made at Poitiers. Joan's presence served as a divine symbol of support for the French forces. This significant victory solidified her position as a celestial messenger in the eyes of the French populace, garnering widespread support from prominent figures such as Jacques Galou, the Archbishop of Embrun, and revered theologian Jean Gasson, who both publicly endorsed her mission and divine purpose. On the other hand, the English viewed Joan's remarkable successes with suspicion and scepticism following the events at Orleans, attributing her victories to dark forces or supernatural intervention. Teaming up with the Armagnac troops led by John Toad, Duke of Alençon, Joan orchestrated a strategic northern campaign. The objective was to secure key bridge towns along the Loire River, which were crucial for ensuring Charles VII's safe passage to Reims for his coronation. Despite facing significant resistance at Jargeau, Joan's bold tactics and direct assault resulted in the swift capture of the town. Her leadership inflicted significant casualties on the English forces and disrupted their plans. The momentum of their campaign continued as Joan and her troops advanced to Meung-sur-Loire, where they seized control of the town's bridge, forcing the English garrison to retreat to a nearby fortress. Joan's strategic acumen and relentless drive during these operations further cemented her reputation as a formidable and divinely guided military leader, inspiring her troops and demoralising her enemies. During the siege of Beaugency, as the English relief unit under Sir John Fastolf was on its way, the English garrison surrendered before the reinforcements could reach them. This unexpected turn of events led to a significant shift in the dynamics of the conflict. The main English army, bolstered by soldiers from Meung-sur-Loire, retreated towards Paris, prompting Joan to urge the Armagnac forces to pursue them aggressively. This pursuit culminated in the Battle of Patay on the same day. The English attempted an ambush, but their plans were foiled by the vigilant Armagnac vanguard. This led to a decisive victory for the French, with many English commanders captured, and Sir John Fastolf narrowly escaping with a small group of his men. Joan of Arc's pivotal role in advocating for this bold pursuit was instrumental in the triumph, highlighting her strategic prowess and the loyalty of the soldiers under her command. These swift victories significantly bolstered Charles VII's standing and inspired confidence among the French populace, who increasingly viewed Joan as a divine messenger sent to lead them to glory. Following this decisive win, the French forces, guided by Joan's strategic counsel, shifted their focus towards ensuring the coronation of Charles VII, rather than engaging in further military confrontations with the English in Normandy. Setting out on their journey to Reims on the 29th of June, the French army encountered minimal resistance along their march. The town of Orleans, which had already been liberated, was now a stronghold of support, and other towns quickly rallied behind the Armagnac cause, solidifying their allegiance. The most formidable challenge arose in Troyes, where a small but determined garrison of English and Burgundian troops stood firm. Despite Joan's initial attempts at peaceful resolution through negotiations, the eventual surrender of Troyes was achieved through a decisive military assault. This victory further cemented Joan's reputation as both a skilled negotiator and a formidable military leader. Upon reaching the historic coronation site for French monarchs on July 16th, 1429, Charles VII and his entourage were greeted with warmth and jubilation by the inhabitants of Reims. The formal coronation of Charles VII took place the following day, with Joan of Arc prominently positioned during the ceremony, symbolising her crucial role in this momentous achievement. Joan interpreted the successful coronation as the realization of her divine mission and a testament to the righteousness of their cause. This moment was a powerful affirmation of her visions and the divine support she believed guided her actions. Efforts to peacefully transition Paris from Burgundian to Armagnac control commenced shortly after the coronation, resulting in a temporary ceasefire brokered with Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy. However, the Duke's subsequent refusal to honour the agreement sparked internal discord within the royal court. Despite these challenges, the Armagnac army continued its advance towards Paris, encountering minimal resistance along the way. Many towns chose to surrender without a fight, reflecting the growing influence and legitimacy of Charles VII's reign and Joan's leadership. This period marked a significant turning point in the conflict, as the momentum clearly shifted in favour of the French, driven by the remarkable achievements and strategic vision of Joan of Arc. Near Montepellier on August 15th, the French forces, under the command of Joan of Arc, faced off against the English troops led by the Duke of Bedford. Joan, known for her fearless spirit and strategic mind, attempted to provoke the English into action. However, the English forces, wary of Joan's reputation and capabilities, held their ground, resulting in a tense and prolonged standoff. The anticipation was palpable on both sides, with each force waiting for the other to make a move. The assault on Paris, a bold and ambitious plan spearheaded by Joan, was launched on September 8th. During this critical battle, Joan sustained a severe injury while bravely leading her troops in a direct charge against the enemy fortifications. Struck by a crossbow bolt, Joan of Arc nonetheless displayed unwavering determination and continued to encourage her soldiers until nightfall. Despite her valour, the following day brought a disappointing order from King Charles, commanding the Armagnac forces to cease their attack. This unsuccessful attempt to capture Paris significantly diminished Joan's influence at court, as her aggressive military tactics clashed with the court's preference for diplomatic solutions in dealing with the Burgundians. Joan's firm belief in her divine mission led to mounting tensions with the court, further eroding her standing and inviting criticisms that questioned the legitimacy of her supposed divine guidance. In October 1429, Joan of Arc launched a determined military campaign against territories controlled by Perrenais-Grade, a mercenary who had aligned himself with the Burgundians and the English. Joan managed to successfully capture Saint-Pierre-Laurier, a significant achievement given the challenging circumstances. However, her subsequent efforts to take La Charité in late November and December were met with considerable resistance and obstacles. These setbacks tarnished her reputation and marked a series of military disappointments that undermined her earlier successes. Nonetheless, in December, in a gesture of recognition for her unwavering dedication and service to France, King Charles II elevated Joan and her family to nobility. This honour was bestowed despite the recent defeats she had faced, underscoring the king's acknowledgement of her contributions to the French cause. Prior to the ill-fated siege of Paris in September, King Charles had successfully negotiated a truce with the Burgundians, which extended until Easter of 1430. During this period of ceasefire, the court deemed Joan's military contributions unnecessary, as the Duke of Burgundy began to reclaim towns that had been previously surrendered to the French. This period of inactivity for Joan heightened tensions within the French leadership. In late March 1430, tensions reached a boiling point in Compiègne, where Joan took the bold step of leading a volunteer force to assist the besieged drew sharp criticism from some historians who viewed her actions as impulsive or even treasonous. However, other historians suggest that Joan may have had some level of covert support within the court, highlighting the complexities and internal conflicts surrounding her final military endeavours. The nuanced perspectives on Joan's actions during this time reflect the intricate dynamics and the contentious nature of her role in the latter stages of the 100 Years' War. Upon Joan's arrival in Melun in April, she was joined by additional commanders who bolstered her forces and increased their effectiveness in the ongoing conflict. The presence of these seasoned leaders was a significant advantage, as they brought their strategic expertise and battle-hardened experience to Joan's campaign. Inspired by the recent successes of Joan's troops, the townspeople of Melun felt a surge of empowerment and solidarity. They were particularly galvanised by the decisive victory over an Anglo-Burgundian force led by the notorious mercenary Frane d'Assas. D'Assas, known for his ruthless tactics and fearsome reputation, was captured by Joan's forces. Unlike the customary practice of ransoming captured leaders, the townspeople opted for swift justice. Driven by D'Assas's widely unfavourable public image and the desire to send a strong message, they conducted a rapid trial and executed him, demonstrating their resolve and support for Joan's cause. By mid-May, Joan's campaign led her to Compiègne, a strategically important town under threat from Burgundian forces. On May 14th, Joan took decisive action to bolster the town's defences against the advancing Burgundians. Despite facing dwindling resources and a significantly reduced force of only 400 soldiers, by May the 23rd, Joan's indomitable spirit remained unshaken. She led a daring sortie from Compiègne in an attempt to strike the Burgundian camp at May. Unfortunately, this bold operation ended in failure. Joan was captured by Léonel de Vendôme, a member of Jean de Luxembourg's group, following a valiant but unsuccessful attempt to escape. Her capture was marked by her desperate leap from a tower window in a bid for freedom, which ultimately led to her being taken to the Bolo-le-Fontaine castle. Following her capture, Joan was relocated to Beuvron Castle and subsequently transferred to Arras, where she remained under Burgundian control until November. During this time, negotiations led by John de Luxembourg culminated in Joan being handed over to English custody. This transfer was a significant event, as it shifted Joan's fate into the hands of the English, who were eager to undermine her influence and discredit her achievements. Joan was transported to Rouen, an English stronghold in France, where she faced an uncertain future. Charles IX's failure to take decisive action to secure her release from English captivity set the stage for her trial for heresy, which began in Rouen on January 9th, 1431. The charges brought against her were intended to discredit her divine assertions that had bolstered Charles' claim to the French throne. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais presided over Joan's trial, which was heavily influenced by political and religious motivations. The clergy from the University of Paris, aligned with English and Burgundian interests, played a significant role in shaping the proceedings. Joan faced numerous legal and procedural irregularities that severely impeded her defence. These included her confinement in a secular prison under the surveillance of English soldiers, rather than being placed under ecclesiastical supervision, and the absence of legal representation to advocate on her behalf. Despite these significant obstacles, Joan displayed remarkable resilience and intelligence. She navigated the complex theological interrogations with wisdom and grace, maintaining her composure and steadfastly defending her divine mission. Her conduct during the trial underscored her extraordinary courage and conviction, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. An especially noteworthy moment in Joan's trial occurred when she skillfully navigated a potentially dangerous theological trap. By eloquently expressing her unwavering faith in God's grace, Joan avoided self-incrimination in a way that was both strategic and effective. This deft maneuver not only helped her sidestep a possible conviction, but also garnered a mix of admiration and suspicion from the court. While some observers viewed her response as a genuine testament to her faith, others saw it as a calculated diplomatic move designed to protect herself in a highly precarious situation. As the pressure of the trial increased and the threat of torture became more imminent, Joan eventually relented and signed an abjuration document. This document required her to renounce her previous assertions and agree to refrain from wearing men's clothing or taking up arms. Her captors orchestrated this tactical concession with the aim of undermining her influence and preventing her from being executed by burning at the stake. The signing of this document was a significant turning point in her trial, marking a moment of forced compliance under duress, which ultimately did little to preserve her life in the long term. In the tragic final chapter of Joan's story, she once again found herself accused of heresy after publicly renouncing her visions and reverting to male attire. Despite her earnest explanations that she dressed this way for safety and modesty in the presence of male guards, her actions were misinterpreted. This perceived relapse into heresy directly contravened the terms of her earlier renunciation and was used against her by those who were determined to see her condemned. Bishop Pierre Cochon, the primary adjudicator of Joan's trial, personally confronted her in her cell regarding her decision to resume wearing male attire. Joan offered pragmatic reasoning for her choice, emphasizing the practicalities of her situation, but this only served to reignite accusations of heresy. This confrontation ultimately sealed her fate, leading to her tragic demise. The trial and subsequent execution of Joan of Arc were heavily influenced by the political tensions of the era, particularly the ongoing conflict between French and English factions. Despite Joan's unwavering claims of receiving divine guidance, she was ultimately condemned as a relapsed heretic and handed over to secular authorities. Instead of being transferred to the local bailiff, as was customary, she was directly handed over to the English forces. Joan met her tragic end through burning at the stake in Rouen marketplace on May 30th, 1431. In a rare and significant allowance, she was permitted to receive the sacraments before her death, a privilege typically denied to those accused of heresy. This concession underscored the intricate and convoluted nature of her trial and execution, highlighting the extraordinary circumstances surrounding her final moments. In a poignant and heart-wrenching moment just before her passing, Joan was given a makeshift cross by an English soldier, which she reverently kissed. This touching gesture provided her with a brief moment of solace amidst the turmoil. Shortly after, she was presented with an official processional crucifix that remained before her until her final breath. This symbol of her faith and devotion was a source of comfort as she faced her tragic end. To prevent any relics from being worshipped or venerated, her ashes were callously thrown into the Seine River following her execution. This act of desecration was intended to erase her physical presence, but it only served to enhance her martyrdom. The fiery manner of her demise transformed her into a powerful symbol of French unity and resistance against occupation. Her legacy grew stronger over time, ultimately leading to her canonization as a saint. This This recognition forever solidified her status as a heroic figure for France, celebrated for her bravery and faith. The English had anticipated that Joan's execution would sway the tides of the 100 Years' War in their favour. However, it had the opposite effect, galvanising the French populace and strengthening their resolve. Instead of demoralising the French, her death inspired them to fight with renewed vigour. As a result, the war began to turn in favour of the French, culminating in the expulsion of the English from all territories save Calais. Joan's tragic end had significant political ramifications for Charles VII, the king she had fervently supported. His association with a condemned heretic cast a shadow over his legitimacy, prompting a re-evaluation of Joan's trial once Rouen was reclaimed by the French forces. This re-examination of Joan's initial conviction shed light on the injustice and arbitrary nature of the judgment she received. Consequently, a thorough retrial commenced in 1455, conducted under the guidance of the Church and with explicit endorsement from the papacy. The retrial involved a plethora of testimonies and legal assessments, which brought to the forefront the bias of the initial trial. It uncovered manipulation by individuals who had personal interests at stake in the proceedings. Ultimately, the exoneration trial not only cleared Joan of any wrongdoing, but also dismissed the accusations levelled against her, and declared the coerced renunciation document she had signed as invalid. This public declaration of Joan's innocence set the historical record straight and served to restore honour to both her and her family. Symbolically, the trial served as a means of vindicating Joan's reputation by rejecting the charges against her. The act of symbolically pointing across towards the location of her execution further emphasised this vindication. Joan's intricate legacy as a figure of historical, spiritual, and cultural significance has been subject to varied interpretations throughout history. Within religious contexts, she is revered as a saint within the Roman Catholic Church, with her formal canonisation in 1920 solidifying her status as a saint. Her canonisation emphasised her purity and devotion, rather than solely focusing on her martyrdom. This shift in emphasis accentuated her portrayal as a leader guided by divine intervention, highlighting her role as a spiritual figure who embodied faith and courage. Through her canonisation as a virgin, the Church acknowledged her unwavering commitment to her faith and her unique place in history as a symbol of divine guidance and national pride. Joan's legacy extends far beyond mere religious veneration, challenging conventional gender norms by embodying virtues that transcend societal boundaries. Through her remarkable demonstration of faith, courage, and the relentless pursuit of justice, Joan broke through deeply entrenched gender stereotypes, particularly in the realm of military leadership. Her exceptional ability to lead troops into battle, coupled with her unwavering conviction, set her apart in a predominantly male-dominated field. This groundbreaking aspect of her legacy continues to inspire and resonate with people today. Joan's enduring appeal lies in her representation of virtues that surpass mere faith, bravery, and righteousness. She symbolises a profound strength and resilience that speaks to the human spirit's capacity to overcome immense challenges. Her story of perseverance and determination in the face of overwhelming odds resonates deeply with audiences from diverse cultural backgrounds. Her ability to stand firm in her beliefs, even when faced with the threat of death, exemplifies a level of integrity and moral fortitude that transcends time and place. Furthermore, Joan's life and actions offer a powerful commentary on the role of women in society, highlighting the potential potential for female leadership and the importance of challenging societal norms. Her legacy serves as a reminder that courage and conviction are not confined to any one gender, and that true leadership is defined by one's actions and character rather than societal expectations. This universal appeal ensures that Joan's story remains relevant and inspirational, continuing to captivate and motivate individuals across different cultures and generations. Joan of Arc's legacy continues to resonate through the centuries, embodying the virtues of bravery, faith, and resilience. From her divine visions to her pivotal role in lifting the siege of Orleans and her tragic martyrdom, Joan's story is one of unwavering conviction and extraordinary courage. Her life not only changed the course of the 100 Years' War, but also challenged societal norms and inspired countless individuals. As we reflect on Joan's journey, we remember her as a symbol of hope and perseverance, a true heroine whose spirit endures in the hearts of people around the world. Thank you for joining me on the ASMR History channel to explore the life of Joan of Arc. Until next time, I'm Sophie, wishing you peace and inspiration. Welcome to the ASMR History channel, where we bring the past to life through soothing sounds and gentle storytelling. Today we delve into the dramatic and poignant tale of the Albigensian Crusade. Picture yourself in medieval France, amidst rolling hills, ancient fortresses, and a society on the brink of turmoil. Our journey will also touch upon the significant East-West schism, which set the stage for many religious conflicts of the time. Let the calming narration guide you as we explore the origins, key events, and profound impact of these intense and often tragic conflicts. Close your eyes, relax, and let the gentle sounds of history transport you to a time of faith, conflict, and transformation. Join us on this serene journey as we uncover the compelling stories of the Albigensian Crusade and the East-West Schism. The Albigensian Crusade, which took place from 1209 to 1229, was a prolonged and severe military campaign initiated by Pope Innocent III. The main objective was to eradicate the Cathar heresy prevalent in Languedoc, a region in southern France. This conflict was driven by both religious motives and political ambitions, as it allowed the French crown to extend its control over the affluent and semi-autonomous southern territories. Noted for its extreme violence and relentless persecution of the Cathars, the Crusade significantly altered the region, leading to the decline of the Cathar community and strengthening French state authority. Understanding the conflict necessitates a deep dive into the beliefs of the Cathars. The word Cathar derives from the Greek katharos, meaning pure. Influenced by early Gnostic thought, the Cathars embraced a dualistic philosophy, positing two opposing forces, a good spiritual god and an evil demiurge, or Rex Mundi, king of the world, who created the flawed physical world. They viewed the divine as purely spiritual, and saw Jesus not as a human figure, but as a spiritual entity, interpreting his biblical account symbolically. Cathars believed that human souls were either a harmful gift from the demiurge or a beneficial one from God. This belief led them to reject procreation and the material world, which they felt trapped souls in corrupt bodies. They also renounced secular authority, refused military service, and abstained from taking oaths, reflecting their disdain for worldly politics. Their ethical principles included prohibitions on animal slaughter and meat consumption. The Cathars were highly critical of the Catholic Church, condemning its clergy as corrupt and asserting that sacred rites could be performed by anyone, thus challenging traditional Catholic sacraments. They developed the consolamentum, a spiritual baptism by laying on of hands, seen as a purification from sin, especially for the dying, who then attain the status of perfectors. These perfecti adhered strictly to Cathar moral codes, including sexual abstinence and vegetarianism, with some even practicing endura, a fasting to death to ensure spiritual purity. This practice sparked controversy, with allegations of forced euthanasia to secure heavenly admission. The community structure included bishops selected from the perfecti, with stringent rules about reapplying consolamentum if either the recipient or the bishop sinned, highlighting the rigidity of Cathar spiritual discipline. Their defiance of the Catholic Church's authority was evident, particularly through their refusal to engage in military service, which surely aggravated the secular rulers. Catharism thrived in Languedoc, later known as Occitania, a region with a distinct cultural identity and language different from northern France. Unlike the politically unified north under the French crown, Languedoc was a patchwork of local lordships and enjoyed relative peace before the Crusade. The dominant language, Occitan, was notably different from the northern French dialect and closely related to Catalan. Languedoc's political landscape reflected its regional uniqueness. The county of Toulouse was a significant political entity, often aligning with the Angevin Empire rather than in the French crown. Its influence was contested by the neighbouring crown of Aragon and the Principality of Catalonia, which had more control over the eastern territories near Toulouse. This political fragmentation was mirrored in the rise of towns across the region, with Toulouse emerging as a major urban centre, marked by its considerable size, wealth, and autonomy by 1209. The architecture of Languedoc, marked by its fortified towns called castra, highlighted a societal focus on defence, in stark contrast to the rural areas of northern France. This urbanisation encouraged a relatively tolerant environment, allowing Jews to face minimal discrimination and providing refuge for religious dissenters. Although Muslims did not enjoy the same level of tolerance, their intellectual contributions were recognised and respected, which was a notable improvement compared to other parts of Europe. The cultural and social divide between northern and southern France was pronounced, driven by mutual distrust and stereotypes that resulted in strange and often misguided perceptions on both sides. Northerners viewed Southerners as decadent and overly preoccupied with social niceties, influenced by what they considered lower professions and minority communities. Conversely, Southerners saw Northerners as uncultured and belligerent. This significant divide set the stage for a prolonged and bitter conflict between the two regions, which seemed almost inevitable during the turbulent medieval period. The Cathar movement arose as part of a larger wave of spiritual reform that swept through medieval Europe, tracing its origins back to around 653, when Constantine Sylvanus introduced the Gospels to Armenia. Over the centuries, various dissenting factions emerged, rallying around charismatic preachers who challenged the Catholic Church's authority and advocated for a faith based on the Gospels and apostolic tradition rather than church dogma. These groups, including the Paulicians, Bogomils, Arnaldists, followers of Peter of Blois, Henry of Lausanne, and the Waldensians, faced severe persecution, ranging from expulsion to brutal executions. Figures like Henry of Lausanne, who critiqued the priesthood without adopting Cathar dualism, and Arnold of Brescia, who was executed for his beliefs, called for individual spiritual responsibility and church reform. The Waldensians, followers of Peter Waldo, also faced extreme persecution. While these groups shared the Cathars' anti-clerical stance and scepticism towards sacraments. Only the Paulicians and Bogomils espoused dualist beliefs, similar to those of the Cathars. Scholars have debated the origins of the Cathars, with some proposing a direct connection to the Bogomils within a broader Manichaean tradition. This link may have been reinforced by Latin settlers in Constantinople after the First Crusade, who possibly facilitated the transfer of dualist Bogomil teachings to the West. These teachings introduced the consolamentum ritual, igniting the first organised dualist movements in Western Europe. By the 12th century, dissident groups like the Cathars and Waldensians gained prominence in Europe's burgeoning urban centres. The Cathars, especially in the highly urbanised regions of Western Mediterranean France, evolved into a mass movement, spreading to areas like Lombardy by the 1170s. The Cathar movement was not just a critique of the clergy's corruption, but also a manifestation of widespread discontent with papal authority. Records from the time, often written by the papacy itself, suggest significant unrest. While the Cathars shared some views with the Waldensians, particularly their critique of the Catholic hierarchy and emphasis on austerity, they diverged on several theological points, with the Cathars taking a more radical stance. This divergence led the Church to direct its efforts more aggressively against what it saw as the greater dualist threat, Catharism. Persecution of heretics intensified, as exemplified by the burning of Cathars in Cologne in 1163, signalling a shift towards more frequent executions for heresy. This was before the main crusade began. The interaction between older dualist communities in the Byzantine Empire and newer ones in Western Europe solidified these dualist beliefs in the West. Catharism's stronghold was undeniably the Languedoc, where it flourished far more than in England, France, or Germany, where its presence was minimal or short-lived. The Cathars, known also as Albigensians, due to their presence in Albi, were accused of heresy by the Church. These accusations were notably highlighted at a council near Albi in 1176, and again during the Third Lateran Council of 1179. The success of the Cathar movement in the Languedoc region can be attributed to several factors, including the perceived corruption and incompetence of the local clergy. Many priests, particularly in rural areas, were poorly educated and accused of financial and physical misconduct, often securing their positions through lay appointments. Though clerical shortcomings were widespread across Europe, the corruption within Languedoc's episcopacy was particularly severe. Pope Innocent III suspended the Archbishop of Narbonne and 3 other bishops due to their neglect of duties and financial exploitation. The Church's struggle to effectively address heresy in Languedoc was compounded by the region's political fragmentation and the papacy's focus on more strategically important areas. Despite their minority status, the Cathars found considerable acceptance among local Catholics, with some even holding positions within Toulouse's city council. The region's indifference to popular religious movements, like the Crusades, despite initial enthusiasm led by Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, reflected a general tolerance that allowed non-conformist beliefs to thrive. Upon becoming Pope in 1198, Innocent III made it a priority to confront the Cathar heresy in Languedoc, where the Cathars challenged both the French king's authority and the local Catholic Church. Some powerful nobles, seeking independence from the king, supported Catharism without embracing its strict ethical principles. When Philip III of France, engaged in other conflicts, could not offer assistance, Innocent III proposed a military crusade against the Cathars, promising the same spiritual rewards as those granted to crusaders bound for the Holy Land. Raymond VI of Toulouse, a major regional figure, sympathised with the Cathars and resisted French royal authority, but did not adopt Cathar beliefs himself. This conflict escalated into the Albigensian Crusade, a violent campaign that significantly altered the region's religious and political landscape. Raymond VI's refusal to cooperate with Innocent III's envoys led to his excommunication in 1207 and a papal interdict on his lands. Innocent III's subsequent efforts to reclaim the Cathars through diplomacy and preaching, led by Cistercian monks under Pierre de Castelnau, faced mixed outcomes and substantial resistance. The situation worsened in 1208 when Pierre de Castelnau was murdered, allegedly by an associate of Raymond VI. This led Innocent III to anathematise Raymond and release his subjects from their loyalty to him. Although Raymond sought reconciliation with the Church, his inability to meet its conditions resulted in his re-excommunication at the Council of Avignon in 1209. This enabled Innocent III to formally declare a crusade against the Albigensians, framing it as part of a broader effort to eradicate heresy from Europe and strengthen defences against Muslim invasions, aligning it with the 5th and 6th Crusades in the Holy Land. By 1209, a force of around 10,000 Crusaders assembled in Lyon, ready to head south into Languedoc. This group, reinforced every 40 days, was composed largely of individuals from northern France, with volunteers from England and Austria joining their ranks. Although Philip II of France declined to participate directly due to anti-French alliances, he pledged troop support to retain influence over the Crusades' direction. The expedition was led by papal legate Arnaud Amauroch. Raymond VI of Toulouse attempted to coordinate defences with his nephew, Raymond Roger Trencavel, but failed. Consequently, Raymond chose to negotiate with the Crusaders despite opposition from Amauroch. Pope Innocent III's newly appointed legate, Milo, was directed to follow Amauroch's lead. Raymond's public act of repentance and re-acceptance into the Church redirected the Crusaders' attention to Raymond Roger's territories, noted for their Cathar populations. The Crusaders departed from Lyon on June 24th and arrived in Montpellier by July 20th, targeting areas around Albi and Carcassonne. Although Raymond Roger was not a Cathar, he was viewed as a protector of the sect and thus guilty by association. His protests of loyalty to the Church and innocence due to his youth were dismissed by the Crusaders, who then moved on Béziers, a city with a significant Cathar community. Raymond Roger withdrew to Carcassonne, leaving Béziers defenceless. On July the 21st, the Crusaders attacked Béziers, leading to the city's fall and a massacre of both Cathars and Catholics. The purported command by Amauroch to kill them all, God will know his own, whether true or not, illustrates the brutality of the assault, which reportedly resulted in nearly 20,000 deaths. As the Crusaders advanced unopposed to Carcassonne, many settlements surrendered or evacuated without resistance. Carcassonne became the next significant target after the massacre at Béziers. Despite its strong defences, the city was overwhelmed by refugees seeking safety. The Crusaders reached Carcassonne from Béziers in 6 days and began the siege on August 1st, 1209. By August 7th, the Crusaders had cut off the city's water supply. Raymond Roger Trencavel, the Viscount of Carcassonne, attempted to negotiate peace, but was captured under a flag of truce, leading to the city's surrender on August 15th. Although the residents were spared from execution, they were expelled and forced to leave with minimal clothing, as recorded by Peter of Vaux de Cernay and Guillaume de Pilon. Roger's death in captivity, officially attributed to dysentery, led to suspicions of foul play. Subsequently, Simon de Montfort was appointed to lead the Crusader forces, gaining control over territories including Carcassonne, Albi, and Béziers. The fall of Carcassonne triggered a series of unopposed surrenders throughout the region. Towns such as Albi, Castres, Fanjeaux, Limoux, Lombers, and Montreal all capitulated to the Crusaders by autumn. The conflict then moved to Lastos and Cabaret, where the Crusaders faced an unsuccessful assault on Cabaret in December 1209. Harsh winter conditions and limited troop numbers forced Simon de Montfort to consolidate his gains rather than launch new offensives. With the arrival of reinforcements, Bram fell to the Crusaders in March, followed by the siege of Minerve in June. Minerve, though lacking strategic importance, was targeted due to the presence of numerous Cathar prefects. After a prolonged siege that resulted in the destruction of the city's main water supply, Minerve surrendered on July 22nd. While Simon de Montfort favoured leniency, Arnold Amalric demanded harsh punishment for the Cathar prefects, leading to the execution of 140 individuals who refused to renounce their faith. The Crusaders then advanced to Termes in August, enduring despite interventions from Pierre Roger de Cabaret. The defenders, suffering from water shortages, were briefly relieved by a rainstorm, delaying their surrender. Ultimately, they escaped on November the 22nd. By 1211, the Crusaders' harsh tactics had alienated many key lords, including Raymond VI. Lastos capitulated in March, and the siege of Laval began in April. However, Crusader reinforcements suffered a devastating ambush at Montgay by forces from Toulouse, led by the Count of Foix. Following the recapture of Amaury de Montreal's castle, numerous Cathars were executed. The Crusaders pressed on with their campaign by capturing Cazes and laying siege to Montferrand, which led Baldwin to defect to their side. However, their attempt to besiege Toulouse failed due to logistical issues, forcing de Montfort to retreat. Raymond VI counterattacked at Castelnaudary, narrowly avoiding a Crusader defeat. In early 1212, Simon de Montfort effectively isolated Toulouse, diminishing Raymond's support and resources. To counter the Crusaders, the Cathars sought assistance from Peter the Hound of Aragon. Peter, having achieved significant victories against the Moors and strengthened his position through marriage to Raymond VI, wielded considerable influence. Leveraging his triumphs and diplomatic efforts in Rome, Peter convinced Pope Innocent III to attempt halting the Albigensian Crusade, as the Pope wanted to refocus on the Middle East and the Moorish conflict. By January 1213, Innocent III called for peace in Languedoc, instructing Arnaud Amalric and Simon de Montfort to cease their aggressive campaigns and proposing a council to reconcile differences under Peter's guidance. Despite Peter's attempts at the Council of Laval to secure a peaceful resolution and restore lands to Raymond VI, his proposals were rejected, maintaining Raymond's excommunication and the seizure of heretical lands. Peter's rejection of this decision and concern over Simon de Montfort's growing power led him to actively support Toulouse. This alliance alarmed Innocent III, who, misled by Simon's delegation, denounced Peter and called for a renewal of the crusade against him. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Muret in September 1213. Despite being outnumbered, Simon's tactical manoeuvres led to Peter II's death and a retreat of the coalition forces. This defeat significantly weakened the resistance against the Crusaders, forcing Raymond VI and his son to flee to England, where they received limited support from King John. Crusaders' momentum continued through 1214 with significant victories and territorial gains, including strategic castles in Quercy. By 1215, the capture of Toulouse and its subsequent transfer to Simon de Montfort, officially recognised by the Fourth Lateran Council, solidified Crusader control in the region. The Council's decisions not only cemented Simon's authority over conquered lands, but also aimed to extend the Church's influence over territories yet unconquered. Amidst these developments, Pope Innocent III's call for a new crusade in the Middle East redirected potential reinforcements from the Albigensian Crusade, forcing Simon to increasingly rely on mercenaries to maintain control. In April 1216, Raymond VI and his son, Raymond VII, rallied significant support from towns disillusioned with the Crusaders. By May, they had besieged Beaucaire, negotiating its surrender after 3 months due to dwindling supplies. Despite Montfort's efforts to intervene, he was repelled. The death of Innocent III in July 1216 left the crusade somewhat directionless, with leadership passing to a more hesitant Philip II of France, preoccupied with other conflicts. Montfort managed to quell a rebellion in Toulouse, but faced defeat at Lourdes in December 1216 while attempting to recapture Beaucaire. In September 1217, Raymond VI recaptured Toulouse, taking advantage of Montfort's engagement in Foix. Despite Montfort's return, he failed to retake the city and operations came to a standstill. At Pope Honorius III's urging, Montfort resumed the siege of Toulouse in 1218, but his death in June from a stone thrown from the city's defences marked a significant setback for the Crusaders. Honorius III's subsequent call for renewed action failed to regain momentum. Prince Louis's 1219 campaign to retake Jerusalem faltered after just 6 weeks. By 1222, Raymond V and his son Raymond had regained significant territories, with the latter succeeding his father after his death. Philip the Turn's death in 1223 saw Louis VIII inherit the throne and lead a substantial force against the Cathars in 1226, capturing key towns with minimal resistance. The siege of Avignon ended in September after the city agreed to pay a fine and dismantle its defences. Louis VIII's death in 1226 saw the crusade continue under the Queen Regent Blanche of Castile and Humbert de Beaujeu, who captured more territories. By 1228, a besieged Toulouse succumbed to the Crusaders' systematic devastation of the surrounding area. The Treaty of Paris in 1229 ended Raymond V's resistance, recognising his rule over Toulouse in exchange for concessions to the crown and a marital alliance with Alphonse of Poitiers, ensuring the region's return to royal control upon Raymond's death. After the military campaigns against the Cathars ended, Pope Gregory launched the Inquisition in 1234 to eliminate heretical movements, including the remnants of Catharism in the Languedoc region, operating in cities like Toulouse, Albi, and Carcassonne. The Inquisition continued into the 14th century, effectively driving Catharism underground. Punishments varied from wearing yellow crosses as penance to imprisonment and loss of property, with the most stubborn heretics being burned at the stake, though executions were relatively rare. Dominican friars were crucial to the Inquisition's success, preaching orthodox doctrines and aiding in the identification and prosecution of Cathars. Despite these efforts, Catharism persisted, particularly in less scrutinised rural areas. In a bid to challenge French authority, Raymond VII of Toulouse, allied with England's King Henry III, led a failed revolt from 1242 to 1243, which included the assassination of 2 inquisitors. This led to the siege of Montségur from 1243 to 1244, ending with over 200 Cathar perfects being executed in March 1244 in retaliation for the slain inquisitors. This massacre dealt a significant blow to the Cathar community, but did not completely eradicate the practice. The Inquisition continued its pursuit, employing torture to extract confessions, although many Cathars remained hidden. Following the deaths of Raymond VII in 1249 and Alphonse in 1271, the county of Toulouse was absorbed into the French kingdom, bolstering the Inquisition with royal support. In the 1290s, King Philip IV withdrew his support amid a conflict with Pope Boniface VIII, but reversed this decision in 1303 after encountering anti-monarchical sentiments in southern France. This reversal rejuvenated the Inquisition. Pope Clement V later introduced reforms to protect the rights of the accused. Bernard Guy, the Inquisitor of Toulouse from 1308 to 1323, wrote a manual on non-Catholic practices, including Cathar customs, and provided guidelines for dealing with heretics, including the posthumous condemnation of unrepentant heretics by burning their remains or exhuming them based on their confessional status at death. Guy's tenure saw a dedicated effort to eradicate Catharism, which, at least officially, was wiped out by 1350. The Albigensian Crusade, notorious for its brutality, starkly contrasted with Pope Innocent III's original vision of combating heresy through confession, reform, and pastoral care. The violence escalated as unruly mobs, minor rulers, and local bishops hijacked the crusade, deviating from Innocent's principles. The indiscriminate violence by these groups and the secular courts against suspected heretics led the papacy to establish a more formalised legal process for heresy prosecutions. Following the Albigensian Crusade, there was a noticeable drop in French participation in the subsequent Fifth and Sixth Crusades. The cultural impact of the Crusade is reflected in the works of troubadour poet-composers, many of whom were knights. For example, Raymond Miraval, through his songs, sought Peter Lec's help to reclaim his castle seized by Simon de Montfort, and Père Cardinal and Guiraud Riquier criticised Raymond's treatment and promoted resistance. The aftermath of the Crusade marked the decline of the troubadour tradition, which had thrived under Occitan court patronage. With these courts destroyed, many troubadours migrated to royal courts in Italy, Spain, and Hungary, searching for new patrons and audiences for their art. Wow, what a story that was! I hope you enjoyed it and are ready for our next topic, the East-West Schism. Enjoy! The East-West Schism, or the Great Schism, represents a critical juncture in Christian history, signifying the lasting separation between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. This division, which officially took place in 1054, stemmed from centuries of theological, cultural, and political disputes. The mutual excommunications between the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope's emissaries in 1054 are often highlighted as the definitive act that cemented the split. However, the origins of this schism are deep-rooted, involving a complex mix of factors. Many scholars believe that the rift between the Eastern and Western churches began long before the formal excommunications. The 9th century Photian Schism is a notable point of contention, but some trace the discord back even further, to events as early as the 4th century. Orthodox apologists frequently cite episodes from the 2nd century as early signs of Rome's assertion of papal authority, which the Eastern churches later rejected. Additionally, there were several sporadic splits within the early church under popes, like Victor the Hunt in the 2nd century, Stephen I in the 3rd century, and Damasus in the 4th century. One theory regarding the schism suggests that the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Constantinople in the 6th century was crucial. This move is thought to have shifted church primacy along with the capital, a perspective later supported by Photius Thus of Constantinople in the 9th century. As the seat of imperial power, Constantinople was seen as the foremost among the patriarchates, claiming the right to govern them, similar to the emperor's authority. After the Roman destruction of Jerusalem, the early centres of Christian scholarship were damaged, shifting influence to the more stable cities of Antioch and Alexandria. The Church of Alexandria, allegedly founded with the help of Mark, one of the 70 apostles, and Antioch, which attracted figures like Peter, Paul, and Barnabas, rose to prominence. Antioch served as a base for Paul's missionary journeys, spreading Christianity to various regions. The Church of Antioch also played a crucial role in sending Peter and Paul to Rome to support the fledgling Christian community there, with Peter traditionally regarded as the first bishop of Rome. In the early Eastern Church, St. Thomas is believed to have travelled eastward, significantly contributing to the Church's establishment in the Persian Empire and neighbouring kingdoms. Saint Attai and Saint Marie, 2 of the 70 apostles, are credited with much of the missionary work in Persia. The Church of the East gained prominence, rivaling the Mediterranean Church in size from the 6th to the 8th centuries as it expanded into the Far East. During the 4th century, theological debates flourished across the Roman Empire as the emperor sought to control the Church. The influence of Greek speculative thought on Christian theology led to a proliferation of divergent and conflicting opinions among theologians. Amidst this intellectual ferment, Christ's fundamental commandment to love others as oneself often seemed overshadowed by abstract theological debates. These disputes were not merely academic, they were used as weapons in power struggles among bishops. Being labelled a heretic was a means for one bishop to depose another, leading to significant tensions within the Church whenever leaders were perceived to overstep their bounds, or when theological disagreements escalated into broader conflicts. The early Christian empire underwent a substantial political transformation, with politics being one of the first institutions to change. By the 5th century, Western imperial power had already begun to decline, even before the barbarian kings, such as the Visigoths, invaded Roman territory, driven by the Hunnic incursions from the east. It is crucial to remember that during this period, the entire empire had not fully converted to Christianity. Many people still adhered to their old pagan beliefs. In fact, when Rome was sacked by the Visigoths in 410, some bishops speculated that the old gods were angry and considered performing sacrifices to appease them. As secular authority declined, the Pope's influence and power expanded, causing a mix of secular and ecclesiastical authority. Before the ecumenical councils, Rome was significant in Christianity because it was the capital of the Roman Empire. Bishops from the eastern and southern Mediterranean acknowledged the Bishop of Rome's leadership, but did not consider him infallible or recognize his judicial authority over them. Rome's claim to special authority over other churches stemmed from its association with apostles Peter and Paul. Although Rome became increasingly recognized as a Christian center in the first 3 centuries, historical documents from that period do not clearly assert or acknowledge its papal primacy. After Jerusalem, the Church of Rome naturally became the primary centre of Christianity due to its early and large Christian population, a development ensured by Constantine. The city was closely linked with the apostles Paul and Peter, both of whom were martyred there. In Orthodox liturgy, Peter and Paul are revered as the wisest apostles and princes of the Church of Rome. Peter is traditionally considered the founder of the Church of Rome, and the bishops of Rome are viewed as his successors. Father Thomas Hopko, a noted Orthodox theologian, underscores the special honour given to the Church of Rome among the earliest Christian communities. According to him, the Roman Church held a place of honour among other churches due to its foundation by Peter and Paul and its location in the capital city of the Roman Empire. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, praised the Roman Church as worthy of God's honour and love, highlighting its leadership role among early Christian churches. The Quartodeciman controversy in the 2nd century marked an early conflict between the Bishop of Rome and the Eastern churches, particularly in the Roman provinces of Asia. This dispute arose over the official date of Easter, with Asian churches following the Jewish Passover tradition and others observing it on the following Sunday. Bishop Victor of Rome tried to resolve the controversy by excommunicating churches in Asia, but he faced resistance from Eastern bishops, including Polycrates of Ephesus. Despite Victor's efforts, the Eastern churches maintained their Paschal tradition, leading Victor to reconsider his decision after other bishops, such as Irenaeus of Lyons, intervened. While some Catholic apologists view Victor's actions as evidence of papal primacy and authority, Orthodox apologists argue that the Eastern churches never recognised Victor's authority beyond his own city. The Eastern bishops' rejection of Victor's decision is cited as proof against the idea that churches in Asia Minor accepted the primacy of the Bishop of Rome. Throughout early church history, the Bishop of Rome's opinion was often sought to resolve disputes, especially among the patriarchs in the Eastern Mediterranean. Rome's distance from these theological disputes allowed its bishop to be seen as a more impartial arbiter. However, the sack of Rome by the Goths in 410 led to a period of decline and isolation for the city, reducing its relevance to the broader Mediterranean Church. Rome's devastation left it in ruins, and it wasn't until Charlemagne and his successors that the Church of Rome regained prominence. This resurgence coincided with Western Mediterranean adventurous military successes and the eventual emergence of the Papal States. The First Ecumenical Council at Nicaea, convened by Emperor Constantine the Great, was crucial in shaping the early Christian Church's organisational structure and establishing the authority of key metropolitan sees. A significant outcome of the council was the confirmation of certain metropolitan sees' authority beyond their own provinces. The bishops at Nicaea affirmed the authority of the metropolitan sees of Rome and Alexandria, recognising their jurisdiction outside their respective provinces. Additionally, the existing privileges of churches in Antioch and other provinces were upheld. These metropolitan sees were later designated as patriarchates, with a specific order of precedence. Rome, as the capital of the empire, was first, followed by Alexandria and Antioch. As political power shifted to the eastern Mediterranean, especially to Constantinople, Rome's status and influence began to wane. With the local bishop's elevation to patriarch under Constantine, Constantinople, formerly Byzantium and now Istanbul, rose in prominence. The Bishop of Constantinople, known as the Ecumenical Patriarch, gradually gained independence from ecclesiastical dependency and was recognised as the second-ranking see after Rome. Constantinople's elevation, described as New Rome, placed it above Alexandria and Antioch, leading to ecclesiastical rivalry between Constantinople and Rome. Alexandria's objections to Constantinople's promotion fueled a struggle between these two sees in the first half of the 5th century. Rome, basing its authority on the theory of the 3 Petrine sees, backed Alexandria's objections to Constantinople's rise. However, after the Council of Chalcedon in 451, Alexandria's patriarchate was weakened due to a division within its Christian community, with most followers adhering to monophysitism. These events escalated the ecclesiastical rivalry between Constantinople and Rome, ultimately contributing to the East-West schism in later centuries. Another significant event in the history of the Christian Church was the Second Ecumenical Council, convened by Emperor Theodosius in 381. This council elevated Constantinople to a position second only to Rome among the major metropolitan sees, and divided the Eastern Roman Empire into 5 separate dioceses. Each diocese was managed by a synod of bishops, with Alexandria and Antioch receiving special privileges. Following this council, tensions grew between the bishoprics of Rome and Constantinople regarding their respective authority within the Church. In 382, a synod held in Rome under Pope Damasus, one protested against Constantinople's elevation and reaffirmed Rome's status as the Apostolic See. Subsequent popes, including Siricius, Innocent I, Boniface I, and Celestine I, asserted increasing authority for the See of Rome. They claimed jurisdiction over major judicial cases and emphasized Rome's primacy in ecclesiastical discipline. Pope Leo I and his successors continued to assert Rome's authority, rejecting certain decisions of ecumenical councils, including the Council of Chalcedon. The Acacian Schism, 484-519, highlighted the division between East and West, with Pope Hormisdas insisting on declarations affirming communion with Rome. Pope Gelasius thus emphasized the distinction between the power of civil rulers and bishops, asserting the supreme authority of the Bishop of Rome in religious matters. Pope Nicholas I reinforced the idea of papal supremacy, claiming authority over all churches. These assertions of papal primacy contributed to the growing tension between East and West. The Fourth Ecumenical Council, held at Chalcedon in 451, further solidified the authority of the Patriarch of Constantinople within the Byzantine Empire. The council granted the Archbishop of Constantinople jurisdiction over the provinces of Pontus and Thrace, elevating its status among the patriarchates. Additionally, an agreement between Antioch and Jerusalem established Jerusalem's jurisdiction over 3 provinces, placing it among the 5 great sees. The order of precedence among the patriarchates was established as follows: Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. While the Pope was considered first among equals, Constantinople's authority was increasingly recognized, especially given its status as the imperial capital. Pope Leo I, although his delegates were absent during the council, recognized its ecumenical status and confirmed its doctrinal decrees. However, he rejected Canon 28, arguing it infringed upon the rights of Alexandria and Antioch, and contradicted the 6th Canon of Nicaea. Despite Rome's opposition, Constantinople's influence continued to grow due to its status as the emperor's residence. Canon 28 was particularly contentious as it recognized Constantinople's authority over bishops in dioceses among the barbarians, leading to friction between East and West. This issue became moot after the mutual excommunications of 1054, but debates about the canon's applicability to the Patriarchate of Constantinople's authority persist. Canon 9 conferred upon Constantinople the privilege knowledge of resolving disputes between bishops and the metropolitan of their province, further enhancing its authority within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The division within the Roman Empire significantly contributed to disunity within the Church. Emperor Diocletian's early 4th century administrative division set the stage for subsequent political fragmentation. Leaders like Constantine aimed to reunite the empire, but it remained divided, with Theodosius the Great being the last emperor to rule over a united Roman Empire. After his death in 395, the empire split into western and eastern halves, each under its own emperor. The Visigoth sack of Rome in 410 further isolated Rome from the eastern and southern Mediterranean churches. The collapse of civil government in the west left the church with significant influence, with bishops often assuming secular administrative roles. Christianity in these areas became subject to various Germanic tribes' laws and customs. Linguistic and cultural differences between the East and West exacerbated these divisions, with Latin dominating the West and Greek prevailing in the East. As proficiency in both languages declined, communication between the Church's two halves became increasingly difficult. This divergence led to different religious doctrines and distinctive rites, laying the groundwork for the eventual schism as suspicion and mistrust between East and West deepened. The Muslim-Arab conquest by 661 significantly impacted the territories of the Patriarchates of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem, which were only partially and temporarily recovered. Additionally, in 732, Emperor Leo III transferred territories, including Sicily, Calabria, and Illyria, from Rome's jurisdiction to Constantinople in response to Pope Gregory III's opposition to the emperor's iconoclast policies. This transfer expanded Constantinople's jurisdiction to the west, aligning it with the Byzantine borders. The Quinisex Council of 692 underscored the growing divide between the Eastern and Western churches. The Western Church outright rejected the Council's decisions, leading to pressure from the Eastern Empire for the West to abandon certain Latin customs considered unorthodox. These practices included weekday masses during Lent, Saturday fasting year-round, omitting Alleluia during Lent, depicting Christ as a lamb, and using unleavened bread. The council also tackled celibacy issues for priests and deacons, allowing married men to become priests, but prohibiting priests from marrying and bishops from living with their wives. Clergymen who tried to separate from their wives faced deposition. Pope Sergius III, despite his loyalty to the empire, refused to endorse the council, expressing a willingness to die rather than consent to erroneous novelties. His refusal to sign the canons led Emperor Justinian II to order his arrest and abduction to Constantinople, which was prevented by the Ravenna militia. Although the council was ratified in Visigothic Hispania by the 18th Council of Toledo at King Wititza's urging, it was later reversed by King Fruela of Asturias. The East-West Schism's primary causes included jurisdictional disputes, particularly over papal authority, and the Western Patriarch's insertion of the Filioque clause into the Nicene Creed in 1014. The Council of Ephesus' seventh canon, established by the First Ecumenical Council in 325, explicitly prohibited modifying the Nicene Creed. The Eastern Orthodox Church argued that this canon prevented any alterations by individuals or councils. The creed cited in the Acts of the 431 Council of Ephesus was that of Nicaea, without the additions made by the 381 Council of Constantinople. These modifications addressed external teachings, such as those of Macedonia of Constantinople, without altering the creed's original orthodoxy. The term different in the Council of Ephesus' seventh canon is interpreted as contradictory rather than supplementary. Additional schism catalysts included liturgical practice differences, though these were minor compared to disputes over papal authority and the Nicene Creed. The major schism between Rome and Constantinople began in 863 with the deposition of Patriarch Ignatius of Constantinople, replaced by Patriarch Photius under Byzantine Emperor Michael III's order. Pope Nicholas I convened a synod at the Lateran in 863, annulling the 858 decisions, reinstating Ignatius and anathematizing Photius. The East viewed this as unwarranted interference in their patriarchal processes. Photius retaliated by holding a council in Constantinople in 867, which deposed Pope Nicholas I, condemned the Filioque clause, and excommunicated the Pope. Although Pope Adrian II succeeded Nicholas, the council's decisions were later nullified by Constantinopolitan authorities. The councils of 869 and 870 were significant in church history. The 880 Council of Constantinople restored the 867 Council's conclusions. The Roman Catholic Church rejects the 861, 867, and 880 councils, but accepts the 870 council. Leading up to 1054, relations between the papacy and the Byzantine court were relatively amicable, with Emperor Constantine and Pope Leo the allied against the Normans, who imposed Latin customs in their territories with papal approval. However, the papal forces defeat at the Battle of Civitate in 1053, where Pope Leo IX was captured, strained relations further. The absence of Lombard Catapan Argyros, a key alliance figure, exacerbated the rift. Patriarch Michael Tharp of Constantinople condemned Western customs, notably the use of unleavened bread, considering them akin to Judaic traditions. This condemnation was relayed to Pope Leo IX by Humber of Silva Candida, who translated it into Latin. In retaliation, Pope Leo dispatched a letter to Patriarch Michael Cerularius, referencing the donation of Constantine, a fraudulent document asserting papal supremacy. Michael Cerularius dismissed this claim. The conflict intensified when Humber and other legates arrived in Constantinople in April 1054 to resolve the disputes. Met with hostility, the legates left the palace in anger, delivering a contentious letter to the Patriarch. Despite Pope Leo IX's death that same month, the legates continued to assert their authority. The path to the Great Schism of 1054 reached a climax when the papal legates, frustrated by Patriarch Michael's unwillingness to address their concerns, took drastic measures. On July the 16th, 1054, they issued an excommunication charter against Patriarch Michael, Archbishop Leo of Ohrid, and their followers, citing 11 accusations, including the promotion of eunuchs to the episcopate and the denial of communion to menstruating women. The legates entered the Hagia Sophia during the Divine Liturgy and placed the excommunication charter on the altar. 2 days later, the legates departed Constantinople, leaving behind a city teetering on the edge of riot. Supported by the populace, Patriarch Michael retaliated by convening a synod on July 20th, 1054, where he excommunicated the legates in return. Tensions heightened further when the Patriarch had Argyros's family arrested to placate the angry citizens. An imperial envoy's effort to invite the legates back for further discussions failed, as they had already left for Rome. Subsequently, Patriarch Michael led a council that formally anathematized the legates on July the 24th, 1054, burning copies of their charter and archiving the original. The confrontations and mutual excommunications between Cardinal Humbert and Patriarch Michael I played a significant role in the events leading to the Great Schism of 1054. Despite these dramatic actions, the schism did not result in an immediate and irreversible split between the Eastern and Western churches. Criticism surrounded Cardinal Humbert's appointment as a papal legate, given both his and Patriarch Michael III's unyielding natures. Their initial meeting was hostile, with the Patriarch refusing further dialogue. Eventually, Cardinal Humbert's patience wore thin, leading him to issue an excommunication charter against Patriarch Michael. The two sides engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange, each trying to assert dominance. Though often highlighted as the definitive moment of the schism in 1054, it is crucial to recognise that these mutual excommunications did not finalise the split. The excommunication charter targeted only Patriarch Michael Cerularius, Archbishop Leo of Ohrid, and their supporters, rather than the entire Byzantine Church. This was more of a personal censure than a broad condemnation, leaving the possibility for reconciliation, much like previous disputes involving bishops who deviated from orthodoxy. The schism deepened when other Eastern patriarchs supported Cerularius, backed by Emperor Michael. The validity of the charter was questioned, as Pope Leo had died, casting doubt on the legate's authority to issue such a document. Many contemporary historians and church members did not immediately grasp the significance of the 1054 events. Despite the leaders' formal actions on both sides, ordinary Christians in the East and West were largely unaware of any substantial change in their relations. Communication between the two churches persisted, and the perceived division was not yet fully realised. Imagine a scenario where a visit to a friend in Rome from Constantinople resulted in being denied entry over differing bread-making practices. Such trivial issues likely seemed absurd to most people, who focused on more significant matters. Even in the years following 1054, amicable relations continued, and the sense of division between East and West was not profoundly felt among the faithful. For example, in 1089, the Russian Church celebrated the translation of St. Nicholas's relics from Myra to Italy without any significant feeling of separation from the Western Church. This fluidity is illustrated by the varying interpretations of the geographical divide between East and West. Some regions, such as southern Italy, appeared differently on maps drawn in the West compared to those in Eastern Orthodox territories. Moreover, in areas where rulers officially sided with one church, there were instances of individuals and communities adhering to the other. Attempts to reconcile the churches were made by both popes and patriarchs in the centuries following the events of 1054. However, various factors and historical developments over time only led to a broader separation between the Eastern and Western churches. Today, the distinctions between the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Roman Catholic Church, and more modern forms of Christianity are apparent in many aspects. Each tradition upholds its unique beliefs, showcasing the diverse landscape of Christian faith. And with that, we conclude our journey together. Thank you for joining me today. Don't forget to subscribe if you want more historical content. Also,